Seeing him struggle to his feet, still weak from the poison, she couldn't just stand by. Rushing to support Qin Nan, her voice was laced with concern. "Hey, don't you dare move so carelessly right now." With a hand on her hip, she gently pressed on Qin Nan's shoulder, urging him down. He wisely obeyed, sinking back onto the grass. She insisted, "Your poison hasn't been neutralized. Don't be rash. Just sit down for now." Qin Nan turned to her, asking, "Miss, do you happen to know what kind of poison this is? If I knew, I could concoct an antidote myself." After a moment of deep thought, the beautiful young woman could only shake her head helplessly. "I have no idea. This poison, it's neither weak nor overwhelmingly strong, but it's more than enough to be fatal. And don't even think about circulating your spiritual energy to refine a pill," she warned. "The moment you activate your core, the poisonous ki will surge through your organs. You'll only die faster that way." Despite the grim news, Qin Nan maintained his meditative posture. One knee bent, a hand resting upon it, the other pressed against his heart. He began a somber internal monologue. "To think that I, Qin Nan, a man who slaughtered hundreds of foes, who even slew the legendary Thunderclap Tiger, would fall to such a petty scheme and die in this wretched place. What a waste. What a waste!" Standing behind Qin Nan, she heard his despair and felt a pang of helplessness. She couldn't find the words, her mind racing instead. I gave my word. I have to protect this boy, Qin Nan. But if I just watch him die, I'll never forgive myself. Oh. A promise is a promise. The pink-haired girl clapped her hands together, her decision made. All right, time to risk it all. She strode forward with renewed purpose, standing before Qin Nan, crossing her arms with the stern air of an elder. Her piercing gaze made the young man flinch. "You there! Sit up straight." Qin Nan immediately straightened his posture, sitting cross-legged with hands on his knees like a disciplined student. "Confused?" he asked. "Miss, what are you doing?" Ignoring him completely, she sat opposite him, her hands beginning to weave intricate signs for a spell. A ring of fire instantly erupted around her. She lightly tapped a finger on Qin Nan's chest before retracting it in a flash. The girl's voice turned deadly serious. "I've sealed you with my spiritual energy. You can't move a muscle now. And don't even think about trying anything funny with me. Or I'll kill you where you sit." And so, gravely wounded, and now completely sealed, Qin Nan was trapped by the potent poison. In a twist on the classic tale of a hero saved by a damsel, he was at the mercy of the beautiful Yun Mi. Bound by her spiritual power, Qin Nan was utterly immobile. The hopelessly naive young man could only say in a panic, "Miss, I only have less than 10 gold taels in my pouch. It's really not worth all this trouble." Hearing this, Yun Meng froze, screaming internally, "It's over. This is a disaster." In an instant, I've gone from savior to common bandit. Frustrated that her kindness was so terribly misunderstood, she gripped Qin Nan's blood-stained hand firmly. Yun Meng's voice was sharp. "Brat, I don't want your money. Don't you dare measure a noble heart with your own petty standards. Who needs your money?" Indeed, beyond wealth and power, connections were their own form of currency. Thanks to his ties with an elder of the Great Flame Sect, Qin Nan was never one to go unnoticed. Hearing that Yun Meng didn't want his gold, Qin Nan stammered out his next assumption. "Then, are you after my body?" If Qin Nan didn't possess such devastatingly handsome features, Yun Meng surely would have cursed him for his shameless audacity and boundless foolishness. But because he had the face of a celestial being, she was left utterly speechless, unable to say anything cruel. She could only curse him internally. This rotten brat. His mouth is going to get him killed one day. It seemed Qin Nan's wild words were the final straw. Yun Meng slapped a talisman directly onto his mouth. Her voice was cold. "Now, don't even think about speaking." So handsome, yet so full of nonsense. He had finally met his match. With the seal in place, all he could manage were muffled grunts, unable to form a single word. and in a state of absolute panic. Qin Nan was now certain of her target, his pure, untainted body. His mind began to spiral. My 15 years of treasured purity. This young man was truly projecting his own thoughts onto the poor girl, creating a terrible misunderstanding. Yunmeng closed her eyes, her brow furrowed in concentration. Her hand tightened its grip on his, and a brilliant golden spiritual energy began to flow from her palm. It appeared to be a healing art, with a look of grim determination. She thought, right now, this is the only way. With her mind made up, she took action. Yunmeng opened her mouth, revealing a pair of surprisingly sharp canines. She lifted Qin Nan's hand and bit down hard. Qin Nan was consumed by confusion and absolute terror, his silent screams echoing in his mind. MMPH, MMPH, MMPH. Is she eating me? But that horrifying thought was instantly shattered when she turned her head and spat out a mouthful of blood. That's right. She was drawing the poison from his body. The proof was undeniable. The blood she spat out was pitch black, and a dark, acrid smoke rose from it. Only then did it finally dawn on Qin Nan. This young woman was saving him, not taking advantage of him. He stared at her, a new kind of doubt in his eyes. She's drawing out the poisoned blood for me. As Yunmeng continued to tirelessly draw out the venom, a wave of guilt washed over him. It seems I have gravely misunderstood her. But the situation was quickly turning dire. Her complexion was growing paler by the second. After spitting out one last mouthful of poisoned blood, she squeezed her eyes shut. He felt a surge of genuine worry. No. Her face. Still bound by the seal, all he could do was let out helpless, muffled sounds, his mind screaming what his lips could not. Miss, you have to stop. After clearing her mouth of the last of the poison, Yunmeng panted heavily. It should be fine now. I've drawn most of the poisoned blood out. You should recover quickly. As the words left her lips, her head swam. She clutched her chest. Her eyes fluttered shut. And just like that, Yunmeng collapsed to the ground. The lethal poison, combined with the immense spiritual energy she had expended, had completely drained her. Qin Nan's brow furrowed, veins pulsing on his forehead. But he was powerless to act. He could only watch in despair as she fell, a muffled cry escaping his sealed lips. Feeling his own powerlessness, a torrent of spiritual energy erupted from within him as he let out a great roar. He shattered the spiritual binds that held him, instantly free from the seal. Qin Nan lunged forward to catch her, shouting her name. Miss, wake up, please, wake up. At this point, only his main character plot armor could save them now. Alone, in the deep forest, Qin Nan held her, his face a mask of worry as he analyzed their dire situation. Based on our current condition and the resources at hand, we can't possibly neutralize this poison on our own. The only path forward was to find the antidote. This was his burden to bear alone. He sat down, gently holding the unconscious purple-haired girl, his heart heavy with guilt. She was in this state because she'd saved him. Suddenly, his senses flared. He called out, "Who's there?" A tiny, delicate paw stepped into view. It turned out to be little Xiao Bai, sitting right beside the girl. It sat calmly in the green grass, admiring its own tail with a look both comical and adorable. Qin Nan called out again, but got no response. He mumbled to himself, no one's there. I must have imagined it. The moment the words left his lips, Xiao Bai leaped up. It landed a swift kick on his head and declared, "A mere mortal. Of course, you can't see me." "You heard correctly. I was the one speaking." The young man froze, utterly astonished. Holy cow! The cat could talk. This was the first time he'd ever seen such a thing. Xiao Bai nonchalantly scratched its head and said, "There are plenty of humans like you who have never witnessed such things." Qin Nan hastily replied, Yes, of course. The Great One is right." Xiao Bai then jumped onto his head, commanding him like a king, "All right, enough fooling around. Hurry up and find that antidote." With that, it circled behind his neck, poking its cute face forward, forcing Qin Nan to turn and reply, Okay, we're going. Meanwhile, the trio of Lei Zongshan, Miao Feifeng, and Hu Fei were running for their lives through a forest of ancient, towering trees. Hu Fei was gasping for air, sweat pouring down his face. He said breathlessly, Why, ... Why do we have to run? Just as he finished, Lei Zongshan spun around. His face was a mask of fury as he roared, You idiot, we have to flee the scene of the crime. What if someone saw us kill Qin Nan? That would be a huge problem. Hu Fei thought for a moment, then nodded. Right, that makes sense. Suddenly, a figure appeared from behind, slowly approaching them as a voice called out, Wait, stop. Miao Feifeng turned and asked, What is it? Boss, Lei Zongshan replied, We've run far enough. Let's rest for a bit. We can kill a few more demonic beasts while we're at it. Just enough to keep our scores from getting us eliminated. As soon as he finished, Miao Feifeng started laying on the flattery. The boss is absolutely right. I knew I wasn't wrong to follow you. Amidst the lush, green forest and its giant trees, the atmosphere felt desolate and dark. Suddenly, the sound of a dry branch snapping underfoot echoed through the clearing. Hearing the noise, Lei Zongshan startled, thinking someone was there. He said nervously, Huh. He then raised his voice. Who is it? Show yourself. From within the bushes, Qin Nan and Xiao Bai emerged. He looked at Lei Zongshan's group and asked a simple question. The antidote, fatty? Seeing that Qin Nan was perfectly fine after their ambush, Miao Feifeng exclaimed, Qin Nan, you're actually not dead. With this kind of main character plot armor, how could he possibly die so early? But Qin Nan ignored his words. The only thing on his mind was the safety of his savior. With Yun Man on his shoulder, Xiao Bai let out an annoyed meow. Qin Nan, however, remained calm. He held out his hand towards Lei Zongshan and repeated, The antidote. The man's expression was a mix of confusion and arrogance. The fat Miao Feifeng puffed out his chest and declared, The antidote is on us. But it seems you've come back to life. In that case, you can just die a second time, Lei Zongshan said with a triumphant smirk to his two cronies. The poison in Qin Nan's body hasn't been fully cleared. The three of us are more than enough to finish him. But Miao Feifeng seemed to realize something was wrong. He wondered, Wait a minute. Hu Fei, where did that brat go? Just then, Hu Fei appeared from behind Qin Nan, preparing a sneak attack. He roared, Qin Nan, I haven't settled the score with you from last time. Now's my chance. Die for me! But with his vast experience and swift movements, Qin Nan easily dodged Hu Fei's cowardly attack. Yet, even as he dodged, his face suddenly turned pale and rigid. He hunched over, clutching his body tightly. He was finally realizing the true danger of the poison Yun Man had warned him about. Panic began to set in. Just by circulating my energy once, the poison flared up again. Seeing him in pain, Hu Fei flashed a wicked grin, like a cat that had cornered a mouse, his voice dripping with contempt. Ha 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 ha. Qin Nan, you really haven't recovered. I've finally defeated you. This guy was truly something else. He hadn't even swung his sword yet and was already declaring victory. Seeing Qin Nan in a weakened state, Xiao Bai asked from his shoulder, Hey mortal, are you all right? Do you need this great one to help you? Hearing a cat offer to help for the first time, he could only let out a dry chuckle. Qin Nan's tone was dismissive. He shot back at Xiao Bai. You'd be doing great if you could just catch a mouse. What makes you think you can fight a person? Its abilities scorned. The cat screeched in fury. What did you just say? The fat cat, now enraged, leaped from his shoulder. Xiao Bai licked its paws and then made a declaration. Mortal, you have successfully angered me. Now, witness my true power. If this were a romance novel, the cat would probably be saying, Darling, you've finally captured my attention. Now, let me stay by your side. Hearing the conversation between the man and the cat, the fat Miao burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, Qin Nan, Are you okay? Sending a cat to fight. You're a real comedian, my friend. But as the old saying goes, he who laughs, laughs best. Laugh while you still can. The cat's pride was officially wounded. Its face hardened, and its entire body levitated into the air. Streams of purple magic enveloped its body, and a fiery transformation began. From a chubby little cat, it morphed into a tiger, a heavenly thunder-white tiger, bearing its long fangs and razor-sharp claws. Seeing this spectacle, Hufei's face contorted in fear, his eyebrows furrowed and veins popping. Sweat poured down his face like rain. He couldn't believe his eyes. What? What is that thing in its mouth? How is this possible? Once he confirmed the sight before him was real, goosebumps covered his skin. Unable to hide his terror, his voice trembled. What is this monster? How could he call such a magnificent transformation a monster? After witnessing Xiao Bai morph into a colossal tiger, Qin Nan turned to his own ancestor spirit and asked, Ancestor, what? What is this? Qin Nan's ancestor materialized and replied, Kid, in this vast world, there is no shortage of strange things. This cat is not simple. It may not even be a creature of this world. However, it appears to be partially sealed, a very rare sight. You must be careful. Hearing this, Qin Nan couldn't hide his shock. His jaw hanging open. A realization dawned on him, and he felt incredibly lucky he hadn't truly angered it. This little guy was a terrifyingly powerful being. Good thing I didn't provoke that creature! Meanwhile, the fatty from the Miao clan, though shaking in his boots, puffed up his chest and yelled at Qin Nan, Come out and face me yourself! A monster cat that only catches mice. What use is that? At Miao Fifing's insult, Xiao Bai bird its razor-sharp fangs. A vibrant, magical aura began to swirl around its body. It growled, its voice laced with menace. You worthless scum! What did you just say? The fatty instantly broke out in a cold sweat, but he stubbornly clung to his foolish logic. Why yes, cats are supposed to catch mice, aren't they? Driven mad by the man's sheer stupidity, Xiao Bai had enough. With a single breath of demonic energy, it devoured him whole. The fatty was sent to the afterlife in an instant. After its meal, the troublesome mouth was finally silenced. A look of pure satisfaction spread across Xiao Bai's face, a wide grin forming. Its meal finished, Xiao Bai had terrified the remaining two thugs. It then reverted to its smaller, more talkative form. Our little sovereign snapped impatiently. Where is the antidote? Having witnessed a man devoured whole, Lei Tongfeng's legs gave out. He collapsed to the ground in a heap. Trembling uncontrollably, he stammered out in terror. The antidote. Please, don't eat me. Seeing the vial in the man's hand, Qin Nan snatched it away. Qin Nan decided to mess with him a little. Judging by its look, it's still hungry. You're a dead man. Even though he was only joking. The man's heart surely stopped for a moment. Back in its kitten form, Xiao Bai nonchalantly began grooming its pristine white fur. It then declared, Get lost. This young master has no appetite today. That snack was enough. As if pulled from the abyss, Lei Tongfeng was overjoyed. He scrambled to kowtow before Xiao Bai, thanking it profusely. Thank you! Great one! Thank you. Our little sovereign looked pleased, its tail wagging non-stop. His life spared, Lei Tongfeng bolted without a second thought. But Qin Nan wasn't satisfied with that outcome. He asked, Master Bai, you're just letting him get away. Humph. Xiao Bai scowled at Qin Nan's misunderstanding. Listen here, boy. Get this through your head. I was saving Meng Yun, not acting as your personal executioner. Qin Nan broke into a nervous sweat. He didn't like it, but he was powerless. He was completely terrified of this little sovereign's might. All he could do was mutter, Yes, master. But he made a mental note. Never, ever get on this cat's bad side. Otherwise, he'd end up as a meal, with not even a bone left behind. With the antidote secured, Qin Nan rushed back to Meng Yun's side. He gently helped her sit up and carefully gave her the pill. As she swallowed it, Meng Yun's ruby-red eyes slowly fluttered open. Coming to her senses, she frowned in confusion. What happened to me? Qin Nan explained softly. You were poisoned trying to save me. Xiao Bai and I went together to find the antidote for you. Hearing this, a small smile graced her lips. So, you brat, you do have a conscience after all. You actually came back to save me. Still, I'm just glad you're safe. You didn't let down, Sister Bu. Qin Nan was taken aback. He immediately questioned her. Hearing Bu Ka's name, wait, Buku sent you to help me. It seems that beyond wealth, lineage, and wisdom, having the right connections is a powerful talent in itself. In a moment of carelessness, Meng Yun had let the secret slip. She froze in panic, her mind screaming. It's over. I said it out loud. She quickly tried to change the subject. Ahem, the powerful demonic beasts have mostly been dealt with. You should head back. I'll be fine on my own. The blue sky began to bleed into shades of pink as clouds drifted by. A deacon's voice echoed through the area. All disciples, the demonic beast hunt has now concluded. Return to the sect and report your results immediately. You must all be back before nightfall. Qin Nan glanced up at the evening sky. Indeed, the day was drawing to a close. Turning to Meng Yun, Qin Nan clasped his hands in gratitude. Once again, I thank you for your assistance. Since you seem to be all right now, I will honor your request and return to the sect. She watched as Qin Nan's figure slowly disappeared into the distance. Perched on her shoulder, Xiao Bai asked, Meng Yun, what do you think of that boy? She crossed her arms and gave her assessment. Well, he's pathetically weak. I don't see a bright future for him. Hearing her dismissive answer, Xiao Bai offered its own perspective. I don't see it that way at all. A moment ago, I sensed his innate spiritual talent. It's a talent that might just be peerless in this world. This declaration left Meng Yun utterly stunned. She stared back in complete disbelief. She pointed in the direction he had gone, her face a mask of doubt. She muttered, What? Peerless in this world? You mean that boy? Xiao Bai added another bombshell to prove its point. Yes, he possesses a perfect affinity with all 5 elements. How many people have you met with that kind of gift? Xiao Bai's words sent a shockwave through her. She was so startled, she knocked Xiao Bai right off her shoulder. She yelled, What? That boy has an affinity for all 5 elements. Xiao Bai landed with a thud, quickly picking itself up and wiping its face. It sighed, glad it hadn't just lost one of its lives. All right, calm down. Sit down before you hurt yourself. The poison hasn't been completely neutralized yet. Heeding its words, Meng Yun sat down, her mind racing as she began to murmur. A single elemental affinity is common. Those with dual affinities are already hailed as geniuses. Triple affinities are heaven-defying talents, but to possess all 5, that's a 1 in a million prodigy. There are no words to describe such a gift. Xiao Bai continued its assessment. That is why I say he is peerless. For that boy, the term is a perfect fit. If he can master his 5 elemental gifts on the path of cultivation, he could very well shatter the very limits of this world. She continued to ponder, clicking her tongue. Incredible. This isn't simple at all. No wonder Han Buku holds that boy in such high regard. Xiao Bai stretched out languidly. However, despite his talent, that boy's luck is terrible. I suspect he won't live for much longer. The statement came out of nowhere, causing Meng Yun to whip her head around in shock. What? He's going to die. The sky was a serene blue, with clouds drifting lazily above the trees. Sunlight trickled through the canopy, dappling the forest floor. Far away, disciples had gathered before a grand stage, waiting for the results to be announced by the figure standing there. The demonic beast trial has come to a successful conclusion. Below, the crowd listened with bated breath. Among them, Buku stood beside Meng Yun, thinking, based on Qin Nan's current strength, His performance should be quite impressive. In another corner, Luozi wore a smug, contemptuous smirk, his own schemes already churning in his mind. That little brat. He actually killed 2 of my men. It seems you're not the only one feeling the pressure. As a dark expression clouded Loi Tungthin's face. With a worried frown, the chief official on stage continued to announce the results. Topping the leaderboard were Taiyan Kwang, Du Keep, and Hintyu Lu. As the names were read, a wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. Du Keep turned to Taiyan Kwang, asking, "What's going on?" Tan Nam took down a heavenly tiger. His score should be way higher than ours, shouldn't it? Even Hintyu Lu was stunned when she heard the ranking. She agreed. Exactly. And he possesses those shocking dual attributes. With that kind of power, how could his score possibly be lower than ours? Hearing this, Taiyan Kwang gloated. HMP. This is merely the will of the heavens. Even though we didn't slay the heavenly tiger, the top spot is still ours. So what if Tan Nam possesses incredible talent? In the end, isn't he still crushed beneath our feet? Taiyan Kwang's words sent Du Keep into a fit of triumphant laughter as he eagerly played along. Brother Kwang is right. That brat has been ground into the dust beneath us. In a moment, I'll personally go make Tan Nam kneel before me. Then I'll claim his family's treasured saber for our collection. Standing behind the crowd, Tan Nam was utterly baffled by the results. I've killed over 100 demonic beasts, and I even slew a young heavenly thunder tiger. There's no way my score is lower than those 3. What in the world is going on? Is there some kind of foul play? With Tan Nam's talent, there's no way he's weaker than them, Han Batcock said, his brows furrowed. Beside him, Man Van was just as confused. She agreed. That's right, Sister Batcock. That kid has real power, far greater than those arrogant thugs. A result like this makes no sense. On the stage, the announcer continued his proclamation. The names of the top 100 participants have now been announced. Next, we will reveal the special rewards. A Huang rank, 1st grade Windflame Sword Manual, and 1 Fan rank, 3rd grade Fire Spirit Crystal, and 10 Spirit Origin Pills. The moment he finished, the entire square erupted in chaos. Someone couldn't help but curse out loud from the shock. A Huang rank 1st grade sword manual. That must be the most valuable prize of all. Another person chimed in. Indeed, Huang rank martial arts are usually reserved for the inner sect. And now they're giving one away as a prize. Double quotes ... for an outer sect disciples trial. Whoever gets that and masters it will surely be the first to ascend to the inner sect. Taiyan Kwang declared with supreme arrogance. Look, all of these rewards belong to us. They are what we rightfully deserve. At his side, Du Keep was already busy dividing the spoils. Brother Kwang, you take the sword manual. Tu, Lu and I will split the rest. Taiyan Kwang waved his hand with a grin. Ah, my good brother. How could I take this sword manual for myself? You should be the one to have it. Your primary weapon is a saber, but switching to a sword art wouldn't be difficult for you. Hearing this, Du Keep rubbed his head and laughed. Bash! Hey! Thank you, Brother Kwang. In that case, it would be rude of me to refuse. Standing nearby, Tan Nam listened as the 3 of them divided up the rewards. Righteous fury burned within him. Those rewards should have been his. Suddenly, the old ancestor appeared before him, saying, Kid, that Windflame Sword Manual can be devoured by your Asura Sword Art. Once it's successfully devoured, the power of your Asura Sword Art will increase by at least 30%. You absolutely must obtain it. The old ancestor's words left him stunned. Old ancestor, the Asura Sword Art can devour other sword manuals? Why didn't you tell me this sooner? Seeing his expression, the old ancestor flared up in anger. What do you think you've been practicing with ... double quotes ... all this time? Huh? They were all worthless. Trash tier sword arts. This is the first time you've ever encountered a Huang rank sword manual? Of course, I could only tell you now. Seeing the old ancestor's fury, Tan Nam quickly backed down with a smile. You're right, old ancestor. The fan rank arts I practiced before were all garbage. I agree. The old ancestor turned away, but glanced back with a final warning. Hurry up and figure out a way to get it. If your luck is good, you might even boost the Asura sword arts power to a peak of 50%. Tanem's face hardened with resolve as he clenched his fist. 50%. I will definitely get my hands on that sword manual. The old ancestor reappeared, patting his shoulder. Also, that fan rank, 3rd grade fire spirit crystal, you must get that as well. It can increase the fire attribute spirit energy in your body, which will be a great benefit to your cultivation. Hearing his master's words, he replied, Yes, I will follow all of your instructions. Old ancestor, I will find a way to obtain it. The old ancestor stroked his beard. Ahem. And also those 10 spirit origin pills. They are excellent medicine for replenishing spiritual power. Before he could finish, Qin Nan couldn't help but sigh, cutting him off. Old ancestor, you might as well just tell me to get everything. Annoyed by the complaints, the old ancestor whacked him on the head as he scolded, HMP, isn't it because these things are vital for you that I have to explain every single detail? Qin Nan clasped his hands respectfully. Old ancestor, I understand now. I will definitely follow your guidance and obtain them all. Only then did the old ancestor nod in satisfaction, stroking his beard. Humph. Now I can rest easy. Seeing Qin Nan smiling in the crowd, Lakta sneered inwardly. Qin Nan. Oh, Qin Nan. You can still manage to smile right now. You have no idea. ... What kind of fate is about to befall you? You're like a frog slowly boiling in a pot. How utterly ridiculous. Lakta and the chief official exchanged a look, sharing a faint, scheming smile. It was clear a conspiracy was about to unfold. The chief official announced from the stage. The 300 names on this list are the ones who have passed this trial. As for the other 700, you are all eliminated. You can all go home now. The words sent a shockwave through the crowd. What? Eliminated just like that? I've only been in the sect for a few days. Out of more than 1,000 people, only 300 remain. That elimination rate is far too high. Some of the teams who made the cut breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Our team just barely made it in at 100th place. We were almost cut. Suddenly, from within the crowd, Qin Nan raised his hand high. Chief official, have you perhaps forgotten about me? Your list only accounts for 1,000 people. What about my results? Announce them now. Hearing this, the chief official let out a sarcastic laugh. I was just about to address your case, and now you've conveniently brought it up yourself. So, I will tell you, the chief official pointed a finger directly at him. You are not on the list of those who have been eliminated. Hearing this, Qin Nan replied, if I'm not on the elimination list, then that means I passed. Qin Nan, you are also not on the list of those who passed. The trial was a success, but the presiding official's voice echoed with a sudden, shocking twist. His baffling words made Qin Nan's brow furrow in suspicion. Then I asked the presiding official, ... where do I stand? Instantly, the official's expression twisted with malice. He pointed a finger straight at Qin Nan and roared. This brat, Qin Nan, brazenly cheated during the trial. His actions are utterly shameful and set a terrible example. After careful deliberation, I have made my final decision. Qin Nan is to be expelled from the great Yan sect. He is banished for life, never to set foot in our sect again. Defy this order, and you will be executed on sight. Stunned, Qin Nan demanded. Then please, presiding official, tell me this. What exactly was my act of cheating? The official sneered with utter contempt. Humph. During the trial, you used some sort of unknown pill to lure over 100 demonic beasts right to your feet. If that isn't cheating, what is? A wave of murmurs and disbelief swept through the crowd. No wonder the number of spirit beasts seemed so low. So they all ran straight to Qin Nan. I refuse to accept this. The trial rules never forbade the use of such a pill. How can you arbitrarily declare it as cheating? Han Buke stepped forward, his voice booming. Seeing this, Luozi interjected with a sly, mocking tone. Deacon Han, even if you favor him, you cannot shield him from his crimes. Using such a pill is cheating. The presiding official himself has declared it so. Are you calling him a liar? The confrontation escalated as Han Buke challenged the official directly. If you accuse Qin Nan of cheating, you must present proof. You cannot expel a disciple from the sect based on mere words alone. I, Han Buke, will be the first to object. And I am not alone. The disciples below will not accept this injustice. Hearing this, the crowd roared in agreement. We object. That's right. Qin Nan is our most brilliant disciple, an example for us all. How can he be branded a cheater without cause? Show us the proof. Show us the proof. Seeing the situation turn against him, the official fumed. Humph. The adjudicator from the Flame Pavilion personally told me that Qin Nan cheated. How could that be a lie? If any of you have an issue, take it up with the Flame Pavilion in the inner sect. The crowd fell silent, hesitating. The inner sect. Who would dare? It was better to just let it go. Han Buke crossed his arms, unintimidated. If that's the case, then tell us, presiding official, which adjudicator from the Flame Pavilion was it who spoke to you? I will go to the Intersex Flame Pavilion and confront them myself. Faced with her unwavering resolve, the official grew nervous, rubbing the back of his neck. He stammered, well, that is... ... Single quotes. Suddenly, another figure stepped forward. Deacon Han, the authority of the Flame Pavilion is absolute. How can mere outer sect disciples like us dare to question it? Everyone knows the Flame Pavilion was personally established by our own sect master, ... to oversee all sect affairs and examinations. By showing doubt towards the Flame Pavilion ... You are also showing doubt towards the sect master himself. Is that not the ultimate sign of disrespect? Are you not afraid of being expelled for such treason? Luo Zi cut in, coming to the official's rescue. Finding an ally, the official's confidence returned. Exactly. To question the Flame Pavilion is to disrespect the sect master. I could go to the inner sect right now and petition the elders to have you thrown out. Get out of the great Yan sect. Watching this perfectly coordinated act. As Luo Zi and the official leveled their baseless accusations, Han Buke seethed with rage. Humph! What a fine display of disrespecting the sect. Just who do you think you're threatening? Suddenly, Yan Zhouying, the Peak Lord of Z Peak, appeared. COFFING at the groundless claims made by Luo Zi and the official. Meanwhile, watching the drama unfold, Zhang Zhangshan decided things weren't chaotic enough. With a loud slam, he rose to his feet. Facing Yan Zhao and Han Buke, Zhang Zhangshan spoke with a strange, condescending tone. Well. Does the Peak Lord of Z-Peak also wish to shield? A disciple for such outrageous behavior. I'm warning you. I could easily take this matter before the Council of Elders and have you impeached. They'd have enough cause to strip you of your Peak Lord title. Yan Zhao's brow twitched slightly. Zhang Zhangshan, feel free to go before the elders. I, Yan Zhao, certainly won't stand in your way. I'd be curious to hear what the great elder has to say about this. That's enough. A voice cut through the chaos. Everyone turned in surprise as Qin Nan stepped forward, his voice firm. This is my burden to bear alone. No one else needs to be involved. I once heard that the great Yan sect was a renowned power in the southern domain, but seeing it today, I see. It was all just an overblown reputation. If this sect is run by such petty, conniving individuals, then I have no reason to stay. He spoke without a shred of hesitation. He took his disciple token and threw it to the ground. This great Yan sect, I, Qin Nan, don't want it. With those Final words. He turned and walked away without a single glance back. Han Buke watched him go, calling out his name. She let out a long sigh, lamenting her wasted efforts. My sword manual. What a waste. A true pity. Watching the scene unfold, Meng Yun remarked to the little white creature on his shoulder, "Ha! And here I thought this Qin Nan was destined for greatness. It seems he's nothing special after all. Isn't that right, Xiao Bai?" The creature gave a soft hum of agreement. A sinister grin spread across Luozi's face as he muttered, "Qin Nan, I told you before. You either die in the Great Yan sect, .. Single quotes. Single quotes. ... Or you get thrown out. And now, I, Luo Jia, have succeeded. In the end, you're nothing but a loser who fell at my feet." He then turned to Lei Zongshan and Miao Fishang, giving them a dark order. Wait for Qin Nan to leave the sect gates, then take some men and make sure he disappears. Permanently. This will be vengeance for Hu Fei. Hearing the command, Lei Zongshan replied, "Rest assured, Deacon, I will bring you back his head." Elsewhere, a master and disciple stood on a high perch, ... looking down upon a complex of ancient, tiled rooftops. Far below, a lone figure could be seen walking away. Both of their gazes were fixed on that tiny silhouette. The scene shifts to the young disciple. She cries out, "Qin Nan cannot be expelled from the sect." She immediately dropped to her knees, pleading with her master. "Master, I beg you, please reveal yourself and save Qin Nan. You heard everything just now. There are people who want to destroy him. Now that he's been cast out of the sect ... His life is surely in grave danger." The master, radiating a brilliant aura, replied, "I am the great elder of the inner sect. How can I simply reveal myself in the outer sect? It would cause an uproar if word got out." The disciple pleaded, "Master, if I cannot beg you, then who can I turn to? If you refuse my plea, single quotes, then I will kneel here today and never rise." Her master advised with a serene expression, "My disciple, matters of the heart should not be taken so lightly. But since you have pleaded with such sincerity, ... It's not that I can't help you, but there are conditions," he mused to himself. "It is possible, and this is the first time my little disciple has ever fancied someone, if she promises me she'll cultivate diligently." Hearing this, his young disciple spoke up. "Master, please state your request. Your disciple will accomplish anything you ask." The master replied, "Very well. I'll help you with this, but you must promise me one thing in return. From this day forward, you will cultivate seriously at the Great Yan Mountain's Naishan Peak." From her kneeling position, the disciple declared with conviction, "I promise you, Master, from now on, I will dedicate myself to my cultivation at the Great Yan Mountain's Naishan Peak. I won't take a single step away." Stroking his beard, the master nodded. "Good! Since you've finally agreed to your master's wish to cultivate diligently. It truly wasn't easy. I shall reveal myself and help Qin Nan. As for you, remain here. Do not cause any trouble without my command." With that said, he soared into the sky with a flick of his sleeves. The young disciple called down from above, "Qin Nan, this is all I can do to help you. From the heavens." The master's voice boomed like thunder. "Qin Nan, halt!" He immediately stopped and turned as a figure descended from the clouds, carrying the unmistakable aura of a supreme expert. It was none other than Ye Ruyun's master. Qin Nan's mind raced, instantly assessing the man. He could ride the very air itself, and his voice echoed like a great bell. This was clearly a grand master whose true power was impossibly deep. The scene shifted, revealing 4 sect elders, their faces now ashen with shock. One of them stammered, "The Great Elder. The Great Elder has arrived." Before the majestic sect gates, every disciple dropped to their knees as one, their voices thundering. "We pay our respects to the Great Elder." Standing to the side, Qin Nan couldn't help but marvel. So this is the legendary Great Elder of the inner sect. An aura of this magnitude is no laughing matter. The Great Elder's expression was like ice as he fixed his gaze on Qin Nan. Qin Nan, how audacious. You know I am the great elder of the inner sect, and yet you still refuse to kneel. But Qin Nan was not one to be intimidated. His retort was sharp. First, I am no longer a disciple of the great Yan sect. Therefore, I have no obligation to kneel. He tilted his head, his sharp comeback continuing. And second, from what I understand, you are the great elder of the inner sect, the one who upholds all the laws of the sect. Yet a gaping loophole was exploited in the outer sect trial, and such a mistake happened right under your watch. Such negligence is not worthy of my respect. Hearing this, the great elder's face darkened, his voice laced with immense pressure. Not worthy of your respect. In all my years in the great Yan sect, no one has ever dared to be so insolent. If you cannot provide a third reason, I will personally send you to the afterlife. Yet Qin Nan remained unbowed, his voice ringing with confidence. A man of honor, standing tall and righteous, kneels only to his parents. He does not bow to anyone else. This time, a flash of surprise crossed the great elder's face. He stepped closer and then burst into laughter. Ha! Not bad. Not bad at all. This young man has some spirit. Qin Nan didn't flinch, stepping forward to meet his gaze. The great elder sized him up before declaring, "Young man, until I have clarified this entire affair, you are still a disciple, of the great Yan sect, and you are forbidden to leave. You will return with me." Seizing the opportunity, Qin Nan immediately bowed. In that case, this Qin Nan offers his sincere thanks to the great elder in advance. The great elder then turned to the supervising steward, his gaze as sharp as a blade. "You claim Qin Nan cheated. Do you have any proof?" The steward's face went white as a sheet. He hurriedly replied, "Great elder, the official referee of this demon beast trial told me himself." Hearing this, the great elder's commanding presence filled the air. He crossed his arms and ordered, "If that is so, then summon the referee here at once. I will interrogate him personally." At those words, the steward's face grew even paler, cold sweat pouring down his back. "Why, yes, of course, I'll relay the order immediately." Watching from a corner, Luozi smirked inwardly. The great elder is investigating this himself. This could be the perfect opportunity. A moment later, a servant rushed forward, panting, "Great elder, the referees have arrived." The great elder's icy gaze swept over the two newcomers as he asked coldly, "Are you the referees who were responsible for recording today's trial?" The two answered in unison, "Yes, we are." The two referees bowed respectfully. "We greet the great elder." He wasted no time, getting straight to the point. Then, about Qin Nan's case. "Tell everyone what you saw. If you dare to lie, you'll be stripped of your position and punished severely." The male referee stepped forward and began to recount calmly. "My junior sister and I observed the trial from beginning to end. During the trial, Qin Nan used a medicinal herb to lure demon beasts, attracting a swarm of over 100. After Qin Nan hunted down these 100 beasts, his accumulated points would guarantee him the #1 rank." The moment he finished speaking, his junior sister quickly added, "Everything my senior brother said is the absolute truth. I would swear on my very life." The great elder listened, then questioned them sharply. "Then why are you so certain Qin Nan cheated, according to the rules of the great Yan sect? Is there any article that forbids the use of herbs to attract demon beasts?" One of the referees quickly spoke up. "Great elder, the duty of a referee is simply to record events objectively and report what happened. We do not pass judgment." As he spoke, he shot a pointed look at the supervising steward, his expression turning grim. "The responsibility of reaching a verdict lies with the trial's supervisor." The steward stood frozen, completely stunned. He stammered in panic, this. Inwardly, he was cussing up a storm. "I spent a fortune to bribe you, and you betray me when it matters most? What a treacherous ally!" Luozi, standing nearby, gritted his teeth in fury. "Damn it all. So in the end, I can't even rely on this spineless referee." The great elder stroked his beard, turning his piercing gaze back to the steward. What is the meaning of this? As the supervisor of this trial, how do you explain your actions? The man scrambled for an excuse. It is true that the Great Yan sect has no specific rule. Double quotes, ... forbidding the use of auxiliary herb, but his actions were a great detriment to the other disciples. It was completely unfair. The great elder sneered. Humph, fairness. In this world, where the strong devour the weak, fairness is merely an excuse used by the powerless. He then turned his attention to Qin Nan. Tell everyone what kind of medicinal herb you used. Yes, Qin Nan replied. The item I used was a white beast pill, which I refined myself. A glittering, amber-colored pill flew from Qin Nan's palm, he explained. When crushed, it releases its essence, emitting a fragrant scent that lured spirit beasts. The amber pill was shrouded in an ethereal mist. The Grand Elder accepted the pill, his eyes wide with unconcealed astonishment. A 5th-grade mortal beast pill. Did you refine this yourself? He thought silently. It's rare for an outer disciple to even practice alchemy, and those who do usually only manage 3rd or 4th-grade pills. For Qin Nan to refine a 5th-grade pill. Could he be a genius, descended from the heavens? With that, he turned to scold the supervising steward. As a steward, your most crucial duty is to assess the disciple's innate abilities. Yet Qin Nan, an outer disciple, managed to refine a 5th-grade mortal pill, which is a sign of extraordinary talent. The Grand Elder pointed, his voice filled with fury. Furthermore, before attracting 100 spirit beasts, Qin Nan stood resolute against hundreds of his peers, which is also incredibly rare. This is an outstanding disciple. Yet you wanted to expel him from the sect. How is this not a catastrophic failure of your duty? The steward was so terrified he dropped to his knees, his face drained of all color, as he tried to argue that Qin Nan had hidden his abilities too well. Seeing the situation spiral, Lu signaled his co-conspirator, the referee. This is bad. Stick to the plan. Don't let him keep talking. The referee nodded in understanding and stepped forward, bowing. Grand Elder, there is one more thing to report. The elder waved his hands sternly. Speak. The man bowed his head with an air of mystery. During the spirit beast trial, Qin Nan murdered 2 fellow disciples. The words struck the Grand Elder like a bolt of lightning. What? Luoke crossed his arms with a smirk, thinking, it's over for Qin Nan. The great sects forbid the killing of one's own. This was a fatal blow. The referee continued his dramatic performance. I personally witnessed Lei Rongshan and Hu Fei being slain by Qin Nan. Their bodies are gone without a trace. He pointed behind him with a facade of grief. Miao Feiping was on their team. He can serve as a witness. All eyes fell upon Miao Feiping. He stepped forward, his face a mask of profound grief. Grand Elder, every word the referee said is true. I watched with my own eyes as Qin Nan killed my 2 teammates. Not even their bodies remain. His methods are truly ruthless. The Grand Elder was cornered. The sect's rules could not be broken, and in front of so many disciples, he couldn't show leniency to Qin Nan. But he had made a promise to Yayun. After a moment's thought, he turned to Qin Nan. Did you kill them? Qin Nan answered without hesitation. I killed no one. The 3 of them were the ones who tried to murder me. Miao Feiping exploded with rage, pointing directly at Qin Nan. Both the referee and I can testify against you. How dare you still try to argue? Qin Nan sneered, his eyes flashing as he shot back. I haven't even settled the score with you for the poison incident. And now you frame me with false accusations. Have you lived long enough? Seeing his chance, the steward added fuel to the fire. Grand Elder, just look at him. Murder is a grave crime. Yet even in your presence, he still threatens to kill. He must have murdered those 2 disciples. Sect law dictates a life for a life. Lei Rongshan chimed in. Yes, a life for a life. Luoke didn't miss his chance either. This disciple also believes we should follow the sect's regulations and handle this matter accordingly. Execute Qin Nan. A life for a life. Qin Nan drew his sword, his aura erupting. I'd like to see who dares, he thought. If they truly intend to kill me now, I'll make sure to drag a few of them down with me. Just then, Han Bukuo suddenly spoke up. Grand Elder. She stood protectively in front of Qin Nan, hastily explaining, Qin Nan would never kill anyone. I implore the Grand Elder to investigate clearly. The Grand Elder stroked his beard, his eyes deep in thought. From above, Ye Ruyun watched with anxiety. Qin Nan, you have to be okay. Down below, Zimeng, who was holding Little White, couldn't help but curse under his breath. HMPH, a bunch of despicable cowards. Seeing someone interfere, the steward barked. You little blonde brat, how dare you be so insolent? Zimeng shrugged, exposing them coldly. What? Did I say something wrong? You hold power in your hands. Yet you freely twist black and white to frame Qin Nan. The steward scoffed. Fine. You claim it's a frame-up. Then, do you have any proof that Qin Nan didn't kill them? If not, your words are meaningless. Not only that, we will also punish you for the crime of disrespecting an elder. Zimeng turned to the cat, Little White. It's your turn. The cat leaped down, its voice filled with contempt. HMPH. Humans are so troublesome. With that, it transformed into a gigantic beast, opened its mouth, and swallowed Lei Rongshanen Hufei before shrinking back to its original form. After being spat out, the two were covered in saliva, looking around in a daze. Where, are we? Everyone crowded around to look, their faces a picture of confusion. The steward shouted, Those two disciples, they're not dead. Zimeng smirked to himself. Let's see how you continue this act. The referee was just as terrified. They're not dead. From the stage, the Grand Elder pointed at the two resurrected men. You two, report immediately. What exactly happened? Lei Rongshan and Hu Fei glanced at each other, cold sweat pouring down their faces. They dropped to their knees and reported, Grand Elder, we were swallowed by that spirit beast. After that, we were engulfed by darkness. Our consciousness faded, and we can't remember anything else. Until we were spat out. The Grand Elder turned and roared at the referee. What kind of referee are you? How could you fail to see the truth of the matter? What is the point of wearing that spirit eye on your head? The man thought in terror. If I confess now, I might have a chance to live. If I keep covering this up, I'm finished. With that, he immediately knelt. It was my negligence. I begged the Grand Elder for punishment. The Elder roared in anger. HMPH. Then I find you guilty of dereliction of duty. You are stripped of your position as referee. Your spirit eye will be confiscated, and you will serve your sentence in the Great Flame Prison. Hearing this, the man gritted his teeth in despair. Take my spirit eye. It took me over a decade in the Great Flame Sect to obtain it. How can you just take it away? He glanced over at the two stewards. He thought, man proposes, but heaven disposes. I have only myself to blame. The two men felt his gaze and had a terrible premonition. Could it be? He's going to expose us. As they feared, the referee began his last-minute reversal. Grand Elder, if I tell the truth, can you reduce my sentence? The Grand Elder stroked his beard. Perhaps. Speak! The referee confessed everything through my spirit eye. I saw that Qin Nan was not the murderer. It was Hu Fei, Lei Rongshang, and Miao Feiping. The three of them used a poison arrow to ambush Qin Nan, but he was saved by Zhu Meng's spirit pad. It swallowed two of them, while Miao Feiping managed to escape. After hearing this, the Grand Elder turned to the two kneeling figures and bellowed, Have the three of you confessed your crimes? A terrified Tian Miao Feiping clutched Deacon Luo's hand, pleading, Deacon Luo, you have to save me. Deacon Luo's brow furrowed. Just confess to everything. Don't worry. Once you're in the Great Flame Sack's dungeon, I have my ways of getting you out. Tian Miao Feiping grit his teeth. I hope you don't go back on your word. Deacon, if you can't get us out, I'll make sure everyone knows you ordered us to kill Qin Nan. With that said, he stepped forward without hesitation to confess. As Deacon Luo watched, his eyes flashed with a murderous glint. How dare he threaten me? A man must look out for himself, or be destroyed by the heavens. Once you're in that dungeon, I'll make sure you disappear forever. Tianmia. Fiping knelt down. Great Elder, Qin Nan stole all of our spirit beasts. That's why we were driven to the thought of killing him. We begged the Great Elder to punish us. Seeing this, Lei Rongshan had no choice but to follow his lead and confess his guilt. Don't we even get a chance to explain? Hu Fei also grit his teeth. If this is how it is, then Fiping is right. We intended to kill him. Please punish us, Great Elder. The Great Elder waved his hand. Very well. Since you have confessed, the truth is clear. Hu Fei, Miao Fiping, Lei Rongshan, you three will be imprisoned in the Great Flame Dungeon for 3 years. The adjudicator, though stripped of his rank, cooperated truthfully. He will be imprisoned for 1 year. The arrested group collectively thanked him. Our thanks to the Great Elder. The other 2 deacons breathed a sigh of relief. Thank heavens. He didn't expose us. But before they could celebrate, the Great Elder turned, and a cold sweat drenched their backs. The Great Elder continued. The Arbiter also failed in his duties and abused his power. He is stripped of his title. He will be imprisoned in the Great Flame Dungeon for 1 year. The Arbiter collapsed backward, muttering, It's over. It's all over. As justice was served, the villains were dragged away. Deacon Han smiled brightly. Qin Nan has been cleared. This is wonderful. Meng Yun also looked pleased. Humph, you little brat, you owe me a big favor for this one. High in the clouds, Yi Ruyun celebrated silently. Qin Nan, as long as you're safe, I can be at ease. It was then that Qin Nan finally spoke. Seeing the Great Elder enforce justice so impartially today has restored my faith in the Great Flame Sect. The old man laughed heartily, stroking his beard. This is merely my duty as the Great Elder. There's no need for flattery, young man. As he turned, he met the dark, stormy gaze of Deacon Luo. Qin Nan grit his teeth. Luo Zi, you failed to kill me, and your pawns didn't expose you. But I, Qin, swear I will kill you one day. Luo Zi shot back with equal venom, HMPH. It seems I underestimated a worm like you. You actually managed to break my promise of kicking you out of the sect in 3 days. It looks like I'll have to get a little more serious with you. Their gazes clashed like lightning, igniting a silent war. With matters settled, the Great Elder announced, All right, today's disturbance is now at an end. The first place spot for points should belong to Qin Nan. Does anyone have any objections? The Peak Masters replied in unison. No objections. The disciples below roared, Great Elder, we have no objections either. Hearing this, he waved his hand. Good. Since no one objects, the first place prize will be awarded to Qin Nan. 3 people brought the rewards forward, and a pink-haired girl introduced them. A 1st grade yellow rank, wind flame, sword art, 1 3rd grade, fire spirit, crystal, and 10 spirit origin pills. Receiving his spoils, Qin Nan beamed with satisfaction. Perfect! All of today's rewards are mine. My strength is about to get a major upgrade. The old ancestor appeared, patting his shoulder with praise. Excellent work, my boy. With these rewards, you have a chance to break through to the 2nd level of the Dao entry realm. The Great Elder also spoke. Qin Nan, your talent is quite impressive. If you can secure the #1 rank among the outer sect disciples, I can personally bring you into the inner sect. The crowd below erupted in an uproar. The Great Elder is personally recruiting him, a chance to enter the inner sect. This is unprecedented. Qin Nan replied joyfully. Many thanks, Great Elder. From afar, Luozi grew even more furious. Humph, needing someone else's recommendation to join the inner sect. ... Truly pathetic trash. The Great Elder turned to leave. That's all for today. This old one will take his leave. As he flew into the sky, he met Yi Ruyun and asked, Is my disciple satisfied now? Yi Ruyun bowed respectfully. Thank you for your help, master, he smiled. Then you must remember what you promised me. You cannot go back on your word. Yi Ruyun replied. How would I dare? From this day forward, I will begin my training in earnest, and will absolutely not bring you shame. Pleased with her answer, the great elder said. Good. Your innate talent is astounding. It was only because you never cultivated before that your cultivation was at the 3rd level of body tempering. Now that you've committed to training hard, I believe your strength will become truly exceptional. Yi Ruyun bowed her head. Thank you for your praise, master. She thought to herself, Qin Nan, you must also work hard. I'll be waiting for you in the intersect. With everything concluded, a bitter Luozi spoke. We're leaving, and departed with his cronies. Qin Nan called out to Deacon Han. Deacon Han, thank you for speaking up for me, he continued. I, Qin Nan, am eternally grateful. Deacon Han blushed. No, don't mention it. As a deacon, it's my duty to speak up for the disciples of my court. Meng Yun suddenly popped up. Hey bro, did you forget to thank me? He quickly turned. My deepest thanks to you as well, Miss Meng. If you hadn't spoken up at that critical moment, I might already be dead. Meng Yun pouted. HMPH. I'll accept your thanks, but if it wasn't for Buku, I wouldn't have helped you. Qin Nan scratched his head and chuckled. Right. My thanks to both you ladies. To receive help from you both is my greatest honor. Then he turned to the cat. And my thanks to you, too, cat. He reached out to pet its head but was immediately rebuffed as the cat swatted his hand away. Who needs thanks from a mere mortal like you? Get your filthy hand away from me. He feigned surprise. Ahem, my apologies. Thank you, Lord Cat. The cat seemed pleased by this humph. That's more like it. I shall reluctantly accept your gratitude. You may withdraw. Qin Nan waved goodbye. Understood. I'll see you three again soon. I will definitely repay this debt. Han Buku asked Meng Yun, what do you think of Qin Nan? Meng Yun shrugged. His looks are average. He doesn't catch my eye. Han Buku sighed. That's not what I meant. I'm asking you, how far do you think his strength can take him in the Great Flame Sect? Meng Yun scratched her head. Oh, that's what you mean. She thought for a moment before replying, if he can hide his true power, well, he could ascend to the pinnacle of the Great Yan Sect. But if he isn't careful, his life will be forfeit. Hearing this, Han Bukok's fists tightened. Meng Yun, only you and I know about his 5 attributes. You must never speak of this to anyone else. Understand? Meng Yun pounded his chest. Hey, I get it. Don't you worry, Bukok. My lips are sealed. The kitten couldn't help but chime in. Oh, really? Your lips are sealed. Sealed shut, I'm sure. Hearing that, Meng Yun exploded. Xiao Bai. That evening, inside a thatched hut, Qin Nan was cultivating with the old ancestor. The ancestor began, Kid, I'll now show you how the Asura sword art devours other sword techniques. The old master explained. The Asura sword art is born from the Asura bloodline itself. You could call it a symbiotic relationship. Therefore, all you need to do is merge other sword arts into your Asura bloodline, and the Asura sword art will naturally level up. Qin Nan was puzzled. So, how do I merge this sword manual into my bloodline? The old ancestor replied nonchalantly, Eat it! Qin Nan was completely baffled by this, asking again, What? Eat it? Old ancestor, did I hear you correctly? The ancestor retorted, Eating books, ... Have you never heard of such a thing? A belly full of 1,000 scrolls. A sword that leaves 10,000 bones in its wake. Qin Nan pondered this. That doesn't sound wrong, but it doesn't feel right either. Old ancestor, you're not pulling my leg, are you? The ancestor stroked his beard and laughed. Ridiculous. Why would a grand ancestor like myself deceive a junior like you? Qin Nan had no choice but to accept it. All right then, I trust you, old ancestor. I'll eat it. He took the book, stared it down, and swallowed it whole, stunning the old ancestor. A moment later, he asked, I've finished eating the sword art. So why isn't anything happening? The old ancestor burst out laughing, tears streaming down his face. So this is how fun it is to mess with people. Realizing he'd been tricked, Qin Nan yelled, Old ancestor, you tricked me! The ancestor feigned innocence. It just occurred to me, deep within, my divine sense. I have a copy of the Wind Flame sword art that looks exactly like that one. He then produced another book. Qin Nan was speechless. So, that's the real reason you tricked me. The old ancestor coughed twice. Ahem. I was bored out of my mind. My little prank wasn't that bad, was it? Qin Nan just sighed, holding his head. Fine, fine, fine. You're the old ancestor, after all. The ancestor's expression turned serious. All right, no more jokes. You must read it, memorize it all. Not with your eyes, but with your mind. Qin Nan repeated, With my mind? The old man pointed at him. That's right. Close your eyes. Use the divine sense in your mind to see. Within his consciousness, there was only darkness. He said, Old ancestor, all I can see is a black void. The ancestor guided him. Listen with your heart and see with your mind. He repeated the words to himself. Finally, shimmering golden characters began to appear. He exclaimed, with joy, This ... this is it, old ancestor. I can see it. The words are golden. The ancestor replied, Very good. Continue reading like this until you've finished the entire book. Etch every word into your bloodline, and it will naturally merge with you. Understanding slowly dawned on Qin Nan. No wonder there are countless books inside my Asura bloodline. Is this how you read them all? The old ancestor beamed with pride. Indeed, your ancestor has roamed the world, reading countless tomes and committing them all to my bloodline. You, little brat, have struck gold. Qin Nan rubbed his head and smiled. Thank you, old ancestor. I forgive you. Hearing that, the ancestor playfully scolded him. Give you an inch, and you take a mile. Focus on your cultivation. I won't disturb you, Qin Nan replied. Yes, sir. He began cultivating, thinking, I should be able to finish this entire sword art by tomorrow. When that time comes, I'll see just how many levels my Asura sword art has risen. The scene shifts to another room, where Luozi is unleashing his fury on the three failures. He roared, Useless trash. Then continued, I gave you the heart-devouring poison arrow I've kept hidden for years, and you still couldn't kill. ... Qin Nan. What use are you to me? A bunch of worthless garbage, Hu Fei retorted. Deacon Luo, we never expected Qin Nan to have a backer. Qin Nan was clearly hit by the poison arrow, but that Meng Yun saved him. It was completely unexpected. The moment he finished speaking, Luozi slapped him across the face. Luozi screamed, Did I give you permission to speak? Trash is trash. He kicked Hu Fei to the ground, continuing, The fact that Qin Nan is still alive after 3 days ... is the greatest humiliation of my life. Frustrated, he snarled. I swear I will make him die. Seeing this, Tian Miao Fai Feng quickly knelt. Deakon. Luo, the 3 out-of-court grand competition is in 1 month. At that time, couldn't you personally kill Qin Nan? With your power, I'm sure it would be no problem. Hearing this, Luozi grabbed him by the throat. You want me to handle it myself? Then what do I need you for? Should I just chop you all up and feed you to the dogs? Sweat poured down Tian Mia Fei Feng's face. De Akon. Deacon Luo, if you don't wish to act personally, you could ask ... Ask him to do it. Hearing the emphasis on him, Luozi released his grip. The man coughed violently, his face purple. Luozi turned away. You're right. It seems the time has come for him to handle this. At that moment, In the dungeon beneath the Great Yan sect, a young man in chains saw Luozi approaching and sneered, "Ah, ga, ga, ga. So, someone finally wants to see me." Luozi entered, carrying a small demonic beast. He looked at the man. "It's been a year, hasn't it? It's time you breathe the air outside, Brother Chuan." This Brother Chuan laughed with glee. "Is that so? It's been far too long since I've tasted blood." With that, he shattered the iron chains and lunged for the beast, tearing into it relentlessly. The next morning, Qin Nan was practicing his sword art. Sharp blades of wind flew everywhere, and he accidentally destroyed a wall, revealing someone in the middle of relieving himself. The man stood up, fuming. "Qin Nan, are you insane? If you want to practice martial arts, fine. But why are you practicing on the courtyard wall?" Qin Nan was embarrassed. "My apologies. I'll leave right now." And with that, he fled, leaving the man screaming behind him, "You bastard. You have to fix the wall before you go." Back in his room, Qin Nan smiled with satisfaction. After devouring a 1-grade sword art, my Asura sword art's power ... has increased by a full It's not the 5/10 the old ancestor said was possible with good luck. But I'm more than satisfied. "Taken out a bottle of pills," he said. "These 10 spirit origin pills should be enough for me to break through to the 2nd level." Qin Nan then swallowed the entire bottle of pills and smiled. "Combined with these 3 fire spirit crystals, my fire attribute spiritual power should become ... even more abundant." He immediately began absorbing the fire spirit crystals. But moments later, his eyes flew open. He gasped for air, his vision clouded with red. Crawling on the ground, he choked out in agony, "Something's wrong. It seems I overdid it. Too many pills, too many fire spirit crystals. My body can't absorb it all. What do I do now?" He started coughing up blood, sweat pouring down his face. "Is this how I, Qin Nan, will die? My body exploding from its own power?" He forced himself to sit up. "Unacceptable. I refuse. I still have so much to accomplish. I won't die such a meaningless death." Grasping his sword, he poured his raging spiritual energy into it and unleashed a desperate attack. Blood rune. Manifestation. He began cultivating like a madman, each swing of his sword venting the terrifying, compressed power that threatened to tear him apart. The force of his strikes ravaged the surrounding buildings. A young disciple saw this and hid behind a wall, trembling. "Qin Nan, have you lost your mind?" He gritted his teeth and swung again. A powerful beam of light shot out. At that moment, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The raging fire spirit ki had finally dissipated. The other disciple was screaming in terror. "That was too scary. I want to go home." At Jiashi Peak, Qin Nan was summoned before the Peak Master. He bowed his head. Qin Nan pays his respects to the Peak Master. The Peak Master clutched his head wearily. "Qin Nan, perhaps you should explain yourself." Qin Nan replied, "Peak Master Yan Zhao, double quotes ... in a moment of impulse, consumed too many elixirs. To prevent my body from exploding, I had no other choice." Meng Yun, standing beside them, sneered with smug satisfaction. Peak Master Yan Zhao shot him a warning look. "Show some respect." Peak Master Yan Zhao continued, "Qin Nan, although your destructive behavior didn't harm any disciples, many items in the room were completely destroyed. Do you know how much this loss amounts to? The sect elders are extremely concerned about this incident. Do you understand the gravity of this situation?" Qin Nan broke into a cold sweat. "I understand. I am willing to pay the price for my actions." Seeing his remorse, the Peak Master glanced at Han Buke. Seeing she had no objections, he announced his decision. "After discussing with the other deacons, we decided that you will be the main combatant for the 3 academies' grand competition in 1 month. You will represent Argia Shi Peak in battle." Hearing this, he was stunned and pointed to himself. "Does this mean I'm in the clear?" Peak Master Yan Zhao scoffed. "Who said you were in the clear? If you can win first place in the grand competition, you will be pardoned. However, if you fail to secure the top position, then ... you will spend 1 year in the Great Flame Prison. He replied with a serious expression. Thank you, Peak Master, for giving me this opportunity. He thought to himself, I have no choice but to accept. Asterisk, a moment of impulse could lead to a year of misery. It seems I can't be foolish enough to swallow all those pills at once next time. Yon Zhao spoke again. Based on your achievements, this is a cultivation talisman. The deacons of Jieshi Peak have agreed to grant this to you as a reward. Taking the talisman, he asked, A cultivation talisman? What is this for? Meng Yun scoffed. What? Judging by your expression, you've never seen this talisman before. This is an incredibly rare item. With it, you can enter the secret trial realm 1 time. The 3 outer court academies only receive 1 of these per month. Han Buke added. That's right. This is an extremely precious item. Inside the secret realm, there are spirit beasts and spirit herbs, and especially an abundance of spirit stones. It will be a great help in advancing your power. Hearing that, his eyes lit up as he thought, spirit beasts, spirit stones, spirit herbs, asterisk. I want all 3. It seems the secret realm is truly a good place. Asterisk, he quickly clasped his hands. Thank you, Peak Master, for favoring me. I will certainly cultivate diligently. After receiving the cultivation talisman, he went straight to the secret realm's entrance. He looked at it. So, this is the entrance to the secret realm. Well, it's certainly no ordinary place. Just as he was about to step in, Luozi and his younger brother appeared. Huh? Isn't this Qin Nan? Hearing his enemy's voice, he turned around, annoyed, and replied, HMPH, what bad luck. Why do I run into you everywhere? Luozi was furious. Well done, Qin Nan. You dare to insult me. Luo Zhuan. Teach him a lesson. Luo Zhuan smiled wickedly. As you wish. He took his stance. Take this, you worthless punk. Watching him attack, Qin Nan was stunned. Not expecting this person to be so fast, Luo Zhuan attacked him directly with his hands. He dodged, but was still scratched on the face. He thought to himself, asterisk, he's a master. Luo Zhuan sneered, punk, this isn't over yet. He grabbed his hand, and the two began to test their strength. Qin Nan gritted his teeth. Asterisk, this guy's physical strength is higher than mine. I can't fight for too long. Asterisk, then he channeled his power to push his opponent back and jumped away. Drawing his sword, he said, if you continue to use such treacherous moves, then don't blame me for being merciless. He secretly calculated, asterisk, yesterday I took 10 spirit origin pills, plus 3 fire spirit crystals. Although most of the spiritual power has been vented, asterisk, asterisk, It still helped me break through to the 2nd level of the Dao entry realm. I might still be able to fight him. Asterisk, seeing this, Luo Zhuan mockingly drew his sword. Weakling, he replied. Weak? Are you mocking me? Luo Zhuan took his stance. The person I'm mocking knows it in his heart. He flashed behind him. Behold, my move. Qin Nan was startled. Asterisk, damn it. This person really has strength. Luo Zhuan punched him straight in the face, sending him flying. He lay on the ground in pain, coughing. Luo Zhuan approached and grabbed him by the collar. Too weak. Seeing this, Luozi clapped with delight. Excellent. Truly excellent. Qin Nan, the #1 disciple among the new disciples, is being beaten to a pulp. He can't even move a finger. Just like a little dog. Qin Nan smirked. Is that so? He quickly used ... the soul-devouring art to switch positions. Luo Zhuan was startled. Asterisk, crap. He immediately jumped back to dodge. Qin Nan sprang up, ready to retaliate. My turn! He threw a powerful punch. Luo Zhuan couldn't dodge in time and took the full blow. He staggered to his feet, wiping blood from his mouth. Very good. You are worthy of being my opponent. Luo Zha stepped forward to intervene. It seems I underestimated you. Qin Nan. To be beaten to a pulp and still be able to fight back. I guess you're not completely useless. Qin Nan spat in contempt. A dog's mouth truly can't produce ivory. Luo Zi. What are you doing here? Did you just come to seek revenge on me? Luo Zi replied. Of course not. Today I brought my brother Luo Zhuan to the secret realm for training. It just so happens we ran into a dog like you, so we decided to teach it a lesson. Isn't that right, Brother Chuan? He was just as arrogant. Beating dogs is my favorite. Qin Nan frowned and turned to leave. I, Qin Nan, will remember today's humiliation, but I have to go to the secret realm. I don't have time for this. I'll settle today's score with you later. He walked away, thinking to himself, Luo Zi's strength is above mine. If I fight him head-on, a direct clash now would be mutually destructive. I must enter the secret realm trial to get stronger, and only then will I challenge him. Seeing him depart, Luo Zi snarled, Fine! My younger brother will also join the grand competition next month. Killing you then will be perfectly justified, and no one will question it. You can't possibly withstand my brother's phantom soul technique. He simply waved in response. HMPH. Very well. Next month, we'll see who lives and who dies. Luo Zi turned to Luo Zhuan. This Qin Nan, what is your assessment of his strength? Luo Zhuan scoffed arrogantly. Weak, I only need one hand to end him. Hearing this, Luo Zi's confidence swelled. That's right, my dear brother. Your power is unmatched in this world. If you were to use your full strength, no one could survive your attack. Luo Zhuan's brow furrowed slightly. I will help you kill Qin Nan. But what of my own affairs? Luo Zi crossed his arms, annoyed. In this life, the one thing I despise most is sentimental romance. You've barely been free, and you already want to see her. Luo Zhuan's gaze was firm. I miss her, day and night. Luo Zi finally relented. Fine. I will permit you to see her, he mused internally. That woman helped Qin Nan before. She must know him well. This is a perfect opportunity for my brother to investigate. Meanwhile, Qin Nan arrived at the entrance to the secret realm. The guard asked, Cultivation talisman. He presented the item. Taking it, the guard said. All right, no problem. He crushed a token, and the gate to the secret realm opened. The guard motioned him forward. Very well. You may enter. However, you must remember, your talisman is low. You may only enter the low-grade area. Qin Nan replied politely. This disciple understands, he thought to himself. A secret realm divided by status. How utterly infuriating. Without another moment's hesitation, Qin Nan stepped through the gate. The world within was entirely different. The sky was an inky black, illuminated only by the light of distant stars. Gazing upon the scene, Qin Nan couldn't help but be amazed. So this was a so-called secret realm, even if it was a desolate, ruined landscape. After taking just a few steps, the limited visibility almost sent him plunging into a deep abyss. He stopped just in time. Frowning, he wondered, this cliff is far too steep. Have I reached a dead end? Crouching down, he saw nothing but an endless void below. Seeing massive boulders floating aimlessly, he roared in frustration. This is the biggest scam in history. A bunch of liars. He yelled with bitter disappointment. They made it sound so grand. Where are the spirit beasts? The spirit stones? The spirit herbs? This is nothing more than a broken, floating island. Looking at the small patch of land, he had to admit one thing. The spiritual energy here was far denser than outside. But unfortunately, there wasn't a single resource to be found. He thought if he could just fly to the larger island in the distance, he might find the treasures he sought. No sooner said than done. He activated his heaven-seizing steps, launching himself into the air. But as he soared, he slammed headfirst into an invisible barrier. Thrown violently to the ground, he struggled up, realizing with a grimace. This secret realm was designed to keep out weaker disciples. If only I were stronger, ... I could easily pass through this barrier and reach the main island. With that resolve, he sat down and began to circulate his energy. He told himself that he had to seize this chance, even without spirit stones, beasts, or herbs. With spiritual energy, this dense, I can still ascend. As he cultivated, his determination solidified into an oath. A day will come when I, Qin Nan, can go wherever I wish, and shatter the limits of any realm. The scene shifts to the slopes of Daeon Mountain, where the great elder was instructing his prized disciple. He said, "My student, based on your innate talent, ... If you cultivate diligently here, I believe you will create legends for our Daeon sect." The young woman, Yi Ruyun, replied humbly, "Master, you praise me too highly. My cultivation is still only at the 3rd level of body tempering, just as it was when I first joined. For all these years, I have made no progress. How can my talent be as great as you claim?" Seeing her despair, he encouraged her. "My dear disciple, long ago, I journeyed to Wenjin City. The first time I saw you as a child, I recognized your extraordinary gift. You possess immense potential spiritual power. You have simply not focused on your training. If you use the mantra I taught you to awaken your true potential, you will finally understand just how terrifyingly powerful you are. Enough to leave the entire world in awe." Hearing this, Yi Ruyun's eyes filled with resolve. "I promised you, Master, that I would focus on my cultivation. I will not break my word. I will use your mantra now." The great elder smiled, pleased. "Good. You are an obedient disciple." At that, Yi Ruyun sat down. She began to cultivate with a profound seriousness. She recalled the sacred arts her master had passed down, chanting from chaos the primordial egg forms. In darkness, the great expanse fills. The primeval essence embraces the dawn. Watching his disciple, he beamed with pride. "Yes, my student, a true prodigy. You have only just begun the mantra. ... And the spiritual power within your body is already surging." Yi Ruyun focused, drawing the energy in, absorbing it without end. Her master could only stare, dumbfounded. She was shattering the very laws of cultivation. He gasped. 4th level of body tempering. 5th level. The realms were breaking one after another. The foundation she had built for years was being unleashed in a matter of moments. This spiritual power, ... It was overwhelming. At that moment, Yi Ruyun's eyes flew open, but she remained still, deep in cultivation. A sense of awe and fear washed over her master as he stammered, 6th level, ... 7th, ... 8th. Then, a bolt of lightning descended. She winced. No, it is still not enough. She pushed her limits even further. The great elder had to shout, 9th level, 10th. The absolute peak of the body-tempering realm. "My disciple, you have already become a miracle." At that very instant, the spiritual key pulsed, and the heavens roared with thunder. Tribulation lightning descended from the sky, forcing another breakthrough. The great elder screamed in utter disbelief. Dao entry. 1st level of Dao entry. 2nd. 3rd. He was so shocked, he could barely form the words. 3rd level of Dao entry. Moments ago, she was at the 3rd body tempering level, and now she's entered the Dao. To break through 10 realms in a single day. Her talent is truly monstrous. Finally, the sky above began to clear. She observed her own power and said, 3rd level of Dao entry. A blissful smile appeared on her face as she thought, Qin Nan, when I return this time, ... I wonder if you'll still dare to say my cultivation level is too low. Meanwhile, in the Grand Plaza, outside the Daeon sect, ... a young man was making a world-shaking announcement. He roared. The inner sect's great elder, Zhao Tunch has accepted Yi Ruyun as his closed-door disciple. 10 realms in a single day. A heaven-defying talent that shook the world. He tossed out the bulletins, and the crowd scrambled to read them, their faces filled with disbelief. A cultivator gasped, "Heavens! 10 realms in a single day. That's unheard of," the redhead disciple shouted. "With talent like that, it's no wonder the intersect Grand Elder himself took her in as his personal disciple." But Miao Fifing just scoffed dismissively. "Why are you all so envious? Isn't it obvious? She only advanced so quickly because her starting realm was pathetically low. Besides, even with all those breakthroughs, she's only at the 3rd level of the Dao entry realm. Our Deacon Luo Sha is a powerful 5th-level Dao entry master," Lei Rongshan quickly agreed. "Exactly. Someone with her strength isn't even worthy of carrying Deacon Luo Sha's shoes." Just then, Qin Nan walked over and picked up a flyer. He thought to himself, "So it's true. 10 realms in a single day. I was wondering how that girl, who was only at the 3rd level of body tempering, could possibly be an inner disciple of the great Yan sect. So this heaven-defying talent was her secret." He smiled faintly, thinking, after leaving the secret realm, "I also just broke through to the 3rd level of Dao entry. Now this girl reached the same level in a single day. It seems if I slack off on my cultivation, she'll surely leave me in the dust." With that, he turned to leave. But seeing his back, Miao Fifing recognized him. "Hey, isn't that Qin Nan?" The 2 lackeys immediately followed him. Miao Fifing slung an arm around his shoulder. "You and that Neen Woke Van both came from Asking Sword City. Just look at her. 10 realms in a single day. Now look at you, barely at the 1st level of Dao entry. You're nothing but utter trash." "Ha!" Lei Rongshan chimed in. "That's right. Didn't this Qin Nan use some dirty trick to win? 1st place in the demonic beast trial. Tell me, how can anyone respect a so-called strength like his?" Lei Rongshan continued to rile up the crowd. "He cheated his way to the top, so he deserves to be trampled beneath our feet. Do any of you still respect him?" Instigated by his words, the crowd began to jeer in agreement. Seeing this, a girl spoke up to defend him, but the intersect Grand Elder already said, "Qin Nan didn't cheat." Seeing her defend his rival, the bully slapped her hard across the face. The resounding crack silenced her. He roared, "You're just like him. Birds of a feather. Talking about this just makes me furious. It's obvious. Qin Nan cheated." He pointed a finger straight at Qin Nan's face. "So, Qin Nan, everyone here doubts you. What are you going to do about it?" A smirk played on our hero's lips as he looked back. "What do you think is the best way to handle this?" Not sensing the danger, Lei Rongshan spoke with smug confidence. "In my opinion, with my strength at the 2nd level of the Dao entry realm, fighting a newcomer like you isn't a huge gap in cultivation. It wouldn't be unfair at all. Don't you all agree?" The crowd, eager for a show, roared back in unison, "We agree." Lei Rongshan looked at Qin Nan condescendingly. "So, Qin Nan, let's have a match. If you win, we will all acknowledge you as number 1. But if you lose, you'll wash my underwear for an entire year." Miao Fifing burst out laughing, clapping his hands. "Brilliant. Make Qin Nan wash your underwear for a year. Fatty, how did you come up with such a magnificent idea?" Qin Nan looked at their pathetic display, utterly bored, and shrugged. "Since everyone doubts my strength so much, I might as well put on a little show." "I accept your challenge." Lei Rongshan was ecstatic, throwing his arm around him. "Excellent. I like your straightforward attitude. Let's head to the martial stage." Qin Nan shoved his hand away with a warning. "Fatty, it's not too late to regret this." Lei Rongshan crossed his arms, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Regret? For me, fighting you will be nothing more than a simple game." Just then, Miao Fifing secretly slipped Lei Rongshan a pill, whispering, "Take this pill from Deacon Luo. It can temporarily boost your power to the 3rd level of the Dao entry realm. This way, You can wash away the humiliation Qin Nan caused you in front of everyone. Taking the pill, he grinned confidently. Thanks, Brother Pfeifen. I'll make sure to beat that Qin Nan to a pulp. Without a second thought, he swallowed the pill and stepped onto the martial stage. The two faced each other, sparks flying from their eyes. Qin Nan said coolly, "It seems you're determined to fight me, even if it means your death." Lei Rongshan roared. "That's right. Today, I will have my revenge. That day, you humiliated me, and Hu Fei in front of the Grand Elder and all the outer disciples. I will repay that debt today," he thought to himself. The pill is taking effect. I can feel the power of a third-level Dao entry cultivator. With this strength, killing Qin Nan will be easy. Our main character declared with absolute swagger. I only need one hand to deal with you. Kamuong. The crowd below erupted in shock. Is Qin Nan insane? Does he have a death wish? Fighting with only one hand. If you don't have the strength of a master, you shouldn't try to act like one. Hearing this, Lei Rongshan sneered. Qin Nan, since you're so eager to die, don't blame me for being merciless. He shifted his stance and lunged forward to attack. Looking at his clumsy form, Qin Nan said with disdain, "Is that all you've got?" He casually raised a hand to block the attack, and with a single motion, sent his opponent flying. Taking the full force of the blow, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. With just one strike, he was sprawled out, completely defeated. The crowd below was stunned into shouting, "Heavens, so powerful. He's on another level." As expected of the number one disciple, Qin Nan truly deserves his title. In a flash, Qin Nan appeared right behind Miao Pfeifen, who shrieked in terror. He spun around, his face pale. You, ... Qin Nan, what do you want? Killing is against the rules. Qin Nan gently patted his shoulder. Go back and tell your master. If he wants to make a move on me, tell him to come himself, he continued. These kinds of petty tricks are truly childish. He shoved Qin Nan's hand away and scrambled to help Lei Rongshan up, stammering, yes, ... yes, ... yes, ... I'll deliver the message. Elsewhere, Mengyun was focused on her cultivation. Suddenly, she heard someone approach from behind. Sensing the presence, her eyes narrowed, wondering who it could be. She drew her dagger, ready to strike, but froze when she saw Luo Zhuan's face. A gasp escaped her lips. It's you! Luo Zhuan looked at her with a warm gaze. Mengyun, it's been a long time. Mengyun lowered her weapon, unable to believe her eyes. She asked Luo Zhuan, a year has passed. ... Where have you been? He gently patted her head and replied, nowhere special. I just spent a year traveling. But now, I'm back. He gave her a gentle smile, a warmth that was completely different from when he faced Qin Nan. He thought, Mengyun, after a year apart, I can finally see you again. Even if she never knows how I feel, ... Just seeing her is enough. Mengyun's voice trembled, tears glistening in her eyes. 1 year ago, you were the number one outer disciple, and then you vanished without a trace. Do you have any idea how long we searched for you? He reached out to pat her head, his voice filled with remorse. I'm sorry. I had to leave in a hurry. I couldn't explain. But before he could finish, a sharp slap echoed through the air, leaving him completely stunned. Mengyun screamed, Get away from me! I never want to see you again. The sight of you now just makes me sick. He tried to explain, Mengyun, please, but she cut him off, her voice raw with pain. You betrayed the hopes of Peak Master Yanzi. You betrayed the trust of Buku. You betrayed my faith in you. You are destined for the inner sect, and you just threw it all away. Do you know what we sacrificed to fight for that top spot? You are the most selfish person I know. Her words struck him like a physical blow. He froze, a dark shadow falling over his face as he began to mutter. No, ... no, it's not true. I didn't. He stumbled back, his eyes wide with terror. Meng Yun's anger turned to concern. Luo Zhuan, what's happening to you? Big Brother Cat instantly materialized in front of her. Every hair on its body stood on end as it let out a low growl. Watch out! Big Brother Cat continued. The demonic energy has already invaded his heart. This man is beyond saving. Get back now! Just as it spoke, Luo Zhuan's demonic transformation began. Seeing the change, Big Brother Cat morphed into its tiger form, its voice a deep rumble. Danger! With a single, powerful swipe of its paw, Big Brother Cat knocked him unconscious. Turning to Meng Yun, it demanded, "Why are you involved with someone who walks such a demonic path?" She stared in confusion. Demonic corruption, but ... He was perfectly fine a year ago. How could he suddenly be part of some evil sect? She thought to herself, something awful must have happened to him. I have to get to the bottom of this. A short time later, Luo Zhuan awoke. They sat facing each other in a small pavilion. She listened to his story, her heart softening with every word. A wave of sympathy washed over her. So that's how it was. You were corrupted by a demonic force during your travels, and you came back seeking our help. He nodded weakly. That's right. I can't overcome this alone. My only hope was to find my old friends, to find you. Meng Yun said urgently. Then I must return immediately. I'll tell Buku and Peak Master Yanzu, and they'll know how to help you. As she turned to leave, he grabbed her arm desperately. No, don't. If they find out, they'll report it to the inner sect. If that happens, I'll be subjected to the human purification ritual. Do you have any idea what that purification is? It's a death sentence. She froze, biting her lip in anguish. This ... Sitting back down, she said. You're right. Then tell me, what can I do to help you? Luo Zhuan leaned in, his voice a desperate whisper. Meng Yun, you're the only one I can trust. You must help me. I know of someone. A person with a heaven-sent gift. His constitution is unlike any other. If I could get his help, I'm certain this demonic energy could be expelled. You have to tell me how to find him. Meng Yun asked urgently. Who are you talking about? A dark, sinister look crept onto Luo Zhuan's face. He answered without hesitation. Qin Nan. She was taken aback. Qin Nan. It's true, he has an extraordinary gift, but how could he possibly help you? Luo Zhuan explained. If he willingly uses the elemental spiritual energy within his body to help me, the demonic key can be purged. I can become normal again. Seeing her hesitation, he pressed on, gritting his teeth. Meng Yun, you have to help me. I need to know what kind of elemental affinity he possesses. If I'm wrong about him, I'll move on and find another way. She stammered. But, that's... She struggled internally. Qin Nan's innate attributes are a secret. I can't tell anyone. Luo Zhuan's patience was wearing thin, he thought. So, she does know what kind of affinity Qin Nan possesses. If I can take this information out of her and report it to Luo Zi, I can finally regain my freedom. He said aloud, Meng Yun, please, believe in me. You all trusted me a year ago. Trust me again, now. His words twisted her thoughts. He's right. A year ago, we all believed Luo Zhuan had the strength to be number one. What's so wrong with trusting him one more time? Finally, she gave in. All right. I'll tell you. But you must promise never to tell another soul. A triumphant smile flickered across Luo Zhuan's face. Of course. I promise. Meng Yun then revealed the secret. Qin Nan possesses an innate talent for all 5 elements. The scene shifts. Luo Zhuan is now reporting this news to Luo Jia. Hearing it, Luo Jia exploded in a furious rage. What? All 5 elemental affinities. Luo Zhuan smirked. That's right. I heard it directly from Meng Yun herself. Given how much she trusts me, there's no way she was lying. Luo Zi glared at his 2 pathetic underlings. No wonder you two failed to deal with him. Instead of causing trouble, you got schooled yourselves. Lei Rongshan sieved. Yes! Deacon Lu. I never imagined Qin Nan's power would skyrocket so fast. When he first joined, he hadn't even reached the Dao entry realm. And now he can defeat me, a cultivator, at the 3rd level of the Dao entry realm. Fed up with his subordinates' loud-mouthed incompetence, Luo Zi struck him across the face. And you have the nerve to admit that, get out of my sight, you're a complete disgrace. At that moment, Mo Faipin spoke up. Deacon Luo, Qin Nan, had a message for you. I'm not sure if I should repeat it. Luo Zi roared. Spit it out. Now. Mo Faiping paled, stammering. He said, if you want to make a move, you should do it yourself. That sending your dogs after him is pathetic and childish. Luo Zi's rage boiled over. That damn Qin Nan, how dare he humiliate me again and again. Nothing short of his death will satisfy me now. Mo Faiping quickly interjected. Deacon Lu, if we kill him now, it would be a short-sighted move that sacrifices future gains. Other than satisfying your anger. ... There would be no other benefit to us. Luo Zi snapped impatiently. If you have a better idea, then speak. Mo Faiping then laid out his plan. From what I've gathered, his 5 affinities are an innate gift with a special technique. Such a gift can be transplanted into another's body. If you were to capture him ... and transfer all of his talents into yourself, your power would increase tenfold. Luo Zi's eyes widened in shock. Tenfold! He roared. He clapped his hands, a greedy light in his eyes. Brilliant. Simply brilliant. To think that Qin Nan possessed such a heavenly gift. If I seize that talent for myself, won't I be able to reign supreme over the entire Great Flame Sect? His voice thundered with excitement. With this power, won't I be able to look down on the entire world? Miao Faifing fanned the flames. Given enough time, I believe Steward Luo Zi can achieve anything. Luo Zi scoffed. I've long been unsatisfied with this pathetic steward position. If my strength were great enough, I could become a peak lord, or even an inner sect elder, perhaps even the sect master of the Great Yan sect. At that moment, Luo Zhuan spoke up. Brother, you said my body was corrupted by demonic qi. You could use Qin Nan's talent to purify it. So why do you now harbor this ambition to steal his talent for yourself? Luo Zi shot back. You fool. If I obtain that heaven-defying talent, I will naturally have the power to purge the demonic qi from your body. Easily deceived. Luo Zhuan nodded. Yes. I believe you. Brother. Hearing the answer he wanted, Luo Zi turned. Excellent. Miao Faifing, tell me, how do I take Qin Nan's talent and transfer it to myself? Miao Faifing replied, I know of a sect in the southern city called the Ghost Extermination Sect. They are all cultivators of strange and esoteric arts, including a technique to transfer innate talents. I'm acquainted with an elder there. I can invite him to come. Hearing this, Luo Zi burst into laughter. Perfect. That's perfect. The task of capturing Qin Nan will fall to Luo Zhuan. Luo Zhuan declared, in terms of martial strength, I can do it. With my power at the 5th level of the Dao entry realm, defeating him will be like using an ox cleaver on a chicken. Luo Zi laid out the plan. In 1 month, the Outer Sect tournament will be held. If Luo Zhuan can defeat Qin Nan on the grand stage, we can capture him openly and legitimately. If we act now, it will only invite complications. Miao Faifing continued. If Steward Luo wishes for everything to go perfectly, ... then I will depart immediately to invite that elder. And with that, he laughed. Luo Zi smirked. Qin Nan, I'll let you live for 1 more month. Meanwhile, Qin Nan complained to the old ancestor, the Great Yan sect really knows how to hold a grudge. After intentionally destroying my straw hut, they assigned me another one. The old ancestor retorted. Brat, be glad they gave you a new place at all. Now, hurry up and cultivate. Qin Nan sighed. Old ancestor, Peak Lord Yanzu, told me to participate in the Outer Sect tournament. With my current strength at the 3rd level of the Dao entry realm, how can I possibly fight them? It won't just be new disciples. Even the stewards from various peaks will be competing. Their power levels are all at the 5th level of the Tao entry realm or higher. Hearing him whine, the old ancestor snapped, "What are you afraid of? Your true power has only just been awakened. Increasing your strength will be a simple matter." Qin Nan's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "Old ancestor, please teach me." The old ancestor's tone also grew stern. "Sit down and continue your cultivation," he began, "to increase your power. There are only a few methods. First, slay spirit beasts and absorb their blood essence. Second, collect and absorb high-level sword arts. Third, use medicinal pills. Fourth, break through the 5 elements gates. As for the 5th method, I'll tell you about it later." Qin Nan considered. Slaying spirit beasts would work, but it's too slow. High-level sword arts are only in the inner sect, which I can't access, and I don't have any rare spiritual herbs for pills. Then, he recalled the old ancestor's words. He realized, the only one you haven't explained is breaking through the 5 elements gates. What is that? The old ancestor stood up, explaining, "This path only opens after you've stepped, into the Tao entry realm. More importantly, this method is uniquely effective for you." Qin Nan asked, "Only effective for me? Why?" The old ancestor smacked him on the head. "You idiot. How many people in this world possess all 5 elemental attributes like you do?" Qin Nan grinned sheepishly. "You're right, old ancestor. There really aren't many with a talent as strong as mine." The old ancestor continued, "Each element has its own inherent bottlenecks. As your attribute power grows, you will encounter these bottlenecks, and each bottleneck is a gate. Every element has countless bottlenecks, which means there are countless gates. The more you break through, the stronger your elemental power will become. For an ordinary person, breaking through the gates of 1 or 2 attributes is enough," he muttered under his breath. "But you must break through all 5. A shadow crossed Qin Nan's face. "If I have to break through all 5 elements, won't my cultivation be far more difficult? Than an ordinary person's." Stroking his beard, the old ancestor said, "Precisely. The old saying is true. One who cannot endure the bitterest of hardships, can never stand above all others. To become truly powerful, you must cultivate the 5 elements gates simultaneously to unleash your ultimate strength." Resolve hardened in Qin Nan's eyes. "All right, I, Qin Nan, am not afraid of hardship. I'll do it." The old ancestor beamed. "That's the spirit. Brat, that's the attitude I admire most in you. You've previously absorbed 2 fire spirit cores, making your fire spirit power the strongest of your 5 attributes. Therefore, the first gate you will break through belongs to the fire element. Let's begin." Qin Nan affirmed. With determination, understood. The two sat facing each other and began to cultivate. The old ancestor started his guidance. "Guide the key into your body. Circulate it completely. Then, circulate it once more. Drive the fire spirit power within you into your Danat. And use the 5 elements grand formation to assault the gate of fire." A torrent of fire spirit power surged through his body, making him feel like he was burning from the inside out. He gritted his teeth, thinking, "It's hot, unbearably hot." The old ancestor continued, "Of course it's hot. This is the first gate, the trial of fire spirit power. With every gate you break through in the future, the trial's heat will intensify. If you cannot withstand it, you will be incinerated by the trial itself." Qin Nan thought to himself, "It's true. One must endure the bitterest hardship. To stand above all others, I must persevere." The old ancestors stood up. "Brat, take your time with this cultivation. This is not something that can be achieved in a day or two." And so, Qin Nan continued to cultivate day after day, his body growing stronger with each passing moment. 1 month later, while he was deep in cultivation, someone rushed in shouting, "Qin Nan! The Outer Sect tournament is about to begin. Hurry up and get going. The messenger entered and saw him still in meditation. Just then, Qin Nan's eyes snapped open, a joyful light within them. The fire attribute. The first gate. I've broken through. The old ancestor, standing beside him, nodded. You have now successfully broken through the first gate of fire. With your current strength, you can crush any martial artist at the same level. If nothing unexpected happens, you should be able to defeat an opponent. Double quotes. At the 4th level of the Tao entry realm. And if you go all out, you might even barely manage a victory against a 5th level opponent. Qin Nan replied. Based on your analysis, I've heard Luozi is at the 5th level. Beating him might be difficult. But then, determination blazed in his eyes as he clenched his fist. No matter, even if he were at the 10th level of the Tao entry realm, I, Qin Nan, will personally teach him a lesson. I will seize the top spot, enter the inner sect, and reach the very pinnacle of the great Yan sect. He had finally stepped into the realm of the truly powerful on the Tianyan continent. The old ancestor nodded in satisfaction. I admire your spirit. You don't fear even the strongest of foes. That very nature will be your greatest asset. In battle, it will allow you to unleash a power beyond your limits. Qin Nan knelt respectfully. I can only hope to be as fortunate as the ancestor says. Now, it's time for me to head to the 3 Academies Outer Sect tournament. By now, a massive crowd had already gathered around the arena. A referee stood on the stage, addressing the esteemed disciples. The annual 3 Academies Outer Sect tournament officially begins now, he continued. The competition will be split into 2 divisions, A and B. Division A is the battle between the stewards. Division B will be a clash among the newly initiated disciples. The disciple who takes first place in Division B will directly ascend to compete against the stewards in Division A. A contestant below began to explain. This tournament happens only once a year. The top 10 new disciples from Division B will be promoted directly to steward rank, and the top 3 from Division A will earn the chance to undergo the inner sect elders' assessment for a direct path into the inner sect itself. A nearby disciple overheard and asked, Brother, you seem to know so much about this. Surely you'll be promoted to steward this year. The first disciple sighed heavily. I've been an outer sect disciple for 5 years. Every year, I barely scrape by, just avoiding expulsion from the sect. How could I possibly become a steward? His companion's jaw dropped. 5 whole years. Is the competition in the outer sect really that brutal? The older disciple continued, brutal. Let me tell you. Just look. This year, 1,000 new disciples joined. After the Demon Beast trial, 700 were instantly eliminated, leaving 300, and out of those remaining 300, double quotes, ... Only the top 10 will be promoted to steward. Then, among all the outer sect disciples, only the top 3 will get a chance to even be tested for the inner sect. The younger disciple slumped, sighing in defeat. Hearing you explain it like that, ... This competition is just insane. Unless you're a heaven-gifted genius, rising to the top of the Great Flame Sect is nearly impossible. The older one scoffed. No, you're still thinking too simply. Let me tell you something that will shatter any hope you have left. Even the disciples who secured the top 3 spots must pass the elder's personal selection and trials. Only if they are deemed worthy can they enter the inner sect. Hearing this, the younger disciple was crushed. A disciple with average talent like me. I suppose I'll never enter the inner sect in this lifetime. Little brother, you're mistaken again, the older one said grimly. The reality is far crueler than you can imagine. Last year, ... double quotes ... A new disciple took first place in Division B and advanced straight to Division A. He competed directly against the stewards of that year, and because his talent was simply monstrous. Double quotes ... He single-handedly defeated every single steward in Division A. A mere disciple, yet he seized the number 1 rank with his level of genius. ... Entering the inner sect should have been guaranteed. The man he spoke of was none other than Luo Zhuan. The storyteller sighed. But it's a pity. A real pity. No matter how overwhelming his talent was, the inner sect elders rejected him. In a fit of rage, he vanished for an entire year. Someone nearby interjected? If a monster like him was rejected by the inner sect, then it seems even if I cultivate for a lifetime, I'll never get in. He held his head in despair. Perhaps this truly is a world only for the strong. Just then, Luozi and his group arrived at the arena. Luozi turned to his brother, Luo Zhuan. You're competing again this year. Are you confident you can take first place again? Luo Zhuan scoffed. If I could take the top rank last year, then this year will be no different. Let's see what those old fossils have to say then. A determined look crossed Luozi's face. Good. Remember, when you're making your final push for number 1, if that Qin Nan has made it to Division A... Cripple him for me. It'll be convenient. Afterwards, I want to personally rip out his gifted spiritual route. Luo Zhuan's fists tightened. Just you wait. Once we're on that stage, I will make him suffer slowly, Luozi. Then turn to Lei Rongshan. Lei Rongshan. That humiliation you suffered at Qin Nan's hands. Do you want your revenge? Rage flared in Lei Rongshan's eyes. Want it? I dream of making him kneel before me. Steward Luo, I beg for your help. Luozi gave him a sinister look. Power always comes at a price. Are you sure you're willing to pay it? Lei Rongshan didn't hesitate. I am. Luozi produced a dark pill. Very well. This is an evil spirit pill. It is filled with corrupting energy that can help you unleash your absolute limits. But it will also corrupt you, causing you to lose your mind from time to time. Lei Rongshan gritted his teeth and took the pill. Clutching the pill tightly, he declared, to gain power, I'll accept any price. With a grimace, he swallowed it down. Luozi clapped his hands. Excellent. Not bad at all. If you can defeat Qin Nan, then Luo Zhuan won't even need to bother. A surge of confidence filled Lei Rongshan. Luo Zhuan, it looks like it's my turn to take the stage. Luo Zhuan replied with a hint of annoyance. HMPH. That's for the best. It lets me focus on taking the number 1 spot. Meanwhile, back with our main character. He was standing with Han Boku and Meng Yun. Han Boku said, Qin Nan, about what peak Lord Yan Zhao said, about you having to win first place. He was probably just joking. For a new disciple, that's an impossible task. Don't let it weigh on you. Qin Nan answered confidently. Don't worry, Boku, even if he was joking. I, Qin Nan, will make it a reality today. I have no choice but to take first place. Meng Yun scoffed in annoyance. What? You want to take first place? First, you have to be number 1 among the new disciples. Then, you have to defeat all the stewards. With your meager strength, do you really think you can beat me and Boku, or any of the other stewards? Our hero replied helplessly. Meng Yun, don't look down on me. My strength might seem average, but when it comes to defeating you, I'm completely confident. She exploded in anger. You've got some nerve. Qin Nan, where does all this confidence come from? Qin Nan just shrugged. I wonder who it was that got themselves poisoned while trying to save me last time, and ended up needing me to save them. She trembled with rage. You, Qin Nan, Boku had to step in. That's enough. That's enough. You're both very strong. Qin Nan winning first among the new disciples probably won't be a problem. It's just. He trailed off, and Qin Nan pressed. It's just what? She glanced over at Luozha, and Luozha, she said. The Luo brothers are on another level. Luozi's cultivation is at the 5th level of the Dao entry realm, and Luo Zhuan was last year's number 1 champion. If you go up against them, I am afraid winning will be next to impossible. Our hero thought to himself, HMPH. If I were to unleash the full power of my 1st level fire attribute, It's still too early to say who will win or lose. The host on the stage announced, "Esteemed guests, the annual Outer Sect competition officially begins now." He continued, "Before the matches commence, I will announce the newly promoted disciples. After this battle, the winners will be promoted." He began the introductions. Lei Rongshan, promotion for Qin Nan, promotion for Duji, and promotion for Juan Kuang. After the announcements, the host declared, "Congratulations to Lei Rongshan and Qin Nan. Duji and Juan Kuang have been promoted." Next up, we begin the Group B match. For the first bout, Lei Hongqian faces Duji. The two stood, staring each other down. Duji sized him up, thinking, "It seems this Lei Rongshan's power is nothing to scoff at, but I must defeat him. Only then will I have the chance to fight Qin Nan and reclaim my family's heirloom saber." Just then, the referee roared, "Begin!" The moment the word was spoken, Lei Rongshan exploded forward. He lunged with inhuman speed. Duji was stunned, shouting, "What kind of demonic speed is this?" Before he could even react, a fist from Lei Rongshan sent him flying. The crowd below erupted in shock. Lei Rongshan is unbelievably strong. Gazing at the fallen Duji, Lei Rongshan spoke with pure arrogance. "Humph, worthless trash. Can't even withstand a single strike." The referee announced the result. Lei Rongshan is the victor. Next, Qin Nan versus Juan Kuang. The two young men faced off. Juan Kuang roared with pent-up frustration. "Qin Nan, you stole our Thunderclap Tiger, and you stole our #1 spot. Today, I will finally settle this debt." Qin Nan simply raised an eyebrow. "If you seek revenge, then by all means, come." Juan Kuang pointed his spear right at him. He screamed, "You arrogant fool! Prepare to die!" Juan Kuang immediately charged, unleashing his overlord's thrust technique. But Qin Nan dodged with a slight, effortless shift of his body. The move threw Juan Kuang off balance, sending him stumbling forward. Qin Nan remarked, "All that momentum, yet so slow." Undeterred, Juan Kuang launched another technique, the Tyrant's Cleave. This time, Qin Nan got serious, using the heaven-defying steps to appear behind Juan Kuang. He added coolly, "I could defeat you before, and nothing has changed now." By the time Juan Kuang reacted, it was too late. A palm strike, infused with the fire attribute, slammed into his back. The impact sent him hurtling off the stage, coughing up blood. Han Bukok, watching the match, noted, "Qin Nan's talent is otherworldly. He even trained in a secret realm. Of course, his speed is divine." Meng Yun stood with his arms crossed. HMPH. "I didn't expect that brat Qin Nan to have some skill." The referee's voice rang out again. Qin Nan is the victor. Next, Qin Nan will face Lei Rongshan. Hearing this, a confident Lei Rongshan strode onto the stage. He raised a hand, signaling his inevitable victory, and the crowd went wild, chanting his name. "Lei Rongshan! Lei Rongshan!" But the other side was just as loud, roaring back, "Qin Nan! Qin Nan!" Lei Rongshan pointed a finger at his own face and sneered. "Qin Nan, the last time you defeated me left a bitter taste in my mouth. But, let me tell you, the me of today is not the same person I was back then." Hearing the threat, Qin Nan simply replied, "Oh, is that so? I'm curious to see just how much you've improved, and whether you're even qualified to fight me." But, as he looked closer, he noticed something was wrong. He saw a faint, crimson aura emanating from Lei Rongshan's entire body, exactly like the aura he had seen on Lin Jianfeng before. Could it be... ... He also consumed a forbidden elixir. A sudden realization struck him. Wait a moment. He turned to face Luo Sha, who was smirking from below the stage. "Humph. Just you wait, little brat." Qin Nan clenched his fists. "It's that devil Luo Sha's trick again. He's always working against me, always making things difficult. If I get promoted to Group A, I will make sure to beat him to a pulp." Seeing Qin Nan's rising anger, Lei Rongshan couldn't help but taunt him. "Qin Nan, you piece of trash. What are you spacing out for? Have you seen my incredible power and gotten scared? Qin Nan replied flatly. I'll grant you 3 moves. Enraged, Lei Rongshan drew his massive saber. He snarled. Fine, you said it yourself. So don't you dare regret it, he thought inwardly. Hemph, has Qin Nan lost his mind? My power has already surpassed the 2nd level of the Dao entry realm, and he still dares to underestimate me. I'll make him pay the price. He then unleashed the river-parting slash, lunging toward Qin Nan. Below the stage, Mengyun commented. I can't believe it's the high-grade mortal rank technique. The explosive treasury saber art. I've heard that this tyrannical saber art is incredibly powerful, rivaling even imperial martial skills. It looks like Qin Nan is in for a bitter defeat. Han Bukak replied. I believe Qin Nan will definitely win. Mengyun immediately argued back. Oh, Bukak, what makes you so certain Qin Nan will win? He's just standing there like a wooden plank. He doesn't even look like he wants to fight. He's bound to lose. But Han Buchak's faith was unwavering. No, he will win. Mengyun pressed on. Fine, let's make a wager. If Qin Nan wins, I'll give you the soul jade ring I just acquired. It's a treasure worth 10 whole spirit stones. But if you lose, you have to give me a treasure of equal value. Han Bukak confidently replied. Done. Since you're not afraid to lose, let's make a bet. If you win, I'll give you my storage ring, which is also worth 10 spirit stones. And so, the deal was struck. Mengyun declared, It's a deal! He walked away with a smug grin, saying, Oh Bukak, you poor fool, you're guaranteed to lose this time. Xiao Bai already told me that Lei Rongshan consumed a forbidden elixir, and his power has soared. How could Qin Nan possibly defeat him? On the stage, Lei Rongshan's technique crashed down with devastating force. Yet Qin Nan stood calmly and neutralized it with ease. He then said, That's one move. Lei Rongshan's face flushed with anger as he clenched his fist. What nonsense are you spouting? There are still 2 moves left. Watch closely, he thought to himself. That was only 30% of my power. This time, I'll use 50%. Still refusing to give up, he unleashed a flurry of attacks with his mountain-shattering cleave technique. He was met with a gaze as sharp as a blade from Qin Nan. The young man merely watched calmly as the attack rushed towards him. Then, he executed the heaven-defying steps, gracefully sidestepping the blow with a single fluid motion. He didn't forget to add a taunt. Truly ridiculous. Why would my heaven-rank movement technique fear a mere mortal-rank martial artist like you? The powerful strike slammed into the stage, shattering the floorboards. But when the dust settled, all the opponent saw was empty space before him. He yelled in a panic. Where did he go? In that instant, Qin Nan reappeared and calmly announced, That's 2 moves, going all in. His rival poured every last bit of his power into the 3rd and final technique of the explosive treasury saber art. His spiritual energy erupted, forming the ferocious phantom head of a dragon, before unleashing the ultimate strike, severing the river's flow. Yet Qin Nan remained completely unfazed, standing there and remarking nonchalantly, Not bad, not bad. This move finally has a bit of power to it. With that, he flexed with a casual wave of his hand, not forgetting to add a taunt, but still, far too weak. This display left the entire crowd utterly stunned. Their minds were blown. A young lady gasped in disbelief. Qin Nan plans to block that powerful blade technique with a single hand. The person next to her sneered, thinking he was just for show. Humph, I think he's just acting tough. He'll definitely be beaten to a pulp. Even Mengyun was horrified. Boo-koo, this Qin Nan is insane. His cultivation has just entered the Dao path. How can he possibly stop that attack with one hand? He's finished. Only Boo-koo maintained his absolute faith in his idol. He replied with unwavering confidence, We'll see who wins and who loses soon enough. From a corner, Luota smirked slyly. Qin Nan, you arrogant fool. ... It seems I overestimated you, but to prove Boo-koo's words were not empty boasts, Qin Nan channeled his power into his hand, unleashing the first layer of the Firegate scripture. It formed a blazing vortex of fire that met the ruthless torrent head-on. A world-shaking collision erupted, kicking up a thick cloud of dust that obscured everyone's vision. As the crowd below struggled against the aftershock, they wondered desperately, who won? What just happened? I can't see a thing! Then, from within the smoke, he emerged, looking imposing and completely unscathed. He spoke, Lei Chong. That was 3 moves. Shouldn't it be my turn now? Faced with such an overwhelming aura, Lei Chongshan broke out in a cold sweat, frantically wiping his face. No more! I won't fight anymore. I lose, he conceded, without hesitation. The referee immediately shouted, Qin Nan is the victor. Witnessing this, Luota roared in fury. Well done, Lei Chongshan. You useless piece of trash. Lei Chongshan could only clutch his head and explain, I truly had no other choice. This Qin Nan's power is just too monstrous. I used my full strength and my 3 strongest techniques, but he countered them all with ease. Is there any point in continuing a fight like that? Meng Yun was also in a state of profound shock. To think Qin Nan possessed such terrifying strength. Buku, on the other hand, was overjoyed, clapping and teasing. Meng Yun, does your earlier bet still stand? Meng Yun stammered blankly. Finally, she sighed in defeat. All right, it's yours. She handed over the wagered item to Buku. Her expression was still sour. HMPH, even if Qin Nan wins first place in Group B, he'll never make it to the Earth rankings. He'll have to face us then. How could he possibly win? Buku chuckled and replied, We'll just have to wait and see, won't we? As for this round's prize, I won't be polite. Meng Yun turned away in a huff. HMPH, it's all your fault, Qin Nan, that I lost. Perhaps because his name was mentioned, the man standing on the stage. ... Suddenly sneezed, he muttered in confusion. HMPH, I just won! And someone's already cursing me? Is being too powerful also a crime? The match was over. The referee announced that Qin Nan had successfully advanced to Group A, where he would compete against the outer sect deacons. This news sent a ripple of discussion through the crowd. One person sneered. How far do you think this Qin Nan will get in Group A? The man beside him immediately answered, I bet he won't even last a single match. His opponents are deacons, leagues stronger than us. Another person added, That's right. Double quotes, ... Unless he has monstrous talent, like Luo Huan did back then, he'll never break into the Earth rankings. Standing nearby, Luota shot him a venomous glare, thinking to himself, So Qin Nan actually advanced to Group A now. Let's see just how far he can go amongst the deacons. Back in the contestants' waiting area, Qin Nan's arrival immediately drew scornful gazes. A brown-haired man whispered to his friend, Tell me, are the newcomers this year all worthless? How did an ordinary nobody like him advance? The purple-haired man replied, HMPH, just a bunch of weaklings. Thinking back to Luo Zhuang, ... Last year's standout among us, ... He was 100 times stronger than this Qin Nan. Overhearing their harsh words, Qin Nan couldn't help but shout back, If you have the strength, then let's settle it on the stage. What kind of skill is there in gossiping behind someone's back? Confronted so directly, the brown-haired man pointed furiously. You damned brat. You've got quite a big mouth. Qin Nan just let out a cold snort, not bothering to reply. Seeing the rising tension, the referee cleared his throat loudly to assert his authority, and yelled, Maintain order. If you don't want to be expelled from the sect, then take this seriously. A purple-haired man with spiked hair, ... stared intently at Qin Nan and spoke in a cold voice. Qin Nan. He strode up to him, his words dripping with contempt. HMPH. To think a piece of trash dares to set foot in the deacon's group. Qin Nan chuckled in response. This senior brother, I'm afraid you've made a mistake. It's not that I, Qin Nan, am trash. It's that all of you are simply too weak. I advance without even trying. His face flushing with anger from the mockery. The man grabbed Qin Nan by the collar and growled, You dare Insult us! Believe me, I'll kill you. Inside, he was screaming, I cannot accept a piece of trash from Group B. Like you advancing to Group A, this is the greatest humiliation for me. Seeing the drama unfold, the surrounding crowd gathered to point and whisper, Hey! Hey! This Qin Nan actually dares to provoke a disciple of the Wang clan. He must have a death wish, another person in the know added. That's right, the Wang clan is a major family in the Great Zhou Nation ... and holds great power within our Grand Flame sect. Very few people dare to cross them. The referee! Sen's in trouble! Quickly shouted, Hey! Hearing the call. The purple-haired man shot him a sideways glare. The referee's face turned pale with fear as he quickly said, Young Master Wang, please, continue! Then he thought to himself, one should never get involved with the Wang clan. It's better to avoid trouble. Qin Nan stared directly into the man's eyes, his gaze as sharp as a blade as he commanded, Let go! Young Master Wang smirked, raising an eyebrow. And what if I don't? Are you going to hit me? Qin Nan enunciated every word. I'll say it one more time. Let go, or you will regret it. A thought crossed his mind. It's been a while since I've practiced the soul-devouring art. It's good that someone has offered to be a test subject. The young master laughed arrogantly. How ridiculous. I refuse to let go. I want to see what you can possibly do to me. Qin Nan simply smirked and immediately activated the soul-devouring art. Hit by the technique, young Master Wang froze for 5 seconds. In his mind, a stunningly beautiful woman was now dancing gracefully before him. The man was so mesmerized he began to drool, reaching out to grasp the illusionary beauty's hand. My lady, let us dance together. And so, he began a romantic and poetic dance. ... with pink hearts fluttering all around, at least in his imagination. To everyone else, he was just twisting and writhing by himself, a bizarre and indescribable sight. The brown-haired guy, completely baffled, blurted out, What is that, Wang? How doing? This is hilarious. Ha ha ha. His companion added with a sneer, HMP. The longer I look, the more pathetic he seems. It's a total disgrace. Qin Nan just let out a cold snort and turned away, ignoring the clown show Wang Hao was putting on behind him. The moment he left, the man snapped out of the illusion. Wang Hao roared with absolute fury. Qin Nan, you dare humiliate me. I swear I will never let you get away with this. The observing Peak Lord Yang Xiao bellowed in anger. This is an outer sect tournament. Silence. The sheer power in his voice forced the crowd to cover their ears. Among them, a man with a dark expression stared at Qin Nan's back and muttered, All right, fine. He thought to himself, Qin Nan, you've made me lose face, time and again. Since it's come to this, I'll align myself with Luo Zi and have him teach you a lesson. On the high platform, the referee resumed his duties. He announced, The group of matches will now officially begin. Standing across from each other were Qin Nan and the brown-haired man who had insulted him earlier. Qin Nan spoke with a mocking tone. Oh, isn't this the one who was just running his mouth about me? The man roared back. And what about you? You're only at the 2nd level of Dao entry. Yet you dare challenge us, deacons. Such arrogance. Qin Nan sighed dramatically. I've heard those words so many times. My ears are about to fall off. But in the end, weren't they all crushed by me anyway? The man retorted. Humph, it seems you still don't understand the terrifying power of a deacon. In that case, allow me, with my peak 3rd level strength, to give you a taste. With that, he unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy. Today, you will experience my Zhang family's ultimate technique, the blood dispersion art. From behind, the ancestor's voice once again echoed in Qin Nan's mind. The blood dispersion art is a variation of the blood fury technique, but its power is even more tyrannical. If one reaches grand completion, the blood aura around their body can even materialize into a physical weapon. Hearing this, Qin Nan grew serious. From the sound of it, he seems incredibly strong, the ancestor continued. Did you forget what I said? I said, if he reaches grand completion, only then would the technique's true power manifest. Do you really think someone his age could have achieved that? Qin Nan's confident smile returned instantly. I understand now. Given his age, it's impossible. Realizing his opponent wasn't as overpowered as he thought, he gave a disdainful wave. Come on, I'm standing right here. Come and get me. This disrespectful attitude infuriated the crowd below. One person said angrily that Qin Nan character really has a death wish, actually telling his opponent to hit him. I wish I could go up there and give him a beating. The young master of the Zhang family began his assault. He calculated in his mind, the blood dispersion art consumes my own blood in exchange for a massive boost in power, amplification, and speed. As the prodigy of the Zhang family, I cannot lose. He leaped high into the air, hurtling towards Qin Nan, his mind racing. I'll use 7/10 of my power now. This single strike will secure my victory. Qin Nan narrowed his eyes, quickly assessing the attack. The power of this technique is indeed immense. But in this move, his legs are his most unguarded point. As long as I strike his legs, the force of his attack will completely vanish. And so, just as his opponent closed in, he slammed his elbow precisely into the man's leg. Struck by a wave of agonizing pain, he was sent flying backward, crashing into the wall behind him. He coughed up blood, utterly stunned. How is this possible? My strike held 70% of my power, yet Qin Nan just neutralized it. Standing on the stage, Qin Nan began his usual taunting. Isn't this the technique your family is so proud of? From what I can see, it's nothing special. Hearing these words, the man struggled to his feet, his eyes filled with determination. It's come. It's come to this, to not bring shame upon my Jin family, to not be looked down upon by the other deacons. I have no choice but to go all out. He then began to channel all his power, causing the vital energy in his body to explode, igniting his very lifeblood. The ancestor's warning came online again. Qin Nan, this kid is trying to take you down with him. He's willing to damage his own life force, to amplify his power. His strength has now surged to a whole new level. You cannot underestimate him. Qin Nan's eyes glinted with calculation. To actually harm his own life force. He's truly gone mad. If I choose to use evasive tactics, he won't be able to defeat me instantly. Wouldn't his life force and power just continuously drain away? The ancestor agreed. Correct. You can absolutely use an evasive strategy. With your mystic step technique, you can remain completely unharmed, while he will eventually deplete his life force and lose his ability to fight. You can achieve victory without even attacking. So Qin Nan asked his opponent, this is just a match. Is it really worth risking your life force over this? The Zhang family member replied with a tragic tone, you don't understand the Zhang family. For hundreds of years, we've been trampled on by the other clans of South City. I am our only genius. If I lose, it will be the greatest humiliation for my clan. I would rather die than fail to protect my family's honor. Hearing this, Qin Nan closed his eyes, a flicker of empathy in his heart. Protecting my family's honor. This feels so similar to my battle against the Lin family. He then opened his eyes and looked straight at his opponent with newfound seriousness. Very well. Then I will fight you with everything I have. The ancestor was startled by his change in heart, warning him, Qin Nan, are you really going to fight him head-on? If something unexpected happens and you lose, you'll be thrown into the great flame-sex prison for a year, Qin Nan replied decisively. If I'm going to fight, I'll make it a satisfying one. We'll worry about the consequences after. His words were like fuel to the fire. The Zhang family members fighting spirit soared. As he roared, prepared to die, Qin Nan. The two then clashed, beginning a true life-forward battle. They traded blow after blow, and as they fought, Qin Nan continued to analyze. His power is just as ferocious as before, but the defense on his legs is still weak. I can attack his legs to break his momentum. As if sensing Qin Nan's intent, he quickly leaped back, just as his opponent launched an attack aimed straight for his legs. Dodging the blow, he smirked triumphantly. Qin Nan, I won't expose the same weakness twice. You're far too naive. He poured his blood essence into a fiery shield, protecting his legs. With a smug tone, he declared, Qin Nan, watch this closely. At that moment, his body began to transform. His legs were enveloped in blood qi, which condensed into vicious gauntlets, before morphing into 2 razor-sharp blades. He lunged forward, raising his bladed leg to slash down on Qin Nan. The elder nearby cried out in horror. He's burning his own life force to materialize his blood qi. Qin Nan is in grave danger. Fortunately, he managed to dodge in the nick of time. But the attack still left a scratch on his face. Wincing in pain, he thought to himself, HMPH. So this is materialized blood qi. That was a close call. I almost died. However, based on his strength, he probably can't use that more than twice. I'll keep attacking his legs. With that thought, he charged forward again, yelling, Take this! In the stands, Mangyun spoke to Buku with a worried expression. That Qin Nan must be insane. He clearly knows about this Zhang Gong, double quotes, ... and that his blood qi can be materialized. Yet he still insists on attacking his legs. Isn't he just asking for death? Buku simply pointed to the arena and replied mysteriously, Mangyun, from what I can see, Qin Nan has already won. And just as he said, up on the stage, Zhang Gong's face was pale as he thought. Damn it, ... I can't materialize my blood qi a second time. At that exact moment, Qin Nan's attack slammed into him. He staggered, and then a sickening crack echoed through the arena. His leg bone had shattered. He collapsed to the ground, spitting up blood, and said in despair, I have lost. I've failed my clan. With those final words. ... He fainted. The referee quickly announced, First match. Group A. The winner is Qin Nan. Hearing the result, Buku smiled smugly. See, I told you I wasn't wrong. Mangyun was still unconvinced. Humph. It just seems like Qin Nan gets lucky every time. What's so amazing about that? Buku just smiled without another word. Changing the subject, he said, All right, our matches are coming up soon. You'd better perform well and not disgrace our status as deacons. Mangyun sighed. All right, I know. Meanwhile, in another corner, the Luo brothers were plotting. Luo Zhu spoke to his younger brother, Luo Zhuan. Our matches are about to start. If you run into Qin Nan, I want you to cripple him for me. Once he's crippled, the sect will surely expel him at that point. ... I can finally absorb his innate talent from my own. Luo Zhuan smiled confidently. Understood. Luo Zhe then fell into deep thought. That's right, Miao Feifeng has been gone for over a month. Why hasn't he returned? Don't tell me he ran away. At that very moment, in a forest outside the sect, Miao Feifeng had met with Ghost Kill. He spoke politely. Senior Ghost Killed, the Great Flame Sect is just ahead. The man from the Ghost Extermination Sect gazed forward, a thrilled smile on his face. To think a tiny place like the Great Flame Sect would have a disciple with a 5-elemental talent. The heavens are truly on my side. Miao Feifeng hurriedly flattered him. Senior Ghost Kill, for the master of the Ghost Extermination Sect, to come here personally. It is truly our greatest honor. Ghost Kill replied, since it was a request from the young master of the Luo family, how could I dare be careless? Of course, I had to come myself to show my sincerity. Back at the arena, the referee was announcing the results of the first round. After a series of intense and rapid matches, the first round has concluded. Luoxuan, Luoxie, Anbuko, Mangyun, Qin Nan, Lu Yunyun, Wang Hao, and Kauti. These 8 victors will advance to the final tournament to fight for the top spot. The crowd erupted into another round of discussion. Qin Nan is truly this year's dark horse to compete with the deacons as a new disciple, ... and still secure a spot in the finals. Incredible. The person next to him agreed. That's right, he really is this year's dark horse. But it's a shame. He'll definitely be eliminated in the finals. Every single one of his opponents is a powerhouse, right? A mysterious young man pulled out a book and said, Look here. I've gathered intel on all the contestants. His two friends eagerly snatched it and began to read as he explained. Let's see here. According to the book, Luozi, the eldest son of the Luo family from South City's Fuyu town, his power is at the entry level, 5th layer. The Luo family's ultimate technique is the 9 songs sword. He's hiding his true strength and is a top contender for first place. Next is Luo Zhuan, second son of the Luo family, also from Fuyu town. Outwardly, double quotes, ... He's in quotes S at the entry level, 5th layer, but his actual strength is unknown. Luo Zhuan's ultimate technique is the National Soro Blade. He was last year's champion. He's still the favorite to win this year. Then we have Han Buku, the eldest daughter of the Han family from South City's Union Town, also at the entry level, 5th layer. Her ultimate technique is the Heaven's Inquiry Axe. She's extremely powerful and a strong candidate for the #1 spot. The last one is Qin Nan, eldest son of the Qin family, ... from South City's Sword Inquiry Sacred Land. His power is at the peak of the entry level, 2nd layer. Since he's a new disciple, his ultimate techniques are unknown. The projection suggests he might know the Flame Palm and the Azure Cloud Sword. Although he's a dark horse, his cultivation is far lower than everyone else's. He's predicted to be the first one eliminated. After reading, one of them exclaimed, "Incredible. Just incredible. This information is so detailed." His friend asked, "So according to what you've written here, double quotes, ... the champion will be Luo Zhuan, and the first to be eliminated will be Qin Nan." The blue-haired man boasted. "That's a certainty. My intel is rock solid, my friend. The Luo family's strength is unmatched. There's no doubt about it. Therefore, the first place title is guaranteed to fall into the hands of one of those two brothers." On the stage, Flame Roar Peak Master was performing a series of hand gestures, extending and retracting his arms. It turned out he was drawing lots for the next matchups. After a moment, he announced the pairings. Qin Nan versus Luo Zi. Han Buku versus Liu Union. Wang Hao versus Cao Ti. And Meng Yun versus Luo Zhuan. Hearing the result, Luo Zi's brow furrowed as he thought, "This drawing is quite interesting. First, they arranged for me to deal with Lei Chongshan. Now they're setting me up against Luo Zhuan. It seems no matter what, I was destined to face Qin Nan myself. Humph." "That's fine too. This way, I'll be the one to personally cripple you. ... and finally, settle this grudge." Han Buku turned to give Qin Nan a warning. Qin Nan, Luo Zi, is officially at the entry level, 5th layer. But his true power, ... is a complete unknown. He might be even stronger than that. You have to be extremely careful. Meng Yun also chimed in. "Yeah, seriously, be careful. Don't let him kill you." Qin Nan just smiled back, brimming with confidence. "Don't you worry, ladies. This time, I, Qin Nan, will seize the #1 spot and ascend to the intersect." The referee's voice boomed. First match, Qin Nan versus Luo Zi. The two faced each other, their gazes as sharp as daggers. The referee continued, "Contestants, to the stage." A confident smile graced Qin Nan's face as he turned to the two young ladies. "It's my time to shine. I'll take my leave." Seeing this, Han Buke clenched his fists, cheering anxiously. "You can do it, Qin Nan." The scene then shifts to Yi. She was deep in cultivation on a remote mountain cliff. Suddenly, Her eyes snapped open as she asked worriedly, "Master, today is the day of Qin Nan's match. I wish to go and support him." She walked forward, kneeling before the great elder. He spoke firmly. "Disciple, you promised me you wouldn't take a single step off this mountain, that you would focus solely on your cultivation. Do you intend to break your word?" Yi Ruyun waved her hands in denial. "This disciple wouldn't dare. I simply have a burning desire to go cheer for Qin Nan. I can't find the peace of mind to cultivate." The great elder's voice was stern. "Nonsense. Since when are the trivial affairs of the heart more important than cultivation? As long as your strength continues to grow, what man could you not have? Why must you invest your entire being into a mere boy like Qin Nan?" Yi Ruyun sadly clutched her sleeves, hesitating. "Disciple is just." Seeing the sorrow on his student's face, he turned away. "Enough. Say no more. I do not wish to hear it. Stay here and focus on your training. I must attend to some intersect matters." With that, he turned and departed. Seeing him leave, Yi Ruyun thought to herself, "Every time Master handles intersect affairs, it takes a very long time. If I were to quietly slip away, perhaps Master would never find out." With that thought, she pushed off the ground and soared into the sky. With a radiant expression, her heart sang, "Qin Nan, I'm coming for you." Back on the stage, Luozi smirked, "Qin Nan, so we finally get to have a proper fight." Qin Nan's reply was just as sharp. "That's right. Ever since we left Sword-Seeking City, you've gone out of your way to make trouble for me. Today, we settle all our debts, both old and new." Luozi glanced down at the audience. His eyes locking on to Lei Zongshan simply gave him an okay sign in return. Having received the signal, Luozi thought with malice, "It seems Miao Feifeng has found the people from the Ghost Slayer sect. All I need to do now is cripple this Qin Nan. Then, once the sect expels him, I can use the Ghost Slayer sect to seize Qin Nan's talent for myself." At this thought, he declared with absolute confidence, "Fine, come at me, and I shall meet you head-on." Qin Nan didn't back down. "Then I won't be polite." He instantly executed the heaven-stealing steps, lunging forward with blinding speed. The sudden burst of motion startled Luozi. He dodged in shock, but quickly composed himself with a taunting smile. "Humph, you're far too weak." Annoyed, Qin Nan cracked his knuckles, his voice low and dangerous. "Is that so? In that case..." With a flash, he drew his heaven-dividing sword. Gripping the hilt tightly, he began to unleash his technique, shouting, "Take this!" Luozi paused for a moment before replying, "HMPH. Not bad, but still not enough." He then activated his own movement art. Instantly, he vanished and reappeared directly behind Qin Nan. With lightning-fast reflexes, Qin Nan yelled, "Behind me," and spun around with a powerful slash. The pressure from the strike was so immense that Luo was forced to leap back to evade. He panted lightly, but still managed to smirk. "After that little exchange, it seems you're stronger than I thought, Qin Nan, but it's still not good enough." Qin Nan laughed in return. "Oh, I was thinking the same thing. After testing your strength, you're much weaker than I imagined. Is this truly the extent of your power?" Humiliated, Luozi's aura flared violently. "I'm done wasting words with you. Let's end this quickly," he thought to himself. "I must cripple Qin Nan now and seize his talent." He drew the 9-song sword from his storage ring, a sharp blade of exquisite design. It radiated an incredibly powerful aura. Seeing the sword, the crowd below gasped. "No way. That's the 9 Songs sword. That's a superior-grade Huang-rank treasure," another, more knowledgeable spectator explained. "The 9 Songs sword is legendary. It comes with its own matching technique, the 9 Songs sword art. That's also a superior-grade Huang-ranked art." Luozi grinned victoriously. "Brace yourself, Qin Nan." He then unleashed the Azure Lotus 9 Songs, sending countless sharp projectiles hurtling toward Qin Nan. The old ancestor's voice echoed in his mind. "Qin Nan, this Azure Lotus 9 Songs is a superior-grade Huang art. You know what that means, don't you?" Qin Nan replied with grim determination. I understand. I must have it. My Asura sword, art, needs to devour it. Watching his opponent's sword dance, he analyzed a powerful sword art with incredible speed. It is truly a Huangre sword art. The angle of his strikes, the speed and power have all reached a state of perfection. A confident smile appeared on Qin Nan's face. The secrets of this Azure Lotus 9 Song sword art have been completely comprehended by me, branded into my very Asura bloodline. The true might of this sword art will now be unleashed by me. As he spoke, he executed the very same Azure Lotus 9 songs, meeting Luo Zi's attack head-on. Seeing this, Luo Zi's face was a mask of panic. Qin Nan, how could you learn my sword art in a mere instant? Qin Nan replied. You are mistaken. This is not just your sword art. It is a technique I have learned long ago. The two torrents of sword energy collided, creating a spectacular and violent explosion. Luo Zi cried out in alarm. So fast. His brow furrowed. Very well, Qin Nan. You are impressive. It seems I have been too careless. Now, I will show you my true power, he roared, unleashing the Azure Lotus Sword Soul, a technique even more powerful than the last. Seeing this strange new power, Qin Nan asked, the Azure Lotus Sword Soul, what is this technique? I've never seen it before. The crowd below exploded into another round of fervent discussion. A weapon soul. Only the great clans and major powers possess those. I can't believe one appeared on Luo Zi. Another person analyzed. A weapon soul can grant its user a massive boost in power, elevating their own strength to another level. How can Qin Nan possibly compare? He's finished. Ye Ruyun, hidden in the crowd, clenched her fists in anger. She thought, a weapon soul? This challenge for Qin Nan seems far more brutal than the last. Even Peak Lord Yanzhao had to admit, a weapon soul on a mere outer sect disciple. The background of this Luo family truly cannot be underestimated. Another Peak Lord sitting beside him sneered, Yanzhao. Oh, Yanzhao. It seems Luo Jia of your Kunching Peak is the superior one after all. Our Jiaxi Peak is guaranteed to win. Sometimes, wealth and family background are a form of power, too. Just look at your Qin Nan. A disciple from the countryside was destined to be beneath Luo Zi from the moment he was born. How can he possibly win now? Yanzu shot back. The battle isn't over yet, so don't be so arrogant. But even in his heart, he wondered, Qin Nan, you've already made it to the final round. That alone is a miracle. But facing Luo Zi and his powerful family, can you really pull off another one? The old ancestor's voice suddenly chimed in. Kid, a key spirit is rare. True. But this youth sword spirit of his is actually the lowest grade. You have nothing to fear. Qin Nan's face darkened as he pouted. Old ancestor, you make it sound so simple. From the spiritual power he's unleashing, I can already tell. His strength has increased immensely. Beating him now will come at a great cost. The old ancestor clapped his shoulder encouragingly. What's the fear? Kill him and take his sword spirit. You can do it. I believe in you. He even flashed a brilliant, encouraging smile. Go get M, he cheered, before vanishing again. Qin Nan stared into the empty air, stunned. Seriously? Old ancestor, he muttered. You appear out of nowhere. I thought you had a treasure for me. But all you have to say is go get M. What good will that do? Noticing his distraction, Luo Zi pointed his sword at him. Qin Nan, has my power scared you, stupid? He continued to mock him. Aren't you going to react at all? No counterattack. Qin Nan shook his head and said, truthfully, I still haven't figured out how to deal with this youth sword spirit. But inside, his resolve hardened. My only choice is to risk it all and go all out. Seeing his opponent's apparent surrender, Luo Jia roared with laughter. Well said, Qin Nan. Now, Prepare to die. As he unleashed his technique, he thought, by infusing my sword spirit into the nine-song sword, ... This one strike will be enough to finish Qin Nan. He charged forward with terrifying speed, screaming. Qin Nan was horrified, unable to keep up with his movements. So fast! In a flash, Luozi was already behind him, preparing to strike. Qin Nan, this sword is for you, he declared. Sensing the attack, Qin Nan instantly spun around, parrying with his own blade and leaping back. Enraged, he charged forward, roaring, "Take this!" His sword sliced through empty air, hitting nothing. Once again, Luosha had vanished. He was stunned, not believing that in just the blink of an eye. His opponent had disappeared from right in front of him. Suddenly, Luozi reappeared behind him for a sneak attack. He realized it and turned, but it was too late. The blade slashed deep into his shoulder. He clutched the wound in agony, muttering, "It's over!" Down in the stands, Miao Fifing said to Senior Guishaw, "Guishaw, it looks like Steward Lu Oze is about to defeat Qin Nan. When that happens, seizing the talent within his body will be all up to you." Guishaw let out a sinister chuckle. Hey, but of course, his icy eyes locked onto Qin Nan. He thought, after searching for so long with no results, I was about to give up hope. And then he just appeared. Today, I've finally found the one with the 5 elements talent. Better yet, this fool helped lead me right to him. It seems even the heavens are on my side. On the stage, Qin Nan was forced to one knee, while Luozi gloated, his sword pointed at him. "What's wrong? Are you so weak now you can't even see my attacks? If this continues, you are a dead man." Pushing himself to his feet, he retorted, "HMPH Luozi, you are gravely underestimating me. No matter how fast you are, you can't outrun the boundaries of this arena, because the moment you step outside of it, you lose." Hearing this, Luozi's expression twisted. "Qin Nan, what are you trying to say?" But his opponent just stood there, laughing without another word. Seeing this, his face darkened further, but he forced a smile. "Qin Nan, have you finally gone mad?" Only then did Qin Nan speak. "Let's make a wager. Let's see which is greater, your speed or the range of my attack." Luozi was stunned, shouting, "What?" Qin Nan began to channel his power. "Do you know why my room was destroyed, Luozi? Or why Peak Master Yan Zhao punished me? Do you know why I was forced? ... to aim for the #1 spot." Luozi grew more panicked. "Qin Nan, what nonsense are you spewing?" He froze as he recalled a memory, thinking, ... I received a report before about a Jaya Shapik disciple who destroyed an entire room. Could it be? Seeing Qin Nan's actions, Yanzu finally understood his strategy. He slammed the table in excitement. That's right, before. Because Qin Nan consumed too many pills. Double quotes. ... The spiritual energy in his body overflowed, and he released it all at once. He completely destroyed the Eastern Wing. Hearing this, a disciple who had witnessed that terrifying sight screamed, "It was him. That's him. He's the one who obliterated an entire room." Luozi's face turned pale with fear. "What?" Qin Nan raised his sword high and let out a triumphant roar. "Perish." Then he thought. Double quotes. ... Back then, I borrowed power from 2 fire spirit crystals. But now, I have broken through the double fire gate. This power might not be as vast as before, but it's more than enough to blow Luozi off this stage. With that, he charged forward, unleashing his blood sword of mortal life technique. Watching him, Luozi thought in a panic. Such a powerful fire attribute. He rushed to defend, saying, with false bravado, "But my youth sword spirit isn't just for show." Qin Nan shot back. "Then, let's find out, ... If your youth sword spirit is stronger than my Asura sword art." The two clashed once more. One attacking, ... The other defending. Qin Nan roared, Take this. After parrying the blow, Luozi sneered, "You're too weak." Hearing this, Qin Nan just smirked. Humph? Weak? He unleashed his technique, the blood sword of mortal life, with immense power. Seeing it, Luozi's expression changed. He can actually manifest 3 streams of sword ki at once. The attack slashed directly into his arm, wounding him. He gritted his teeth. Damn you, Qin Nan. Once your spiritual energy is depleted, and you can no longer form that sword ki, ... I will kill you myself. Qin Nan just laughed heartily, replying with exhilaration. So this is the thrill of battle. He continued his assault. He thought, the power of my Asura bloodline is also being stimulated by this fight. The blood ki throughout his body began to surge. He then roared, "Power! I can feel power surging through me." His brow furrowed. Ki heaven steps. Second form. A stream of energy flowed through his body, down to his feet. And just like that, he rose into the air, hovering there. Luozi saw this, and his jaw dropped, stammering, "This ... How is this possible?" His face went pale with disbelief. He actually has a technique that allows him to stand in midair from high above. Qin Nan prepared to unleash a terrifying finishing blow. 1,000 swords rained from the heavens like a steel storm, engulfing the entire arena. As they crashed into the stage, the world shook with thunderous explosions. Even Peak Lord Yan Zhao shot to his feet, applauding the spectacle. What a magnificent technique! Sword ki descending from the heavens. But then, he gazed at the sky. His expression turned grim. This sword ki, it's too much, he worried. It's about to spill beyond the arena's boundaries. He gave a sharp command. Zhang Tianbi, Wu Luo. Now, divert the flow of this sword ki. Prevent it from reaching the spectator areas. We cannot let innocent disciples be harmed. Hearing the order, the 2 peak lords responded, "Understood." Together, the 3 masters soared into the air to intercept the deadly rain of swords below. Disciples screamed in terror as stray blades flew toward them. It's over! The sword ki is coming this way. Just then, Peak Lord Yanzu appeared in a flash. He blocked the torrent of energy, deflecting it. But the redirected blast slammed into a nearby spectator stand, shattering a huge corner of it 2 pieces. Averting the immediate disaster, Yanzu breathed a sigh of relief. That was too close, he thought, looking at his hand, now wreathed in flame. He mused, "This boy, Qin Nan, his power is truly immense." On the other side, a stray sword shot towards Miao Fa. He stumbled back in fear, shouting, "The sword ki is here." Gui Sha, standing behind him, merely waved his hand. A pulse of spiritual power effortlessly flicked the sword away. He gazed at Qin Nan, who was still hovering in the air. A thrilled smile spread across his face. The youth of today are truly exhilarating. Ha! His laughter grew louder, filled with satisfaction. As expected of someone with a 5 elements affinity. This power, this sheer force, it's magnificent. I must have it for myself. On the stage, Luozi was trapped in the endless storm of blades. He dodged frantically, leaping from side to side, gritting his teeth. Damn it! Why are there so many? He'd already taken countless hits, his body a canvas of agonizing wounds. A blade of sword ki pierced his leg, causing him to stagger and fall to one knee. Though battered and broken, his spirit refused to yield. He roared, "Qin Nan, it seems I gravely underestimated you." In the audience, Mengyun was sweating bullets. If that sword ki were aimed at me, ... I wouldn't have stood a chance. I'd already be dead. Han Bukoku replied, in sheer awe. So this is Qin Nan's true power. It's terrifyingly strong. Yi Run watched the man she admired, her heart swelling with pride. Qin Nan, I am so proud of you. Luozi struggled to hold his ground on the stage. Seeing him panting for breath, Qin Nan taunted, "What's wrong? Luosha, can't take it anymore." Luozi laughed mockingly, a defiant sneer on his face. A pity, Qin Nan. No matter how strong you are, I'm still standing, aren't I? You can't kill me! The main character simply smiled back. Is that so? Are you still naive enough to believe my spiritual power is running out? Hearing this, Luozi's bravado vanished, replaced by shock. Could it be? You mean you still have more? Fearing another ultimate attack, Luozi decided to strike first. He launched himself into the air, charging directly at Qin Nan. Their swords met in a colossal explosion of energy. In the aftermath of the clash, Qin Nan lost his advantage and fell from the sky, collapsing onto the stage. Seeing his opponent fall, Luozi roared with triumphant laughter. Finally, I've won. But down below, Miao Feifeng stared in horror, stammering with a trembling voice. Deacon Luo, your arm. His words finally registered, and Luozi realized something was terribly wrong. What? He thought, looking down. He stared in utter disbelief at the empty space where his arm should have been. A blood-curdling scream of agony ripped from his throat as he too lost his balance and plummeted to the ground. Both fighters now lay motionless on the stage. The referee stood up, announcing, "The match is not over. Neither combatant has left the arena." He thought to himself, "I've overseen countless matches for years, but this is the first time I've ever witnessed such a bloody spectacle." Luozi struggled, trying to push himself up. He was determined to ignore the pain and claim his victory. The referee's eyes widened. "Look, Luozi. He's getting up." He managed to stand, breathing heavily and laughing hoarsely. "Qin Nan. It seems the heavens have not yet forsaken me." But just as he said it, his body gave out, and he collapsed onto the stage once more, stunning the crowd. Miao Feifeng was crying his eyes out. "Deacon Luo, you won! You won!" Luozi's Peak Lord laughed with pride. "Well done. That's a true disciple of Arching Feng Peak. Far superior to the disciples of Jiaxi Peak." But Peak Lord Yanzhao stared at Qin Nan's unmoving form, frowning. Is this truly where Qin Nan's journey ends? Amidst the cheering, tears welled up in Han Bukoku's eyes. He sobbed, "Qin Nan, get up! Please, get up!" Meng Yun was even worse, his eyes swollen like walnuts as he choked out, "Qin Nan, I never thought much of you before, but now, I admit it, you're incredibly strong. So please, get up. If you don't, you're going to lose." Ye Ruyun was also consumed by worry, trying to convince herself, "Qin Nan, I know your strength doesn't end here. Show them all." Meanwhile, Qin Nan's soul was drifting in another place entirely. He awoke in a strange, ethereal space, looking around in confusion. This is odd, where am I? Wasn't I just in a match? Suddenly, the ancestor materialized beside him. "My boy," the old spirit explained, "this is your sea of consciousness. It is also the place where I reside within your body." Qin Nan scratched his head, completely bewildered. "Ancestor, why am I here?" The ancestor smacked him on the head. "Have you still not figured it out? When a person is on the brink of death, their consciousness retreats into their own sea of consciousness, to relive the memories of their entire life." Hearing this, Qin Nan froze for 5 seconds. He couldn't accept the cruel reality. Screaming, "What? You mean I'm dying? How can I be dying when I was perfectly fine just a moment ago?" The ancestor could only sigh. "It's because you expended too much spiritual power. Your body has fallen into a state of complete exhaustion. This is the final sign before death." The old man sat down, his voice laced with despair. "Now, even I cannot save you. If you die, I will perish with you. We will both vanish from this world." Qin Nan clutched his head as a fire of defiance blazed around him. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. "How can this be? I still want to become stronger. I haven't reached the highest realm yet. How can I die so easily?" He gritted his teeth, his voice a low growl. I haven't even dominated the world yet. Hearing this, the ancestor sighed once more. It's useless. Life and death are in the hands of the heavens. Your body has already stopped breathing, since you're about to die anyway. Do you truly believe your willpower alone can change the will of the heavens? Qin Nan roared, his eyes blazing with defiance. The heavenly Tao. My name is Qin Nan, and I don't believe in destiny. I believe only in the power I hold myself. He continued to bellow, the spiritual energy erupting from his body growing ever more intense. He declared, even if the heavens are strong, I, Qin Nan, will shatter them. In that instant, the space within his sea of consciousness began to fracture. Back in the arena, the referee checked his pulse. He let out a soft sigh. Qin Nan's heartbeat had stopped. It seems he's dead. The referee then turned and announced, I hereby declare that Qin Nan has perished. I will now announce the result of the match. Hearing the referee's verdict, Meng Yan's eyes filled with tears as she whispered, Qin Nan is dead. I don't believe it. Han Buxiao also vehemently refused to accept it. Hemph! How could this be? Nia Ruyun could no longer maintain her composure, tears streaming down her face as she silently called his name. On the other side of the arena, Luozi had regained consciousness. He screamed in fury, dead. I sacrificed an entire arm to secure this victory. All to seize Qin Nan's innate talent. Now that he's dead, how am I supposed to take his gift? Down below, Miao Fifing gritted his teeth. Humph! So close to success, only to fail. With Qin Nan dead, his talent is beyond our grasp. Gui Sha was even more devastated. He seethed with rage, a single thought consuming him. Humph! What a wasted journey. Damn it, Qin Nan remained motionless on the stage. The referee took Luozi's hand and raised it high, preparing to announce him as the winner of the duel. But before the referee could finish his sentence, the unthinkable happened. Qin Nan, the man pronounced dead, slowly opened his eyes and sat up. The sight made Luozi's jaw drop in utter shock. The crowd below erupted in a wave of joyous disbelief. They laughed in relief. Qin Nan isn't dead. He's not dead. Ha ha ha. That rascal is still alive. Han Buxiao's spirits soared as he grinned widely, saying, I knew it. You couldn't possibly die that easily. Meng Yun hastily wiped the tears from her eyes and yelled, that jerk Qin Nan. I actually cried for him. He's going to have to make it up to me. Peak Master Zhang, Luozi's master, was completely stunned, screaming inwardly. This is infuriating. How is that brat still alive? Peak Master Yan Jia, seated next to him, took the chance to gloat. Peak Master Zhang, the expressions on your face are truly fascinating. Peak Master Zhang Jia snorted coldly. The battle isn't over yet. Who's to say that Luozi Maikun Chinky Peak won't just kill Qin Nan a second time? Seeing Qin Nan on his feet, the referee quickly announced, Qin Nan is not dead. The match will continue. An irritated Luozi glared at him, demanding, Qin Nan, how can you still be alive? Qin Nan replied with a perfectly calm expression. Sorry to disappoint you. Not only am I alive, but I can still defeat you. Luozi's brow furrowed as he roared, impossible. There's no way you can beat me. Without letting his opponent spout any more nonsense, Qin Nan immediately used the heavenly key step, moving like a gust of wind to appear right before Luozi. The shocked opponent only had time to gasp, before Qin Nan closed the distance. He tapped him lightly with the solitary yang finger and bid him farewell with a single phrase. Goodbye, Luozi. The single strike from the solitary yang finger, imbued with the fire element, slammed into Luozi, sending him flying off the stage like a cannonball. Luozi lay there, struggling, muttering to himself, I lost. I actually lost to him. I, the great young master of the Luo family, was defeated by Qin Nan. He tried to force himself up, but was completely powerless. Seeing Luozi was immobilized, the referee immediately declared, "The winner of this match is ... Qin Nan." The audience below chanted his name relentlessly. Qin Nan. Qin Nan. The two young ladies chatted happily, celebrating together. Hanbok Xiao joined the crowd, roaring with them, "Qin Nan! Qin Nan! Qin Nan!" The Peak Masters also applauded, in approval. Bai Wuhan praised him endlessly. "Yan Zhao, it seems you have found a truly excellent disciple." Yan Zhao replied, "Indeed, it's a shame he won't be my disciple for much longer." Bai Wuhan was confused. He asked, "What do you mean by that?" Yan Zhao explained, "With his strength and talent, he will soon enter the inner sect. In this prosperous world of martial arts, he is destined to become the most outstanding of all." Qin Nan stood proudly on the stage, his aura soaring as he began to flex. "I live in defiance of the heavens. I, Qin Nan, will undoubtedly be invincible." Just then, Nai Ruyun stepped out from the crowd and praised him. "You were amazing." Seeing the beautiful lady, he smiled brightly and replied, "Ni Ruyun, thank you." The moment the words left his lips, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. A wave of pain crashed over him, forcing him to his knees. Clutching his chest, he thought, "Damn it, I may have escaped death, but my injuries are still severe." Gui Sha witnessed this and grinned with delight. He thought to himself, "This must be heaven's will. This Qin Nan is far more powerful than I ever imagined." He leaped onto the stage, analyzing the situation. It seems the 5 elemental talents within his body are all incredibly potent, completely unparalleled. How miraculous. Truly miraculous. Seeing the strange figure appear, Qin Nan struggled to ask, "Who are you?" The man introduced himself, from the ghost extermination sect, Gui Sha. With that, the eerie old man instantly teleported behind him, before Qin Nan could even react. A single palm strike knocked him unconscious. Hoisting Qin Nan onto his shoulder, the man declared, "This prized disciple of your great Yan sect is now mine." Yan Zhao's brow furrowed as he cried out, "Not good. This is bad. He's trying to kidnap Qin Nan. Stop him!" The 3 Peak Masters immediately lunged forward, but Gui Sha just sneered. "You think the likes of you can catch me?" Yan Zhao roared, "Gui Sha, halt!" However, the old man simply took out a small vial, saying contemptuously, "Mere trifles trying to stop me." He threw the vial, and a toxic purple smoke instantly billowed out. Yan Zhao quickly covered his nose and shouted, "It's bad. There's poison." When the smoke cleared, Gui Sha and Qin Nan had vanished. Peak Master Zhang clenched his fists in rage, growling, "Damn it! We let him escape." Bai Wuhan said gravely, "This is a major incident. We must report this to the Grand Elder immediately." Yan Zhao agreed. "That's right, Bai Wuhan. Go and inform the elders at once." Peak Master Zhang, you take some men and pursue him. I will handle the arrangements for the tournament. They both answered in unison. Understood. The referee also addressed the crowd. Due to a sudden emergency, the bracket matches are temporarily postponed and will be reorganized later. For today, everyone is dismissed. Understanding the dire situation, everyone nodded in grim agreement. Down below, Miao Pfeifen clutched his head in panic, his mind screaming, "It's all over. I'm the one who led Gui Sha here. He actually kidnapped Qin Nan. Luo Z will want my head for this." Desperate, he tried to salvage the situation, scrambling to Luo Z's side and shouting, "Steward, Luo, you have to wake up. Qin Nan has been taken." Tears streamed down his face as he begged, Steward Luo, please, you have to wake up." Just then, an enraged Luo Zhuan stomped over. He snarled, "My older brother is unconscious! What good will shaking him like that do?" He turned and commanded his men, "Take my brother back for treatment at once." A subordinate immediately rushed to obey, watching Luozi being carried away. Luo Zhuan couldn't hide a triumphant smirk, thinking, "My dear brother has lost an arm. He's nothing but a cripple now, which means my days of freedom have finally arrived." In another part of the sect, Hanbuku was consumed by worry. Why was Qin Nan taken? Nothing better have happened to him. Meng Yun tried to console her. Don't worry, that kid has the luck of the heavens. He'll be just fine. Besides, didn't our Peak Master already send people after that villain? They'll bring Qin Nan back, safe and sound any minute now. But Hanbuka's heart couldn't find any peace. She declared with conviction. No, I have to go find Qin Nan myself. Meng Yun stood with her hands on her hips, feigning indifference. Fine, you go. I'm certainly not going anywhere. That sounds exhausting. Hanbuku could only offer a word of caution. Then please, take care of yourself. She watched her friend's departing figure. Meng Yun grumbled to herself in frustration. Humph, he was just captured. That's all. He'll be back soon enough. Why does she have to personally go looking for him? Perched on her shoulder, Xiao Bai suddenly spoke. Meng Yun, all of this might be your fault. Startled, she replied. What? My fault? How is that possible? I didn't do anything. Xiao Bai hopped down and began to explain. That day, you saw Luo. What exactly did you tell him? She frowned, recalling the memory. Humph. I just confronted him about why he vanished for a whole year. And then he started asking me about Qin Nan. The pieces clicked into place, and her eyes widened in shock. I told him that Qin Nan possesses a 5-elemental affinity. Could he have arranged this attack on Qin Nan? Hearing this, Xiao Bai could only facepalm in despair. Oh, for heaven's sake! Are you only now grasping how serious this is? Your naivete is truly a crime. Realizing her mistake, she collapsed to the ground, sobbing. It's ruined, ... It's ruined. This is all my fault. But her despair quickly ignited into determination. No, I have to find Qin Nan, too. I must take responsibility for the mess I've made. And with that, she turned and raced off to join the search. The scene shifts. Gui Sha is now dashing through a dense forest with Qin Nan slung over his shoulder. A sinister smile on his face. He muttered to himself. This trip was well worth the effort. As soon as I get Qin Nan to the demon extermination sect, I can absorb every last bit of his talent. He let out a maniacal laugh. Ha! The path to ultimate power is finally open to me. But suddenly, his senses flared, detecting another presence hot on his trail. He sneered internally. Humph! Someone caught up this quickly. Could it be the Great Elder from the Great Flame Sect? To throw them off his scent. ... He didn't hesitate to toss out a poisonous smoke bomb, engulfing the area in a toxic cloud. A series of coughs echoed from within the haze. As the smoke cleared, the figure revealed was none other than Royon. Gui Sha glared at the newcomer. And who might you be? He sized her up instantly. This woman's cultivation level is low, but she managed to keep pace with me. Her movement technique must be impressive. Yi Ruyun answered coldly. Disciple of the Great Flame Sect, She then roared. Release Qin Nan at once. He merely laughed in contempt. Ha ha! Little girl, with your paltry 3rd level of the Dao entry realm. ... You think you can stop me? By all means, give it a try. In response, she unleashed her technique Thundersteps across 1,000 li. A majestic phantom of a lightning dragon materialized. Witnessing her technique, even Gui Sha was forced to admit to wield such potent lightning energy. This woman is far from ordinary. But before she could fully launch her attack, Gui Sha vanished and reappeared right in front of her, slamming a devastating blow into her midsection. The impact was overwhelming. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, sent flying back several meters. Clutching her stomach, she thought in horror. This man's power is far beyond mine. ... He might even be on par with Master. Seeing her writhing in pain, he sneered. Little girl, your talent isn't bad. But today, I've captured a prize with talent that far surpasses yours. If you know what's good for you and retreat now, I might just spare your life. But Yiru Noon defiantly raised her sword once more. She declared, I would rather die here today than let you take Qin Nan. A plan formed in her mind. Even if I can't defeat him. ... If I can just stall for time, the others pursuing us will surely arrive. and save Qin Nan. Amused by this girl's righteousness, he tossed Qin Nan to the side. Very well. I'll play with you for a little while. She immediately began gathering spiritual energy for her final move. As she channeled her power, her master's warning echoed in her mind. Master forbade me from ever using this technique. But to save Qin Nan, I have no other choice. She raised her sword high into the air. She let out a powerful roar, creating a phantom dragon that called down heavenly lightning. Gui Sha had to shield his eyes from the blinding light, muttering in surprise. This lightning energy, it's incredibly potent. Could it be? She screamed the name of the technique. Golden Gate's third-level vigor. Recognition flashed in his eyes. Ha! There it is. A wicked, gleeful grin spread across his face. Ha! The 3,000 thunder physique. He made no move to defend, simply standing there to take the full force of the attack. She watched, her heart pounding with hope, praying silently. An attack of this magnitude should be enough to wound him severely. But when the blinding light faded, the sight before her left her utterly stunned. He had formed a protective barrier and stood there completely unscathed. The color drained from her face as she screamed in disbelief. Impossible! My ultimate attack. ... It didn't even singe his clothes, let alone harm him. Gui Sha simply burst out into triumphant laughter. Little girl, to thingy, actually possessed the legendary 3,000 thunder physique. It seems today truly is my lucky day. His words sent a chill down her spine. She asked, with a tremor in her voice, What are you talking about? Gui Sha explained with a predatory gleam in his eyes. A talent like yours is exceptionally rare. If I fail to absorb Qin Nan's talent, ... I can simply absorb yours as a replacement. Ye Ruyun screamed in defiance. HMPH, in your dreams. The words had barely left her lips when he appeared directly in front of her. With one hand, he slammed her to the ground, the other raised for the final, killing blow. The impact left her on the verge of blacking out, with no strength left to resist. He then slung her over his shoulder and began to walk away. In her hazy state, she saw Qin Nan and weakly called his name, Qin Nan. When Qin Nan opened his eyes again, he found himself bound tightly by 4 enormous chains. He gasped in shock. What in the world happened here? His throat was parched. Thirsty, he rasped. The single word, a struggle. He remembered his battle with Luo Zi, how he'd exhausted all his life force and suffered critical injuries. Now, he couldn't summon even a fraction of his power. The clanking of chains echoed as Gui Sha appeared before him. Little brat, he sneered. I'd advise you not to struggle, Gui Sha. Qin Nan yelled, startled. The man's face was twisted in a look of sheer, ecstatic joy. Seeing this, Qin Nan demanded, Where did you take me? Gui Sha sat down casually. This is the secret chamber of the Ghost Extermination Sect. A place not even its own disciples or elders know about, let alone anyone from your great flame sect. So, you can give up any foolish ideas about being rescued. Qin Nan pressed. Why did you capture me? Gui Sha burst into laughter. Ha! Isn't it obvious? It's for the 5 elements talent you possess, he continued. Once I absorb this heaven-defying gift of yours, my power will surge to incredible heights. I might even become an equal to the 4 great masters of the Great Zhou Kingdom. At that point, the title of Sect Master, double quotes, ... will be something I wouldn't even want. Qin Nan asked again. My 5 elements body is a secret talent. Only I and a few others know of it. How did you find out? Gui Sha cackled wickedly. Ha ha! Why, it was your very own Luo Zi from the Great Flame Sect who told me his original plan was to steal your talent for himself. But I beat him to the punch and snatched you first. It seems even the heavens are on my side. Qin Nan's teeth ground together in pure rage. Luo Zi. Luo Zi. It's always Luo Zi. When I get out of this place, I will kill him. Seeing his fury, Gui Sha added, Since you're about to die anyway, I'll tell you one more thing. That Luo Zi fellow got his information from a girl named Meng Yun. Qin Nan couldn't believe it. Meng Yun, why would she want to harm me? Gui Sha just shook his head. Humph. You'll be dead in a few moments. There's no need to trouble your mind with such things. He set an hourglass on the ground and said, I'm going to make some preparations now. By the time I'm finished, the sand in this hourglass will have run out. And that is when you will die. Try to enjoy the little time you have left. At the gates of the Great Flame Sect, Yanzu reported, Great Elder, the Otto-sect disciples are fully assembled. The Great Elder nodded grimly. Good. Begin the pursuit. Yanzu raised his sword high, leading the charge. Follow me. We hunt Gui Sha. As the group departed, the Great Elder stood there, his brow furrowed in thought. Such audacity, Gui Sha. I spared your life all those years ago. Yet today you dare kidnap my prized disciple, Qin Nan. If anything happens to my disciple, I will personally annihilate your entire Ghost Extermination Sect. Meanwhile, at the Ghost Extermination Sect's hall, a disciple ran in, frantic. Sectmaster. The people from the Great Flame Sect. They're attacking. Gui Sha remained perfectly calm. Don't panic. Hold them off for me. I will be there shortly. The subordinate acknowledged the order and slowly walked out. He stood before the disciples and roared. All disciples of the Ghost Extermination Sect, hear me. Follow me and repel the enemy to buy our sect master some time, he thought to himself. The sect master must be preparing a devastating technique. If we can just give him enough time, he'll surely wipe out those dogs from the Great Flame Sect. But he never imagined that inside, Gui Sha was cackling with sinister glee. As long as I can seize the Five Elements talent, who cares if the entire Ghost Extermination Sect is destroyed? With that thought, he bit his own hand, using his fresh blood to activate a spatial formation without a second's hesitation. He stepped through the portal, arriving back where Qin Nan was imprisoned. Standing before him, he said, Outside, the men of the Flame Sect are attacking my sect. I doubt my disciples will be able to hold them off for long. Qin Nan gave a small, knowing smile. When the Great Elder gets here, you are a dead man. The old man raised his hands and began to deploy the formation. A purple bagua diagram appeared on the ground, radiating an immensely powerful aura. He declared aggressively, You think I'm afraid? Faced with the old man's calm and confident demeanor, Qin Nan thought, he's truly not afraid of the Great Elder. Does he have some kind of secret trump card? Gui Sha spoke to Qin Nan. Since you're about to die, I'll tell you something. The place we're in is an extremely hidden chamber, a secret of the Ghost Extermination Sect. Only the sect master knows of it. No one else can possibly enter. So, even if an army of hundreds of thousands came to save you, they would never be able to find us. The young man asked him, What about your hundreds of disciples out there? Do you not care for them? He turned away, his voice cold as ice. HMPH. A few hundred insignificant lives are nothing. If their deaths allow me to successfully absorb the talent within you, then they died for a worthy cause. As long as I can break through the Spirit Ascension Realm bottleneck and become the strongest, I can always restore the Ghost Extermination Sect. Qin Nan roared. You only care about your own interests. Willing to sacrifice the lives of hundreds of disciples, you're truly evil, worse than a wild beast. Ha ha ha! You still have the energy to curse me. You should think about any last words you want to leave behind. Maybe if I'm feeling merciful, I'll deliver them for you. With that, he began to activate the formation. The formation's diagram lit up. Gui Sha turned away and said, All right, the array is drawn. Next, I need to capture a few living sacrifices for the ritual. You just be a good boy and wait for me here. He left, slamming the door shut. Qin Nan fell into a silent contemplation. The hourglass was only half empty. There might still be a chance to escape, he thought. If I'd just wait for those foolish elders to save me, I'll probably be dead long before they find me. The surroundings were pitch black. He couldn't see anything that might help him break the shackles. Suddenly, a faint voice called his name, Qin Nan. He snapped his head around. It was Yi Ruyun, also chained up in a corner of the room. He asked in surprise, "Yi, Ruyun, why were you captured and brought here too?" She replied, "I saw Guisha kidnap you, so I followed to try and save you. But he discovered my latent talent and captured me as well," he said helplessly. "I could handle falling into this desperate plight alone. But to drag you into this, I feel an immense weight of guilt." Ye Ruyun shook her head. "No, I came here of my own free will. When I saw them take you away, my heart burned with anxiety. My only thought was of saving you," Qin Nan told her. "The most urgent thing right now is to figure out how to escape and meet up with the Great Elders. But we're bound by these chains. We can't even move," she replied. "An elder once told me about these spirit locks. No one below the entry Dao realm has the power to break them." Qin Nan's mind raced, repeating the words, "Below the entry Dao realm cannot open it." Suddenly, his face lit up with joy. "Then all I have to do is break through to the entry Dao realm." Yi Ruyun, worried? "But you and I are only at the 3rd stage of the entry Dao. How could we possibly break through in such a short time? At best, it would take months." He smiled with absolute confidence. "Don't worry, I have a way." Qin Nan had no choice but to call on his ultimate trump card. He screamed in his mind, "Old ancestor, help me now, or this monster ghost fiend will kill me." The old ancestor instantly materialized before him, speaking gravely, "Young one, if I possess your body, it will consume the soul power that sustains my existence. If my soul power runs out, I will vanish from this world forever. Furthermore, forcing so many breakthroughs at once will put your physical body at enormous, life-threatening risk," he yelled. "Old ancestor, don't worry, my body can take it." "One more thing. How long will it take to escape?" the old spirit replied. "My soul power can only last for a short while longer. It's not a problem, but you'll have to ascend 7 whole realms in an instant. You already broke through 2 realms last time. Are you absolutely sure you can withstand it?" Qin Nan said decisively. "To live, I'll escape from here, no matter the cost." Seeing his unyielding determination, the old ancestor agreed. "Very well, I will descend into your vessel." He began pouring a massive amount of spirit energy into Qin Nan's body. Qin Nan felt the change instantly. "My realm has now surpassed entry Dao. I've stepped into the spirit transmission realm. But this power? It's overwhelming. The pressure on my body is immense." Yi Ruyun saw him drenched in sweat and asked with concern, "Qin Nan, what's happening to you?" He forced a smile. "I'm fine. I'll break these chains and get you out." With a final glare, he focused all his newfound power into his arms and shattered the chains with a mighty heave. Yi Ruyun's face lit up with joy. "The chains are broken. You actually did it." As he rubbed his wrists, he explained, "These chains must have weakened after not being used for so long." But inside, he knew the secret of the old ancestor could never be revealed. Yi Ruyun immediately believed his story. "So that's what it was. It seems we have a chance to escape after all." He moved closer to her, saying, "All right, now I'll break your chains." But he thought to himself, "She's so naive, she actually bought it." Just as he was about to touch Yi Ruyun's chains, the ghost fiend's voice suddenly echoed through the room. "Qin Nan, have you been waiting long? I brought back a fresh captive." Ah! Yi Ruyun's heart sank in terror. "It's over. Ghost fiend is here." Qin Nan quickly said, "I'll break your chains right now." She urged him through her tears, "Just run. If he finds you, we'll both die. If you escape on your own now, I might still have a chance to live." Qin Nan was torn, but the sound of the door creaking open began. "Yay!" Ruyun pleaded desperately. "He's almost here. Stop thinking and go." The old ancestor appeared, adding his voice, "Young man, the girl is right. With your current power in the spirit transmission realm, and with the heaven tier movement technique, sky seizing steps, you can definitely escape this chamber undetected by Ghost Fiend. But if you try to save her now, both of you will perish. Better to escape first, then figure out a way to rescue her later. Qin Nan hesitated for a few seconds. Finally, he made his choice. All right, wait for me. I will come back for you. Watching his retreating shadow, Yi Ruyun thought, Qin Nan, I hope you can survive. I can no longer walk this path with you. As Ghost Fiend prepared to enter the room, Qin Nan hid right behind the door, waiting for the perfect moment. The second the Fiend stepped inside, Qin Nan's eyes flared. Now is the time. He instantly activated his heaven-seizing steps. As fast as a lightning bolt, he shot out of the room. Ghost Fiend spun around, startled. Where's Qin Nan? He stared at the shattered chains in his hand, unable to believe his eyes. Impossible! No one below the entry Dao realm should be able to break these chains. How could Qin Nan have shattered them? He turned and grabbed Ye Ruyun by the collar. How did he break these chains? She screamed in his face. I don't know. Ghost Fiend slapped her across the face in a fury. You wretched woman. Ye Ruyun bit her lip, glaring back at him. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Fine. To escape these chains proves that Qin Nan's talent is truly supreme. In any case, he can't escape this dungeon. I will hunt him down. With that, he turned and left, the door slamming shut once more. The scene shifts to Qin Nan's situation. After a frantic escape, he stopped, gasping for air. That was too close. Thanks to the power of the spirit transmission realm, my heaven-seizing steps have become much stronger. That's the only reason I could slip past Ghost Fiend's senses. If it had been anyone else, they never would have escaped that chamber. It turned out that dark room was just a small cell. Stepping outside, he discovered a completely different space. This must be a massive labyrinth, with only a single exit. But no matter what it took, he was determined to find it. Suddenly, he noticed a hidden passage along the wall. Moving closer, he ran his hand across the stone. I have to see what's inside. This might be the key to escaping this godforsaken place. He quickly found the mechanism, opening a hidden door and stepping inside. Instantly, Qin Nan's eyes widened, practically drooling at the sight. Could this be Ghost Fiend's personal alchemy room? He rushed forward excitedly. There are so many medicinal herbs and countless pill recipes. All of them priceless treasures. It would be a crime against myself not to take every last thing. Charging forward at full speed. Bam! He crashed headfirst into a hidden barrier. A massive lump instantly formed on his forehead as he winced. Ouch! That really hurt. Who would have thought a barrier would be protecting so many treasures? Am I supposed to just give up? I refuse to accept this. Just then, the ancestor materialized to guide him, Qin Nan, to pass through this barrier and enter the space within. There is a specific requirement. Anyone with a cultivation below the 3rd stage of spirit transmission, will find it impossible to enter. Qin Nan immediately asked, Ancestor, can you help me raise my cultivation level? The old master scoffed. You brat, are you trying to get yourself killed? Forcing a breakthrough of 10 minor realms in such a short time is incredibly dangerous. Ancestor, after I reach the 3rd stage of spirit transmission, how long can I maintain it? The ancestor held up a finger. For the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Qin Nan's face lit up. That's more than enough. Ancestor, help me break through to the 3rd stage of spirit transmission. The old master grimaced. You reckless fool, willing to risk your very life just for some treasure. But Qin Nan ignored his warnings, urging him to hurry. The ancestor grit his teeth. Fine, you win. I've never seen anyone so stubborn. Once more, the ancestor poured his spiritual energy into Qin Nan. The overload sent waves of agony through him, making him scream uncontrollably. But, in the end, he successfully broke through. However, the price was steep. He was severely injured, coughing up mouthfuls of blood, panting heavily. Qin Nan thought, the strain on my body is immense. I think I've reached my absolute limit. If I tried to force another breakthrough, my body would probably just explode. But still, treasures. Here I come. He stepped forward, a smirk on his face. Gui Shaw, you never would have dreamed that I'd find your secret alchemy chamber. He swept everything into his storage. Over 10 precious herbs, 2 first-grade spirit crystals, and 100 spirit stones. Qin Nan laughed in delight. I've struck gold. Ha ha ha! Then, his eyes fell upon an alchemy furnace. But his storage ring was already full. He couldn't possibly carry it. He sighed. I need to get a better storage ring soon. This room was filled with countless priceless artifacts. But he had no way to take them with him. Besides, he thought, my bloodline already holds the knowledge of countless alchemy texts. Seeing these books now, I am already sick of them. I'll leave them. But then, what's this? A hidden passage. Driven by curiosity, Qin Nan pressed the switch. Another secret door slid open. Hey, who knows what greater treasures lie within? Seeing Qin Nan completely absorbed in his treasure hunt. The ancestor had to issue a dire warning. Brat, the incense stick is almost burnt out. If you delay any longer, you will die. But Qin Nan stubbornly stepped inside anyway. Inside, he found a large, imposing statue. On the stone tablet at its base, an inscription read, Slaying gods and destroying Buddhas. I am the demon. Qin Nan's eyes widened in realization. So this is a statue of Gui Mi, the founder of this entire sect. But why hide it here? Shouldn't a statue like this be at the main gate? Why was it concealed? Perhaps something else was hidden behind it. He then noticed a rune on the statue. This engraving, it seems strangely familiar. Wait, a similar rune is etched within my great Asura bloodline. He reached out and touched the engraving. Instantly, the character blazed with a crimson light as streams of spiritual energy began to rise. The energy enveloped the statue completely. As the light intensified, the stone figure slowly dissolved, revealing a scroll in its place. Qin Nan rushed forward. What is this? But before he could grab it, he coughed up more blood. His body was at its breaking point. I have to get out of this barrier now. Even so, he snatched the scroll before turning to flee. He summoned every last ounce of his strength. Damn it, I'm so close! The ancestor's voice boomed. Qin Nan, leave the barrier immediately. There's almost no time left. If you don't get out now, you'll die. Pushing through the immense pain, Qin Nan finally burst free from the barrier. The ancestor's voice reached him. I have released a forced breakthrough. Your life is no longer in danger. Qin Nan gasped for air, wiping the sweat from his chin and muttering, ... That was far too dangerous. He held up the scroll he had risked everything for. I wonder what this is. It feels so mysterious. He unrolled it to take a look. The ... Great Bloodline Atlas. He read the names of various lands. The ancestor spoke again. You foolish boy. You don't understand its value. Within that Great Bloodline Atlas, ... is recorded all the information on every bloodline in existence. It is a priceless treasure. Years ago, I searched tirelessly for it, but never found a single trace. To think it was hidden here all along. ... Qin Nan was still skeptical. What makes this scroll so precious? I'm not entirely convinced. The ancestor began to explain. In the Tianyan continent, a powerful bloodline is the ultimate treasure. Possessing one can turn anyone into a top-tier expert. You could even dominate the entire world. Some bloodlines can devour others, allowing for an explosive increase in power. And the Great Bloodline Atlas. It contains detailed information on every single one of them. Now, do you see, how could it not be a priceless treasure? Qin Nan was stunned. It truly is a treasure beyond compare. But, for something so important to be found inside the Gui Mi sect, it's truly unbelievable. The ancestor replied, the threads of fate in this world are complex. there are countless destined encounters. The fact that you found it here, simply proves you share a destiny with it. Qin Nan began to study the scroll. 10 great, peerless bloodlines. The Tao Anilidon, heaven-slaying, and also 3,000 minor bloodlines. He found the entry for his own. The Asura bloodline possesses an overwhelmingly tyrannical power. It has the ability to memorize any knowledge in the world. Its only drawback, is the constant need to absorb blood ki, which carries a small risk of demonic corruption. This atlas, the information it contains is incredibly detailed. The entry on the Asura bloodline was exhaustive, the ancestor chimed in. Of course it is. You risked your life to enter that barrier and retrieve this treasure. I must say, it was well worth the risk. All right, Qin Nan thought. I've gotten plenty of treasures. Now, I need to figure out how to get out of here. The ancestor quickly interjected. You're severely injured. In your current condition, do you really think you can escape? Qin Nan rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. He's right. My injuries are severe, and my spiritual energy is depleted. If I'm discovered now, I'm done for. But wait, I just obtained a batch of herbs and spirit crystals. Why not refine some healing pills right here, before Guisha returns? He began laying out the ingredients. Stardust flower, 3-leaf, grass, and a second-grade fire element, spirit crystal. With these, I can refine a 5th-grade mortal rank spirit healing pill. He focused his mind, a pill to heal my wounds and restore my power. Gathering spiritual energy into a flame, he began the refinement process. Qin Nan bit his own hand, dripping his essence into the alchemy furnace. The moment his blood made contact, the twin Hao flames erupted with ferocious intensity. He unleashed his ki, igniting the furnace's core. A scorching wave of spiritual energy burst forth. Moments later, a pill designed to heal his wounds was successfully refined. Qin Nan consumed it without hesitation, and suddenly, he felt the fire essence surging within his body. It erupted with incredible power. He couldn't help but marvel. The explosive force of this fire essence was immense. But then, Qin Nan suddenly froze. A wave of pure joy washed over him. His 2 fire gates were on the verge of a silent breakthrough. He cried out in triumph, "I've done it! I've broken through the 2 fire gates." But the ancestor's voice cut in. Don't get ahead of yourself, boy. With your current fire essence, defeating an opponent at the Tao entry realm will be easy. But you stand no chance against anyone at the spirit transmission realm or higher. Still, that should be enough to handle Zilu. But a bigger problem loomed. How was he going to escape this place? That was the real challenge. Ancestor, do you have a way to get us out of here? The old master chuckled. Yeah, biha. So, you want to resort to trickery? Do you, boy? Realizing the ancestor had a plan, Qin Nan pleaded, Yes, please, save me. The ancestor declared, a true martial artist must always value a fair fight above all else. Qin Nan was practically losing his mind. Ancestor, please. The old man turned to face him. The boy argued, once you inherit the Asura bloodline, you walk a path of constant battle, a path where victory is seized by any means necessary. What place is there for some fantasy of a fair fight in the real world? The ancestor stroked his beard. The boy has a point. Very well, I will help you. The trapping arts I recall are nothing extraordinary, but they should be more than enough to deal with a cur like Guisha. After learning the technique from the ancestor, Qin Nan returned to the prison cell. He stood before the door and roared, Guisha, you old coward, get out here. I'm going to end you. Are you going to hide? Or come out and face your death? Ru Yun gasped in terror. That's Qin Nan's voice. Didn't I tell him to run? Why did he come back? Shouting like that, Isn't he afraid Guisha will catch him? Well, voice sneered. You knew you couldn't escape, saving me the trouble of hunting you down. And just like that, you've obediently served yourself up to me. He swiftly grabbed the person behind the wall by the throat. The victim choked out. Stop, ... Realizing his mistake, he released his grip. The man collapsed to the ground. Inside the cell, Guisha was in the middle of torturing one of his own lackeys. The man struggled to his feet, pleading in agony. Master, why, ... Why are you harming us? A wicked grin spread across Guisha's face. He whispered sweetly, I'm just going to borrow your blood essence for a little while. Once I become the ruler of this world, ... You will all be remembered as meritorious subjects. The elder's face twisted in horror at the revelation. With a maniacal laugh, Guisha turned and walked away. He left behind a floor littered with his withered followers. Witnessing the villain emerge, Ruyun's tears streamed down her face as she screamed with all her might. Qin Nan, you have to get out of here. Don't come back. Just then, Guisha casually strolled up to Qin Nan. My, you run fast, don't you? And you're quite honest, too. Knowing you couldn't get out, you came crawling back. Qin Nan switched into full-on taunt mode. You shameless old man. So you finally decided to show your face. I was starting to think you were too scared to come out. Guisha's eyes narrowed. Boy, if I'm not mistaken, you've been in my alchemy room, haven't you? And you took my things, didn't you? Qin Nan feigned surprise. Oh, you already figured it out, I guess. I underestimated a shameless old codger like you, Guisha hissed, pointing a finger in his face. Brat, hand over everything you stole from me right now. Do that, and I might grant you a less painful death. Qin Nan just smirked, his defiance clear. And what if I say no? The man's fists clenched in fury. If you say no, then I will make you suffer a death of unimaginable agony. Seeing his opponent was about to lose it, Qin Nan flinched. Oh, this is bad. Of the 36 stratagems, running is the best. Time to go, folks. Guisha let out a ha! Yumpy ha! Qin Nan, do you really think you can run from me? I am the only one who can open the exit to this place. After running for his life, Qin Nan finally dared to stop, gasping for air. Ooh. I think I lost him. This place is just a maze of interconnected cliffs. Forget finding an exit. I'd be lucky not to get lost. Just as he looked up, ... He flinched back. A solid wall stood before him. Oh? No. A dead end. Cold sweat dripped down Qin Nan's face as he touched the cold stone. It's over. A cliff, ... It's a dead end. Just then, Guisha arrived, sneering, still running. Qin Nan laughed, nervously to cover his fear. Hey, nope, not running. The man roared, my things, hand them over, now. Qin Nan reached into his sleeve, pretending to cooperate. All right. You can have your stuff back. With that, he pulled out a spiritual herb and held it out. Here, this is the herb I took from you. It's all yours. Guisha smirked, victorious. Humph. At least you know your place. The air was thick with tension. Qin Nan swallowed hard. The very moment Guisha reached for the herb, a glint flashed in Qin Nan's eyes. Now's my chance. Take this. Qin Nan suddenly unleashed a flaming fist right at his face. But Guisha just sneered in contempt. HMPH. You're still too green, boy. As swift as the wind, he dodged the punch, causing Qin Nan to stumble off balance. Without missing a beat, he delivered a devastating kick straight to Qin Nan's stomach, taking the full force of the blow. Qin Nan coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying like a cannonball. He crashed hard against the stone wall behind him. Guisha strolled closer, taunting him. Tell me, will you surrender quietly, or must I handle this myself? Though the result will be the same. Either way, you die. Qin Nan burst out laughing. You despicable old man. Who lives and who dies is not yet decided. The villain flinched. What do you mean by that? Qin Nan raised his hand, activating the flowing fire funeral. A brilliant circle of fire was drawn in the air. A yin-yang formation instantly materialized. Surrounding Gui Sha, the man gasped. "It's a trap!" Qin Nan grinned with satisfaction. Trying to run? It's too late. In a flash, chains of fire erupted and bound Gui Sha tightly. His entire body engulfed in scorching flames, unable to resist. The ancestor's voice echoed in his mind. "With the power of your second-level fire gate, you might not land a fatal blow, but you can certainly cripple him, leaving him powerless to resist." And just as he predicted, the ghost assassin lay motionless. Qin Nan pressed his blade to the man's throat. "You rotten old man. Lead me and Yaksuan out of this place right now, or this sword will find its home in your throat. I imagine that Danzi title of yours wasn't easy to obtain, so I'm guessing you're not eager to die just yet, are you?" Fear washed over the man's face as he scrambled to agree. "Fine, fine. I'll lead you out. Just don't kill me, please." Qin Nan gave him another sharp kick. "Worthless old man, now lead the way." Together, they returned to the cell to free Yak. She stared in disbelief, her eyes brimming with tears. "Qin Nan, what in the world is happening?" He offered a reassuring smile. "It's all right. I'm here to rescue you." Then he turned to their captive. "You old filth. Unlock these chains. Now." Seeing him hesitate, Qin Nan aimed his sword point directly at him. "Are you just going to stand there? Get these shackles off her immediately." The man raised his hands in fearful surrender. Okay. As he fumbled with the locks, he thought to himself, "Asterisk my wounds. They've already started to heal a bit. Asterisk. Once I'm fully recovered, I'll settle this debt." Taking advantage of Qin Nan's distraction, he secretly drew a hidden dagger. The very instant the final shackle fell away, the sharp blade was pressed against Yakshuan's throat, making her gasp. Qin Nan froze, watching in horror as he yelled, "Ghost assassin. What do you think you're doing?" He grinned sinisterly. "Humph, what am I doing? I told you before. The time is up, and now you all must die." He glanced at a nearby hourglass. Just as the final grain of sand fell through, Qin Nan roared, "Release her, and I'll grant you a swift death." The man erupted in manic laughter. "Ha ha ha, the grand formation is complete. Now, I need only kill one of you, and I can immediately seize that person's innate talent. Your threats are meaningless now. First, I'll kill this lovely maiden, absorb all of her talent, and then I'll deal with you." Qin Nan gritted his teeth. "You damned old ghost. You dare." The man's eyes widened in challenge. "Ridiculous. Is there anything I wouldn't dare?" Yaksuan cried out. "Qin Nan, run! Don't worry about me!" But he spoke to his enemy with unshakable resolve. "Let her go. I will take her place." A spark of amusement lit the assassin's eyes. "Ha, very well. I agree. Now, toss your sword to the ground. Do that, and I will set her free." But a wicked plan had already formed in his mind. Asterisk first, I'll trick him into dropping his weapon. Then I'll finish them both. The ancestor's voice cut through his thoughts again. Rely on the speed of your second-level key, Tian steps, combined with the power of your second-level fire gate. Use your extreme speed to strike him down. Besides, the chances of harming the girl are low. Your probability of success is 60%. Qin Nan's sword clattered to the floor. 60% is more than enough. Seeing him disarm so easily, the ghost assassin smirked with satisfaction. "Ha ha ha ha! Qin Nan, for a moment, you almost impressed me, managing to escape on your own. But in the end, you've fallen right back into my trap. How utterly pathetic! Ha!" With that, he lunged forward, thrusting the dagger toward Yaksu. But in that exact moment, die! In a flash of blinding light, Qin Nan moved. He unleashed the full power of his second-level fire gate, slamming his fist directly into the assassin's gut. The man's body convulsed from the impact. How is this possible? He staggered, unable to remain standing, and with a few last gasps, he collapsed to the ground, officially logged out from the world of the living. Though he had slain his enemy, Qin Nan hadn't escaped unscathed. Yaxuan rushed to his side in a panic. "Qin Nan, are you all right?" He struggled, forcing a smile. "I'm fine. Don't worry." Tears streamed down her face like rain. "You were hit by a poisoned dart." "How can you say you're fine?" Sobbing. "I'll find the way out." Qin Nan pushed himself up. "It's all right. I'm not dead yet." She quickly pressed the pill into his hand. "No, this is a bronze wound pill. Take it now to stabilize your condition. I'm going to find the exit." As he watched her anxious figure hurry away, a warmth spread through Qin Nan's chest, a faint blush on his cheeks. Asterisk, this girl. She worries far too much. Asterisk. The ancestor's voice sighed in his mind. HMPH. Kid, you truly are blessed, meeting a woman who cares for you so deeply. She reminds me of my first love. The lovely Miss Ruhoa was just as kind to me. Qin Nan immediately cut him off. "Stop! Stop! Stop, ancestor. I don't need to hear your entire romantic history right now. Just tell me. How do I neutralize this poison?" The ancestor sounded offended. "You ungrateful brat. My epic tales of heroism from back then. Others would beg me just to hear a single word. I offer this story to you willingly, and you have the audacity to refuse me." Qin Nan's face twisted in pain. "My dear ancestor, if you keep talking, this poison is going to spread through my entire body and kill me." The ancestor sighed dramatically. "Fine, you win. Take out the great bloodline diagram of 6 that you acquired earlier." He obediently produced the diagram. "And then what?" The ancestor explained. "Kid, I must say, your luck is absurdly good. Do you see those flames flickering over the ghost assassin's corpse?" Qin Nan tilted his head. "Huh, why are there so many flames?" The ancestor urged him on. "Quickly, open your great bloodline diagram of 6 and see what kind of bloodline this is." Words materialized upon the ancient scroll. It was the Netherflame bloodline, one of the 3,000 minor bloodlines. A person who possesses this bloodline can condense flames to an incredible degree of purity, making it perfect for alchemists or artifact refiners. Qin Nan's jaw dropped. "So that's what it is. ... A bloodline," the ancestor continued. "Precisely. Every type of bloodline in this world takes on a different form, just as weapons like axes and swords come in countless shapes and sizes. Some manifest as beasts, some as demonic apparitions, or pure life force, and some have no physical form at all. This Netherflame bloodline you see manifests as pure flame." A thought struck Qin Nan. "Then the blue flame Luozi, used against me in the arena, ... Could that also be a type of bloodline?" The ancestor nodded. "It's highly probable. In fact, it was likely a sword soul. That blue flame is remarkably similar to certain bloodlines." Qin Nan clenched his fists. "Piha. Back then, I didn't get the chance. ... To seize that blue flame bloodline from him. Once I'm out of here, I'll be sure to claim it." The ancestor rapped him on the head again. "Are you still thinking about his bloodline? You haven't even dealt with your own poison yet." Qin Nan snapped back to reality. Ancestor, save me. The Netherflame bloodline is of an extremely high grade," he explained. "It is said to have the power ... to refine all things in creation. A trivial poison like yours can naturally be destroyed and dissolved by it." After hearing the ancestor's guidance, Qin Nan nodded. "I understand." He approached the blazing corpse of Gui Sha and took a meditative stance. He began to circulate his energy, drawing the infernal flames into his danshan. Slowly but surely, the fire was absorbed into his very being. "Qin Nan!" cried out in agony. The nether flame was too powerful, as if incinerating him from within. After several minutes of sheer willpower, he finally stabilized the raging energy. He placed a hand on his chest, feeling the incredible transformation. He had successfully absorbed the Netherflame bloodline, a complete rebirth. Incredibly, all of his old wounds and the poisons coursing through him had been completely purged. Now that I have the Netherflame bloodline, I can wield its sacred fire. This means I'll be able to refine countless high-purity medicinal pills. That's right, Yu Ya-yun went to find an exit. I should find her quickly. But just as he was about to leave, he saw Ya-yun and her master entering together. Master, why are you here? Ya-yun quickly pointed toward him. Master, Qin Nan is over there. Please, you must go and save him. The great elder reassured her. My disciple, rest easy. Qin Nan will be perfectly fine. She turned and gasped in surprise. Qin Nan, you're all right? He smiled warmly. Yes, I'm fine now. You don't need to worry. Hearing this, Ya-yun couldn't hold back her tears any longer. She rushed forward, throwing her arms around him in an emotional embrace. You scared me to death. He gently patted her back. It's okay. It's okay now. Everything's fine. My master and everyone else are watching us. You know? But she ignored him, holding on even tighter. I don't care. I'm not letting go. Witnessing this incredibly sweet scene, the crowd could only nod in admiration. Wow. They're truly a match made in heaven. Absolutely perfect. The scene then shifts to the grand arena of the Great Flame Sect. A vast number of disciples had already gathered. The great elder stood on the stage with Qin Nan beside him. His voice boomed. This time, the master of the Guimi sect infiltrated the Great Flame Sect. He caused our sect devastating losses. Though we have vanquished the Guimi sect, many of our own disciples were wounded, and some lost their lives. And the root cause of this entire incident is this man, Luo Zi. Luo Zi was forced forward, kneeling at their feet. But he remained defiant. Everything I did was for the good of the Great Flame Sect. This world has always been cruel. The strong devour the weak. If disciples within our sect can't fight each other to the death, how can they ever grow stronger? Luo Zi's desire to steal Qin Nan's talent was all for the sake of his own power. I've done nothing wrong. Qin Nan's rage erupted. You despicable bastard! For your own selfish gain, you sacrificed hundreds of disciples from our sect. A person like you deserves to die. Luo Zi roared back. Don't get cocky, Qin Nan. Your 5 elements talent is no longer a secret. Even if I failed, countless other powerful experts will come for you now. You are doomed to die without a proper grave. Hearing Luo Zi's arrogant rant, the great elder's patience finally snapped. He delivered a powerful backhand that sent him flying. Insolence. Even at this stage, you continue to spout such delusions. He slammed hard against a wall, the impact splitting his skin. The great elder then announced his judgment for all to hear. Luo Zi colluded with the master of the Guimi sect to harm our disciple, Qin Nan. He has committed countless grave crimes. From this day forward, Luo Zi is hereby expelled from the Great Flame Sect. Furthermore, I will inform every sect in the Great Zhou Nation ... that none are permitted to accept Luo Zi as a disciple. He will be forever barred from joining any other sect. The elder thought to himself, the Luo family of Great Zhou is a powerful clan. Sparing his life is giving them enough face. The young disciples below shivered at the verdict, to be forever barred from joining any sect. For any cultivator, this was truly the most severe punishment imaginable. That's right. A sentence like that is a fate worse than death. Qin Nan thought. Luo Zi deserved to die, but the great elder chose to spare his life. Could it be because of the power behind Luo Zi? The Luo family in the Great Zhou Nation is said to be a formidable clan. I heard their patriarch is a feudal lord who rules his own domain. However, keeping him alive may be for the best. I can find out what kind of bloodline his Azure Lightsword soul truly is. The great elder continued. Furthermore, though Qin Nan faced life-threatening danger, he did not waver. On the contrary, he saved my own disciple, Ning Ya-yo. He even single-handedly slayed Gui Sha, a truly great achievement. Therefore, I've decided to make an exception and grant Qin Nan one-time access to the great secret realm of the Great Flame Sect. Qin Nan was stunned. The Great Secret Realm. The last time I entered the Lesser Secret Realm, the barrier that stopped me must have been the Great Secret Realm itself. It's filled with spirit crystals and rare herbs, and its spiritual energy is many times denser than the Lesser Realm. The crowd below erupted in awe. Wow! Congratulations! Qin Nan, he's going to the Great Secret Realm. His cultivation will surely soar. He'll probably leave us all in the dust when he comes back. A bold female disciple shouted, "Ah, Qin Nan, you're so amazing. I want to have your children." Another young man expressed a stranger concern. "I'm Qin Nan's neighbor. I'm really worried. I hope he doesn't break my wall again while I'm using the bathroom." After this, the Great Elder commanded, "Escort Luo Zi out. The rest of you are dismissed." The elder took a token from his sleeve and gave it to Qin Nan. "This is the token for the Great Secret Realm. Use this opportunity wisely." Qin Nan accepted it with reverence. "Many thanks, Great Elder. I'll head to the Great Secret Realm to cultivate at once." As the Great Elder watched him depart, he thought, Qin Nan's talent is certainly high, but if my personal disciple, Ning Yayun, ever unleashes her true latent power, even he might not be able to compare. Arriving at the entrance of the Great Secret Realm, Qin Nan showed the token to the guard. "I'm here to enter the Great Secret Realm to cultivate." The guard's eyes widened at the token, and he smiled warmly. "Please, come right in," he thought to himself. Only high-level inner disciples, and a select few others, ever get a token for the Great Secret Realm. For an outer sect disciple like him, to be able to enter. This is the first time I've seen such a thing in many years. As Qin Nan stepped inside, a magical scene filled with spiritual energy unfolded before his eyes. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This Great Secret Realm is truly on another level compared to the Lesser Secret Realm I entered before. That place had absolutely nothing, but in this Great Secret Realm, the scenery is magnificent. Flowers are in full bloom, and the spiritual energy is incredibly dense. The difference between the two realms is like heaven and earth." Qin Nan was ecstatic. "This trip to the Great Secret Realm will be a massive harvest for me. The wild spirit crystals and all the herbs around here. I'll take every last one. Nothing will be left behind. It's just a pity my storage space is too small. Leaving any of them behind was unthinkable. He would strip this entire place of its resources." In his hand, a radiant second-tier fire spirit crystal pulsed with energy. This was the perfect chance to refine another flame spirit pill. However, he was still missing one crucial ingredient for the pill. The fawn fact flower in a secret realm this vast. Surely he could find such an herb. He began his search, knowing the flower only grew on fawn fact trees, which absorbed sunlight year-round, imbuing them with immense fire essence. After a while, he cried out in triumph, "The fawn fact tree! I found it!" He rushed over and gently plucked the precious blossom. With the flower in hand, he could now use his nether flame purple fire. He instantly summoned his alchemy cauldron. "Flame spirit pill. Last time, I only managed a high-grade pill. This time, it must be supreme grade." After masterfully controlling the flames, the cauldron emitted a miraculous, divine light. Qin Nan's heart soared. This light, it was unmistakably the sign of a supreme-grade pill. He held the elixir in his hand, letting out a booming laugh. As expected, of the nether flame. Its power is truly immense. Without hesitation, he swallowed both of the newly refined pills. "With these two pills, my power should skyrocket." And just as he predicted, 3 hours later, Qin Nan shattered his limits, breaking through to the 4th level of the Dao entry realm, then surging onward to the 5th level. He thought to himself, "With the aid of these pills and the dense spiritual energy in this secret realm, I can't believe it. I broke through 2 consecutive realms in just 3 days. At my current level, I can already join the ranks of the top 5 outer disciples." But there was a catch. These pills couldn't be used continuously in a short time. Not only were the ingredients becoming scarce, but the strain on his body was growing immense. Qin Nan clenched his fists, his eyes burning with resolve. The debt for nearly taking my life. It's time to collect. Luo Zi may have been exiled from the Great Flame Sect, but he can't have gone far. If I pursue him now, I might still catch him. At that very moment, Luo Zi had left the sect, escorted by a retinue of his followers. Young master, we will soon reach our family's territory, one said. But Luo Zi was consumed by hatred, being expelled from the sect. This is all Qin Nan's fault. When I return to my clan, I will have my father find a way to heal my arm. And once my strength is restored, I will kill you with my own hands. Qin Nan, he bellowed. Qin Nan, I will tear you into 1,000 pieces. But in that instant, the sound of blood-curdling screams pierced the air from outside. Then, Qin Nan's voice echoed, cold and clear. Young Master Luo, missing me already. Confused, Luo Zi stepped out of his carriage, and the sight before him was a waking nightmare. His entire guard detail had been slaughtered, their bodies strewn across the ground. They're all dead. What in the world happened? He clenched his fists and roared. Who did this? Show yourself. Qin Nan let out a single, chilling sound. Hayam piha. Luo Zi whipped around, his blood running cold at the sight of the figure standing there. Qin Nan. He pointed a trembling finger. Qin Nan. I am the son of Marquis Luo Waxin, of the Great Zhou Kingdom. What do you think you're doing? Qin Nan let out a cold laugh at his pathetic state. Ha ha ha. So you pull out your family name when you know you can't win? You truly are useless. Luo Zi struggled to maintain his composure. Qin Nan, do you have any idea what the consequences will be if you kill me? Qin Nan didn't waste words, pointing his sword directly at his face. Luo Zi, for your own selfish desires, you used treacherous means to take my life. You even conspired with the Ghost Slayer, causing more than 10 disciples of our sect to suffer because of you. For such despicable acts, you deserve to die 10,000 times. The Grand Elder may not dare to kill you, but I do. Luo Zi sneered, his fear turning to a threatening grin. If you dare touch me today, the Luo family army will flatten the Qin family tomorrow. We'll exterminate your entire clan down to the 9th generation. Even Lian Wenjin won't be able to escape this. Seeing Qin Nan fall silent, Luo Zi thought he had won and gloated. Ha ha ha. What's wrong? Qin Nan. Scared now. A powerless nobody like you. Is. Ent Vin worthy of licking my boots. You dare to kill me. Qin Nan scoffed. How laughable. Just because you were born into a noble clan, you think you can slaughter innocent people? Do you believe the ruler of the Great Zhou Kingdom would allow you to run rampant like this? Besides, today, your death is certain. Did you really think your threats would work on me? Luo Zi's face turned deathly pale. No, you can't kill me. You can't. Qin Nan wasted no more breath on this trash. He directly unleashed his heaven-burning annihilation technique. Asura Path. A colossal fire dragon materialized in the air. Luo Zi was so terrified he nearly wet himself, scrambling to run while screaming, No, Qin Nan, you damned monster! You're insane! Qin Nan gritted his teeth. Annihilate all under heaven! Luo Zi screamed one last threat. If you kill me, you will live to regret it. Without a shred of hesitation, Qin Nan executed his ultimate technique, his blade slashing straight into Luo Zi's back, sending him crashing to the ground. With one final gasp, his life was extinguished. Qin Nan flicked his sword. The debts of the past are settled here, today. But something unexpected happened. After Luo Zi died, his body transformed into a single blue lotus flower. Qin Nan's eyes widened in delight. Could this be a bloodline? He recalled the green lotus sword, soul, one of the 3,000 lesser bloodlines. It can vastly amplify the power of a user's sword techniques. So Luo Zi's bloodline was one of them. If I absorb this green lotus bloodline, I'll possess 3 different types within me. Theoretically, The more bloodline powers in one's body, the stronger they become in the future. In the future, if I'm lucky enough to gather all 10 great bloodlines into one body, I might just become invincible. With that thought, he absorbed the lotus into himself. It worked. The absorption was a success. Now then, let's see what other treasures Luozi was hiding. Qin Nan began searching his clothes. Ha ha ha! The green lotus sword art! The ancestor's spirit immediately appeared to advise him. This green lotus sword art is a perfect match for your Asura sword art. It could even double its power. Qin Nan spoke to the ancestor. This journey has been incredibly fruitful. It's time to return to the Great Flame Sect. By the time he arrived, night had fallen. Alone in his room, he raised his hands in triumph. I now possess 2 bloodlines. With my strength at the 5th level of the Tao entry realm, I am now invincible among the outer disciples. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Qin Nan, could you come out for a moment? Qin Nan was puzzled. It was so late. Who could be looking for him? He opened the door to find Meng Yun standing there. She held a small box, a cheerful smile on her face. Qin Nan was confused. Meng Yun, what brings you here at this late hour? She replied playfully. What's wrong? Can I pay a visit to the famous Qin Nan? He scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. Of course. You can. I just ... I wasn't expecting you. She held out the box to him. It was me. I was the one who told Luo Zhuan about your 5 elements talent. That's how he found out, which set everything else in motion. Please, take this as my apology, will you? Qin Nan was taken aback. That's strange. I don't remember ever telling you I had the 5 elements talent. Can you somehow perceive my abilities? Is your cultivation level that high? Meng Yun gave an awkward laugh. No. Of course not. My cultivation isn't nearly high enough to see your talent. It was Bai Mao who told me. She pushed the box towards Qin Nan. He smiled. Well, if that's the case, then I'll accept your gift. And I forgive you. Meng Yun waved. All right, I'll be going then. Qin Nan thought to himself. So, it all started with Meng Yun. That explains why Luo Zi would suddenly send assassins after me. Curious. He opened the box. A jade talisman. What does this thing even do? The old ancestor appeared once more. This is no ordinary item. It's a protective talisman carved with exquisite inscriptions. It can block a single fatal blow. ... From a spirit ascension realm expert, Qin Nan was floored. A treasure this precious. Meng Yun actually gave this to me. The old ancestor chuckled. This young lady may seem cold and indifferent on the outside, but deep down, she knows she made a mistake. Qin Nan carefully secured the jade talisman. All right then. I, Qin Nan, forgive her. A few days later, the outer sect's plaza was packed with people. Qin Nan wondered, what's going on today? Why are so many disciples gathered here? He asked someone standing nearby. Brother, what's all the commotion about? The man replied, 2 disciples have a conflict, so they're settling it on the dueling stage. This kind of thing is common in the Great Flame Sect. But today's duel is different. The combatants are both deacons of our outer sect, Luo Zhuan and Meng Yun. Qin Nan's heart jumped. Luo Zhuan and Meng Yun. He immediately pushed through the crowd. Excuse me, coming through. Make way. Qin Nan stared, stunned, at the 2 figures facing off on the stage. Meng Yun pointed her sword at Luo Zhuan, her voice filled with rage. Luo Zhuan, I trusted you. How could you reveal the secret I confided in you? Luo Zhuan put on an innocent expression. Meng Yun, it's not what you think. Everything I did it all for you. Meng Yun scoffed. MPH. To think you were this kind of person, Luo Zhuan. Even now, you refuse to admit your guilt, and you have the nerve to say it was for me? He began his twisted explanation. Meng Yun, my brother Luo Zi, constantly fed me evil spirit pills to raise me. leading me down a demonic path and landing me in the great prison for a whole year. During that year, every single moment, I thought of you. I told myself I had to regain my freedom. I had to kill my brother. I had to seize control of the Luo family, and I had to have you. Meng Yun's voice was ice. All this talk, it's all about what you wanted. Did you ever once ask how I felt? He quickly tried to justify himself. I told my brother that secret because he... My brother promised me. He said that if he could obtain Qin Nan's talents, he would have a way to cure my demonic constitution, and he would grant me my freedom. He wouldn't control me anymore. I could finally be with you. Meng Yun seethed. For your own selfish gain, you were willing to sacrifice Qin Nan's life. You made me the target of everyone's scorn. The very sight of you makes me sick. He screamed. Meng Yun, I'm free now. My brother can never return to the Great Flame Sect. We can be together. Aren't you happy? Meng Yun's disappointment was absolute. The one thing I hate most in this world is betrayal. And now, I'm going to kill you. In front of everyone, a demonic smile twisted his face. Meng Yun... You would point your sword at me? Murderous intent flared in his eyes. After everything I did for you, this is how you repay me. Xiao Bai quickly warned her. Meng Yun, he's falling to the demonic path again. Be careful. Meng Yun yelled. Good. Those who walk the demonic path deserve to die. Now I have a righteous reason to end you. She thrust her sword straight for Luo Zhuan's heart. Die. The blade swiftly pierced through his body, but he grabbed the blade with his bare hand, his eyes wide with disbelief. Meng Yun, after everything I've done for you... You're really trying to kill me? Meng Yun's voice was cold. Not only will I kill you, I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces. You're worse than any beast. He roared in a fury. No nitrogen monoxide. Someone below screamed in panic. Luo Zhuan has fallen to the demonic path. Everyone, run! The disciples scrambled for their lives in terror. Practitioners of the demonic path are terrifyingly strong. Quickly, report this to the 3 peak lords. Now, a true demon. Luo Zhuan struck Meng Yun with a single blow, making her cough up blood. She collapsed to the stage, writhing in agony, bloodthirsty. He charged forward again. Despair filled Meng Yun's eyes as she watched him approach, unable to move. Qin Nan yelled, Damn it! Meng Yun is in danger. He rushed to her aid without a second thought, but he was too late. Luo Zhuan roared. Perry! The light faded from Meng Yun's eyes. The full force of his attack slammed into her stomach. Enraged, the small white cat transformed into a colossal white tiger. Lunging forward with a mighty roar, Qin Nan drew his sword and slashed towards him. Luo Zhuan immediately turned on. Qin Nan, you're courting death. A single punch sent Qin Nan flying off the stage as the jade talisman from Meng Yun shattered into pieces. Qin Nan got to his feet, wiping blood from his mouth. That talisman. It really did block a fatal blow. The white tiger approached, and Qin Nan spoke to it. Lord Xiao Bai, dealing with him alone will be difficult. Let's attack him together. But the tiger roared. I alone am enough. It opened its jaws, gathering spiritual energy into a massive orb. The blinding light of its power forced even Qin Nan to squint his eyes. The spiritual energy gathering in Xiao Bai's mouth was on an absolutely terrifying level. It was 10,000 times stronger than the Wolf King I once faced. But Luo Zhuan looked at Xiao Bai's power without a hint of fear. A smirk crossed his face. Not bad at all. Xiao Bai unleashed a devastating sphere of energy straight at him. He didn't even bother to dodge, trying to block it with his own power, but his arrogance was his downfall. He was blasted away in an instant. The orb of spiritual power completely erased him. Qin Nan stared in shock. Oh, this power is insane. I can barely even stand. When the dust settled, only a massive crater and a pile of ash remained. Xiao Bai turned to Qin Nan. I've obliterated Luo Zhuan into nothing but dust. I have avenged Meng Yun. But Qin Nan's voice was filled with fury. Why didn't you stop her from seeking revenge? You knew Luo Zhuan had been corrupted by evil. The creature answered calmly. This was Meng Yun's choice. She knew she would die. Which is why she gave her protective talisman to you. Qin Nan collapsed, staring at the shattered pieces of the jade talisman. Why? Why did she have to do this? A few days later, while sitting in his room, Qin Nan suddenly sneezed. He sniffled. Who's talking trash about me now? A girl sitting across from him spoke up. Qin Nan, the previous ranking tournament likely won't be held. Because of that, the intersect elders had to evaluate disciples based on their overall strength, and your comprehensive strength currently ranks at the very top of all the outer disciples. So, after some discussion, the elders have decided you can enter the intersect for training. Qin Nan was stunned. The intersect? Just like that, I can really enter the intersect now, he thought to himself. Entering the intersect means getting way more cultivation resources. My dream of becoming the strongest on the continent is one step closer. Just then, Elder Tao spoke. What are you daydreaming about? Of course, it's not that easy. We've set up a 1-month assessment period for you. If you can break through to the 7th level of the Indao realm within that time, you'll be considered to have passed the test. But if you fail the assessment, you'll just have to stay in the outer sect and wait. Qin Nan was bewildered. The 7th level of the Indao realm. I'm only at the 3rd level now, breaking through to the 7th level in just 1 month. That's just too difficult, she chuckled. Don't you try to fool me, Kit. Your true strength is already at the 5th level. Reaching the 7th level in 1 month is hardly a challenge for you. Qin Nan gave a sheepish grin. Elder Dao, you're truly incredible. You saw through my cultivation level with just a single glance. She snorted. HMPH. Save your flattery. Pack your things. Report to the intersect tomorrow. Qin Nan immediately cupped his hands. Yes, this disciple will follow the elder's instructions, she added. Right. One last piece of advice. The competition in the intersect is extremely fierce. Nothing like the outer sect. You'd best be mentally prepared. Qin Nan raised a determined fist. Fierce competition? I love it. Qin Nan thrives on competition. I, Qin Nan, will defeat every single disciple in the intersect and become its #1 member. Elder Tao stood up. Hey, what a kid. Full of arrogance. Let's see if you can back it up. As Qin Nan saw her to the door, he said, Safe travels, Elder. A moment later, he was jumping for joy. The intersect. I'm finally here. But while he was celebrating, the great elder suddenly appeared right behind him. He quickly turned, bowing respectfully. Great elder, the old man's voice was stern. From now on, you will stay away from Ningyak's. Qin Nan was confused. Stay away from Ningyaksuan. But why? The elder replied. There is no why. It's for the good of you both. He shot back. And what if I don't want to? He thought to himself. Ningyaksuan and I are both from Seeking Sword City. We just went through life and death together. There's no way I'm abandoning her now. The great elder got straight to the point, his voice dripping with menace. The fact that you possess the 5 elements talent is a secret only I know. I have not spread this information. However, if you disobey me and don't distance yourself from Ningyak's ... then I will not hesitate to reveal your secret to the world. And you know exactly what will happen to you then. The ghost fiend is dead. But that was just the beginning. Thousands, tens of thousands more will come for you, each one stronger than the last. Hearing this, Qin Nan could no longer contain his anger, blood rushing to his head. Great elder, how dare you use this to threaten me? The old man stroked his beard, feigning wisdom. No, I'm merely giving you some kind advice. But Qin Nan was not one to back down. Thank you for your kind advice, great elder. However, there is nothing I hate more than being threatened. So rest assured, great elder. Not only will I refuse to stay away from Ningya, I will actually make a point to grow even closer to her. After saying his piece, Qin Nan turned to leave. Great elder, if there's nothing else, I will take my leave. Outmaneuvered by a junior, the old man could only fume in anger. HMPH, arrogant brat. After the verbal showdown, Qin Nan went to the roof to chill and watch the clouds. While he was relaxing, he heard a sudden noise. He sat up, his face lighting up. Buku! The girl looked up, a little surprised to see him. Qin Nan, so this is where you were hiding. She immediately leaped up to sit beside him. The moment she landed, she asked, Qin Nan, I heard you're going to the inner sect tomorrow. Qin Nan nodded. That's right. I just got the news today, myself. Hearing this, Buka's expression fell. Her voice filled with regret. Outer disciples can't just enter the inner sect whenever they want. It will be hard for us to see each other from now on. Seeing his friend's sadness, Qin Nan tried to comfort her. It's okay. Whenever I have time, I promise, I'll come find you. But Buka's sadness didn't fade. No. Someone told me the exact same thing before. But after he entered the inner sect, he never came to see me again. Qin Nan grew curious. Something like that happened. Who was it? Is he still in the inner sect? It turns out the man was a prodigy with a rare gift, quickly ascending to become an outer sect deacon and earning the top spot to enter the inner sect. So he never came back to find you after that. Buku confirmed with a heavy heart. That's right, I never saw him again. After hearing the story of the flag bearer named Qitian, Qin Nan was seething with rage. He's worse than an animal, betraying all the efforts you put into raising him. Just wait until I get into the inner sect. I'll be sure to teach him a lesson on your behalf. But Buku just shook her head. Let it go. Everyone has their own path. After entering the inner sect, he probably looks down on outer disciples like me. It's best to forget him. Still determined, Qin Nan patted his friend's shoulder. Don't you worry. Once I'm in the inner sect, I will absolutely have a talk with that man. I swear, I'll teach that heartless bastard a lesson for you. A smile finally graced Buka's lips. I believe in you, Qin Nan. The scene shifts to the great Yan sect's cliffside pavilion, where the air was thick with tension as Yayun faced the great elder's wrath. This time, you snuck out while I was away to watch Qin Nan's match. And you even got kidnapped by the ghost killer. If I hadn't arrived just in time to save you. Do you have any idea what fate you've sealed for yourself? The desperate girl fell to her knees, her voice choked with regret. Disciple knows her mistake. But Qin Nan was in grave danger. How could I simply stand by and watch? The old master roared, his voice like cracking stone. Sentimental attachments will only poison your cultivation. You are wasting your heaven-sent talent. From this day forward, I forbid you from ever seeing him again. You will remain here at the pavilion and not take a single step outside. Yayun could only whisper, but master, ... He refused to listen, turning away sharply. No buts. My decision is final. Until you break through to the spirit conveyance realm, I will not let you leave this place. Confined, Yayun's heart grew heavy with sorrow, thinking, reaching the spirit conveyance realm will take at least a year. The next morning, the inner sect's plaza buzzed with excitement for the new disciple welcoming ceremony. The great elder announced loudly, the annual outer sect and minor sect competitions have concluded, and many new disciples have earned their place in the inner sect. For the great Yan sect, this is like an infusion of new blood. Next, we will have them introduce themselves to everyone. One by one, they stepped onto the stage. Below, the senior inner sect disciples began to whisper, their voices dripping with sarcasm. Hey, so this is the trash from the CHU Kingdom's outer territories. From some small fry sect, another chimed in. Not all of them. I remember one is from our own outer sect. If I'm not mistaken, his name is Qin Nan or something. The first one sneered again. An outer sect, nobody, is still a waste of space. No different from the trash from those minor sects. Nothing worth mentioning. His companion joined in. That's right. They're all garbage. By now, the new recruits had gathered on the martial stage. Kicking off the introductions was a shy-looking young man who stammered, Hello everyone. I am Yonfeng from the Qingfeng sect. I hope to receive everyone's guidance. The moment he finished, the inner sect disciples erupted in derisive laughter. The Qingfeng sect is one of the weakest sects in the great Chu kingdom. Get off the stage, you piece of trash. They began chanting in unison. Get down! Get down! Yunfeng's fragile heart couldn't take the abuse. Crushed by the insults, he burst into tears and ran off the stage. Seeing this, the senior disciples only grew more smug. What a weakling! Crying like a baby. Go die, trash. Qin Nan observed from the side, thinking to himself. It seems Elder Shan wasn't wrong about the environment here. The atmosphere in the inner sect is truly suffocating, and the competition must be incredibly fierce. If that's the case, I fear I'll become a target for these arrogant disciples, just like I was in the outer sect. On top of that, the great Elder Zhao Tanchu is using my 5 elements talent to threaten me. Just as he thought this, it was Qin Nan's turn. He walked straight onto the stage without a hint of hesitation, preparing to make a legendary statement. I am Qin Nan, from the outer sect. I won't waste your time with words. I only want to say one thing. Every inner sect disciple here is trash. And I, Qin Nan, will crush every single one of you. My oh my, our main character really knows how to make an entrance. This introduction instantly ignited a riot. The inner sect disciples were boiling with rage. Hey, this kid is too arrogant. Some trash from the outer sect. Get down here. Here. 3 of them couldn't hold back and rushed onto the stage. Brothers, let's go. We need to teach this insolent brat a lesson. Seeing the mob about to erupt, the great elder had to intervene to restore order. Are you trying to start a rebellion? Unexpectedly, the hot-headed disciples cowered in fear. We wouldn't dare. We wouldn't dare. We will get down at once. Then they all scrambled away, shouting, Run! The great elder has spoken. The great elder thought to himself, Qin Nan, what is this kid trying to accomplish by openly provoking the other disciples? Qin Nan saw the elder's expression and smirked inwardly. You rotten old man. You think you can threaten me? Not a chance. Refusing to be intimidated, Qin Nan decided to go all in. He exposed his own earth-shattering secret. Also, I have some good news for you all. I, Qin Nan, possess the 5 elements talent. If any of you wish to seize it, then come and try. I, Qin Nan, will take you all on. Hearing this shocking news, everyone's eyes lit up as greed flared within them. The 5 elements talent. That's one of the rarest talents in the entire world. If we could really obtain his talent, our own strength would surely skyrocket by leaps and bounds. This kid is a dead man walking. The great elder himself was completely stunned. This kid is interesting. I used his talent to threaten him, yet he chose to reveal it himself. Is this his way of declaring war against me? If that's what you want, then I will grant your wish. A moment later, the great elder spoke. The inner sect disciples have all completed their introductions. I believe everyone is very interested in what Qin Nan just said. Here, I will remind you of the inner sect's rules once more. Disciples are free to compete against one another. After signing a life-and-death contract, you are free to kill your opponent. Qin Nan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. So that's how it is. The inner sect is far more brutal than the outer sect. They actually allow disciples to kill each other freely. I'm actually starting to regret my arrogant words just now. Immediately, a storm of challenges was hurled at Qin Nan. It's too late for regrets now. Qin Nan, I'll be challenging you tomorrow. Prepare to meet your end. I'm challenging you too. Make sure you're clean before I send you to your grave. The entire hall erupted with challengers. I'll take 'em on. Me too. But from a secluded corner above, 2 figures watched the chaos unfold. One of them finally spoke. Brother Tian, one began, it seems an interesting newcomer has arrived among the freshmen. The man called Brother Tian simply scoffed. Hiam piha. Ha. Every year, a few fools try to challenge the established order. And you've seen how that always ends. The subordinate smirked deviously. Brother Tian speaks the truth. Tomorrow, I'll arrange for someone to put him in his place. But the leader, with a calculating gaze, raised a hand to stop him. Patience. Let's observe him for a while first. If he bends the knee and submits to my authority, I might just let him live. But if he dares to refuse, then we'll make sure he vanishes from this world forever. The subordinate quickly clasped his fists in respect. Brother Tian, I understand. Your will shall be done. Meanwhile, Qin Nan finally arrived at his new quarters. But what greeted him was a dilapidated ruin. No better than an abandoned shack. A wave of frustration washed over him. So, this is how it is, Same old tricks. You arrogant fools, who look down on everyone, Just wait. Sooner or later, I'll claim all your luxurious dwellings for myself. He stepped inside the room, greeted by 4 mold-stained walls. For now, he had no choice but to accept it. Qin Nan sat down, pulling out a manual. He would use this time to cultivate. Since I have the time, I might as well master this sword art. After an entire night of intense cultivation, Qin Nan awoke, feeling his power surge. An entire night of training, but I've finally comprehended every sword move. My Asura sword art has leveled up. Its power has doubled, but his satisfaction was short-lived. A provocative shout echoed from outside. Qin Nan, get out here now. A smirk played on his lips. Looks like my little speech yesterday really stirred the hornet's nest. They're already at my door this early. But when he opened it, even he was stunned. The sight before him was an endless sea of people. A massive line of challengers waiting for their turn. Qin Nan couldn't help but blurt out, "Holy crap, are all these people here for me?" His jaw dropped in utter disbelief. A voice from the crowd roared, "What are you gawking at? Qin Nan's here. Get him." Instantly, the mob of inner disciples surged forward, ready to attack. The 2 disciples leading the charge even had their swords drawn. Qin Nan's eyes widened. Wait a minute. Aren't duels supposed to be one-on-one? Are you seriously trying to jump me all at once? Another disciple aggressively pushed through the crowd, thrusting a piece of paper forward. It's a life-and-death waiver, he declared. Sign it, and we can settle this on the grand stage. Qin Nan glanced at the waiver, a cunning smile spreading across his face. So, you need to sign a death waiver before you can legally kill me. Well, that's a relief. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the paper flying. I refuse to sign. The disciple shoved the paper in his face. Sign it! You coward! Qin Nan defiantly put his hands on his hips. Oh yeah, and what if I don't? Without my signature, you can't lay a fatal finger on me. So, what are you gonna do about it? The crowd erupted in a furious roar. You worthless trash. Qin Nan, sign the waiver. Sign it. You piece of garbage. Just sign it, but Qin Nan just casually waved them off. I'm not signing. Only a fool would sign that. Now get lost. You're blocking my way to the lecture hall, he thought to himself. I can't miss the intersex cultivation lecture. But the disciples formed a human wall, blocking his path. You're not going anywhere until you sign. That's right. Sign the waiver. Amidst the chaos, a new figure swaggered into the scene. He shouted in annoyance. All this noise is giving me a headache. His arrival sent whispers through the crowd. It's Sai Ji. Is he here for Qin Nan too? He's one of Qi Tian's men. This time, Qin Nan is truly finished. Qi Tian. That name. Again. Does that name ring a bell? Everyone? He's the ruthless bastard from Buka's story. Cig casually parted the crowd, stopping directly in front of Qin Nan. He then made the most insulting offer imaginable. Qin Nan, my big brother, Qi Tian, has taken an interest in you. He's decided to give you an opportunity. Become his dog. Join his ranks as one of his hounds. What do you say? The crowd behind him exploded with derisive laughter. Ha ha ha. Did you hear that? Qin Nan, just be Brother Qi Tian's dog, and we'll stop coming after you. That's right. With his protection, none of us would dare touch you. CIG leaned in, whispering into his ear. So, become his dog, and all your troubles disappear. The moment Qin Nan heard the name, he knew. Let me ask you, this brother, Qi of yours, is he the same one who ranked first in the outer sect disciple trials? Saiji puffed out his chest with pride. So, you have done your homework on our esteemed brother Qi. It seems you're already prepared to accept your place as his loyal dog. Of course, he is. He entered the inner sect as the undisputed number one. Hearing CIG's confirmation, Qin Nan let out a slow breath. Then, there's no mistake. The lackey continued to sneer. Of course, there's no mistake. If you want to seal the deal, kneel before me right now. Then, crawl between my legs, and we'll officially welcome you as one of our dogs. So, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Qin Nan asked coldly. And what is your cultivation level? The man's face lit up with arrogance. Speaking it aloud might just scare you to death. I, CIG, am a master at the 7th level of the Dao entry realm. Terrified yet, Qin Nan showed a flicker of surprise. The 7th level of the Dao entry realm. The man howled with laughter. Ha ha ha! You're shaking in your boots, aren't you? I knew you were just some trash from the outer sect. I bet you're only at the 3rd level. Am I right? A contemptuous smirk formed on Qin Nan's face. A 7th level. CULTIV. ATOR. Can't even withstand a single strike from me. Saiji's face contorted with rage. What did you say? You little brat? You dare mock me? Before he could finish, Qin Nan moved like a blur. A single, lightning-fast kick connected squarely with Saiji's face, sending him flying into a nearby wall. His body slammed into the solid stone with a sickening thud. The entire crowd of disciples stood frozen, their mouths agape. He's so powerful. Unbelievable. A brand new inner disciple just one-shotted Sai, a 7th level Dao entry expert. His cronies scrambled to his side. Brother Tsai, are you all right? Brother Kai. CIG whimpered, clutching his mouth. Don't touch me! There! They're broken. The lackeys were confused. What's broken? With tears in his eyes, he opened his palm, revealing 2 front teeth that had just made a sudden departure. My 2 beautiful, precious front teeth, they're gone, he wailed. Looking at the teeth in his hand, his underlings gasped in horror. They're actually broken. Qin Nan calmly strode forward and delivered the final blow. I noticed your front teeth were protruding abnormally. I figured you must have some sort of ailment, so I simply helped you remove them. You should be thanking me. Really? Saiji staggered to his feet, trembling with rage. You actually dared to strike me. Qin Nan just laughed. CIG began to threaten him. The lackey spat a threat. You're challenging the authority of Brother Tian. He will personally end you for this. But Qin Nan's expression only grew colder, his silence more menacing than any words. He turned to the group's leader. Your boss is Qi Tian, correct? Excellent! This saves me the trouble of hunting him down myself. As Qin Nan advanced, the bully trembled like a cornered rat, shielding his face. Do. You want? Don't do anything reckless. Qin Nan placed a deceptively gentle hand on his shoulder, but his voice was laced with ice. Don't be afraid. Just go back and deliver a message to Qi Tian for me. Tell him that I, Qin Nan, have my eyes on him now. Tell him to wash his neck and wait, because I'm definitely coming for him. Understand. The man squeezed his eyes shut, nodding frantically. Understood. I'll go tell Brother Tian right away. With a fierce glare, Qin Nan commanded. Be gone. Taishi and his lackeys scrambled away, screaming as they fled for their lives. Run for it! Run for it! Qin Nan then turned to the remaining disciples. So, what about the rest of you? Care for a little sparring session? My swordsmanship has seen some progress lately, and I've been dying for someone to practice with. The crowd went pale, desperately searching for any excuse to escape. I just remembered I haven't used the restroom yet today. I must go. Farewell! Another one yelled. My wife just gave birth. I must leave. Oh! That's right. A third chimed in. My wife also just had a baby. I have to go to... Qin Nan scoffed. A bunch of cowards who only prey on the weak. He cracked his neck, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Defeating Taishi was a good move. At least it'll keep the small fry from bothering him. However, he knew the one pulling their strings was about to make a move. Well, time for class. The scene shifts to the lecture hall, where the atmosphere is far more disciplined. The man at the front began his introduction. I am Wang Zhu, an elite disciple of the East Courtyard, and I will be your instructor. Our inner sect is split into two houses, and for years, the disciples have been fierce rivals, constantly clashing. As members of the East Courtyard, you must dedicate yourselves to growing stronger, and you must utterly crush those brats from the West. Today's lesson is a simple test of strength for all new disciples. To that end, I have prepared several training dummies for this assessment. First, allow me to demonstrate. The standard bronze dummies pose no challenge to me, so I'll be using this iron one instead. With that, he took a stance, focusing spiritual energy into his fist. He unleashed the Ice Mountain technique, leaving a massive dent on the dummy's thick armor. The class erupted in awe. Wow. Instructor Wang Zhu is incredible. That dummy is forged from cold steel. To think he could dent something so durable, truly worthy of an elite disciple. After the display, he raised a hand to quiet them. All right. Now, it is your turn. Your cultivation realms are still low, so you will be using the bronze dummies. Also, these are no ordinary tools. They recover from any damage almost instantly, so give it everything you've got. Don't hold back. One by one, the disciples stepped forward to test their might, but one young man stood frozen before the dummy. It was Yun Feng. The timid boy was already lost in self-doubt. My power is probably the lowest of them all. How can I possibly even scratch this thing? Maybe I should just give up. But before he could back away, a voice called him out. Isn't that Yun Feng, the one who cried on stage during the welcoming ceremony? The crowd erupted in jeers. Ha ha ha. It really is him. What a disgrace. Hey, hurry up and hit it. Stop waving your arms around. It's pathetic. From the sidelines, Qin Nan offered a shout of support. You can do it, he thought to himself. This Yun Feng seems to lack confidence, but judging by his build, he's clearly trained diligently. His true strength can't be that low. He just needs to overcome his own fear. He can definitely do this. Yun Feng turned, a little flustered. Thank you for your encouragement. Bolstered by the support, he found a new resolve. I can do this. I've trained for so long. I can't be weaker than everyone else. I will succeed. Yun Feng poured every last bit of his spiritual energy into his fist and unleashed a powerful strike. Qin Nan watched with a satisfied smile. Now that's more like it. But reality was cruel. His punch was so weak, it barely even tickled the bronze dummy. The disciples roared with laughter once more. Ha ha ha. Trash will always be trash. Hey, go on. Look at the dummy. There's not even a single mark on it. How can someone be this pathetic? I bet I could dent it with a single finger. Ah ha ha. Yun Feng stared at his trembling hands, his spirit crushed. I really can't do it. They're right. I'm just useless trash. Qin Nan cut through their mockery. Biha. You're no better than him, yet you have the nerve to laugh. What did you just say? Qin Nan? Suddenly, the bronze dummy erupted like a firework. The entire class was left speechless, their jaws on the floor. The disciples were in total shock. How is this possible? How could a training dummy just shatter? With his expert eye, Wang Zu instantly understood. Incredible. It was internal force. He sent his spiritual energy directly into the dummy's core. Qin Nan muttered to himself. His energy disintegrated the dummy's structure from the inside out. Wang Zu's eyes narrowed. This boy is no ordinary disciple. Even Yun Feng couldn't believe his own eyes. I did it. I finally succeeded. The disciples immediately began to whisper. He looked so hopelessly weak. Who knew he was actually a hidden master? Yun Feng walked over to Qin Nan and bowed deeply. Thank you for encouraging me. It's because of you that I could surpass my limits. Qin Nan just smiled. We're both disciples of the East Courtyard. There's no need for thanks. Besides, that was your own true power. I didn't do much. All right, Qin Nan, Wang Zu called out. You're up. Qin Nan cracked his knuckles, stepping forward with a grin. Finally, I've been waiting for this. Wang Zu watched him intently, a thought crossing his mind. I've heard the rumors, that this Qin Nan aims to become the #1 disciple of the entire inner sect. I wonder what his true power is. I have high expectations. Qin Nan gathered his power and threw a punch with all his might. But this time, the dummy didn't even budge. Wang Zu was deep in thought. Could he be another user of internal force? No, that's impossible. Cultivating that technique is incredibly difficult. The odds of 2 such users appearing at once are virtually 0. Is this Qin Nan hiding his true strength? Or perhaps his power is nothing special after all? Qin Nan, however, simply complained that the dummy couldn't take a hit. I demand a stronger puppet. This one is far too weak. I'm afraid I'll shatter another one. This puppet, however, looks much sturdier. I think I'll be the one to test it. The disciples immediately started sneering. The iron puppet. Is this kid just boasting without an ounce of shame? Exactly. He's clearly trash, trying to act like a master. Just wait for him to make a complete fool of himself. There's nothing I despise more than the weak who pretend they're strong. Wang Tu spoke up. Fine. I permit you to strike the iron puppet, he thought to himself, as an elite disciple. Even I can only leave a dent in its chest. This Qin Nan has barely entered the inner sect, and he already dares to challenge it. Is his power real, or is it all a facade? We'll find out the moment he strikes it. Qin Nan cupped his fists in thanks. Senior brother Wang Tu, if I may ask, senior brother, ... How deep was the dent you made just now? He shrugged. I don't want to pressure you. You just need to leave a half-inch dent. The one I made moments ago was about 3 inches deep. That's the power of a mid-tier elite disciple. Another disciple mocked him loudly. Ha, half an inch. Senior brother Wang Tu is really overestimating him. If you ask me, ... This brat is just putting on a show. The iron puppet won't suffer a single scratch. Wang Tu agreed with that sentiment. Precisely. Half an inch was just a word of encouragement for a new inner sect disciple. It was more than likely that ... The puppet would be completely unharmed. Qin Nan clenched his fist. Enough talk. Just watch this. He channeled his power, unleashing the Fire Gate's second layer strike. And then, with a single explosive punch, Qin Nan turned the iron puppet into scrap metal. A disciple gasped in horror. My God! He punched right through it. Is he even human? Wang Tu gritted his teeth. My 8th level Dao entry power could only make a 3-inch dent. Could Qin Nan already be at the 9th level of Dao entry? Or could he be at the peak of the Dao entry realm? Amidst the stunned silence, Qin Nan offered a perfectly reasonable explanation. Senior brother Wang Tu, there's no need to be shocked. The technique I use is a fire attribute art. It is naturally many times more powerful against metal than the pure force you used. Besides, Senior Wang, ... You had already struck the puppet once, weakening its structure. Therefore, much of the credit belongs to you. The disciples let out a collective sigh of relief. So that's how it was. I knew it. How could Qin Nan be so powerful? It turns out he cultivates a fire attribute art, which is the natural ... counter to the puppet's metal attribute. No wonder he could punch through it. That's right. And senior brother Wang already helped weaken it first. This Qin Nan isn't so amazing after all. That's right. That's right. One disciple wiped his brow. If a new disciple was that much stronger than a senior, we would all lose face. That was a close call. A really close call. Only when Feng stated with certainty. No, Qin Nan didn't get lucky. Based on my observations, ... Qin Nan's strength is greater than mine. In fact, it might even surpass senior brother Wang Tu's. He truly lives up to his reputation as the man who offended the entire inner sect. He's a shining example for me to follow. At that exact moment, the star of the recent drama, Qin, swaggered onto the scene. Well, now is the trash from the East Courtyard having a lesson. Isn't this the group of losers who fell at the feet of my West Courtyard? Wang Tu confronted him. Tian, what are you doing here? Our East Courtyard does not welcome you, he sneered. HMPH. The East Courtyard loses to my West Courtyard every single year. As an elite disciple of the West, it's only natural for me to come and inspect. Double quotes. ... Jost. How far you East Courtyard trash have progressed in your training? Let's see if you're even worthy to compete with us. The disciples of the East Courtyard roared. West Courtyard disciples, get out of our territory. Get out. Taiji immediately cursed back. All of you from the East Courtyard are good for is running your mouths. But when it comes to the real competition, ... Not a single one of you can fight. You're all a bunch of cripples. Enraged, Wang Tu yelled, Taiji. He charged forward. You will not insult our East Courtyard. His eyes darkened. Qitian stepped in front of Taiji. Trash will always be trash. He lashed out, kicking Wang Tu and sending him flying back 10 meters. He then strode towards Wang Tu, who glared up at him. Qitian, you have some nerve, he sneered. A stray dog from the East Courtyard shouldn't bark so loudly. Wang Tu struggled to his feet. Qitian, ... you. Qitian raised an eyebrow. Yo! There's no need for us to be so hostile. I didn't come here today looking for a challenge. It's just that ... This Qin Nan beat up my little brother, Taiji, today, as his big brother. I can't just stand by. I must demand justice for him. Don't you agree? Wang Tu was shocked by this news. Qin Nan, you fought Taiji today. He broke into a cold sweat. Taiji has reached the 7th level of Dao entry, and yet Qin Nan had defeated him. A smirk played on Qin Nan's lips. Taiji, was it? Oh, so your little chicken's name is Rookie. The name certainly fits the person. What a fine name. The lackey pointed a finger at him. You dare mock me. Do you think I can't kill you? Qin Nan's smile turned sinister. You want to kill me? Come over here and let's see if those new teeth of yours end up under my boot. Taiji immediately thought back. Too. The 2 precious teeth he lost this morning, and flinched, covering his mouth. Tian roared. Qin Nan, you dare strike my sworn brother. You must pay the price. Either submit to me and become my dog, or disappear from the Great Flame Sect entirely. The East Courtyard disciples were terrified. It's over. He's done for. How could Qin Nan provoke someone like Qitian? You must know, Qitian is a master at the 9th level of Dao entry. A full level higher than our own senior brother, Wang Tu. One cultivation level is like an entire heaven of difference. The gap in power is as vast as the sky itself. Qin Nan has truly provoked someone he never should have crossed. Wang Tu stepped in front of him. Qin Nan, don't be afraid. I am your senior brother. I will not let them bully you today. Qin Nan smiled. Thank you for your concern, Senior Brother Wang Tu. But this is a matter I'd best resolve myself. Wang Tu was startled. You, he thought to himself, your realm is lower. Qin Nan, you have absolutely no chance of defeating Qi. But Qin Nan stepped forward to face his rival. Qi Tian, let's go. I wasn't even looking for you. And yet, you've delivered yourself right to my door. You know the outer sect deacon, Hanbuku, don't you? He burst out laughing. Hanbuku, You mean that little girl who was always so infatuated with me? Of course, I remember her. I recall back when I was in the outer sect ... She treated me very well. Model. How thoughtful of him. He grinned. If she hadn't held back during the group stage qualifiers ... Do you think I'd have a chance at the intersect? Go on. Thank her for me. Qin Nan's blood began to boil. You really are worse than an animal. Someone treats you with such kindness, and not only do you not cherish it, you act as if it's your right. The man beat his chest. In this world, the strong devour the weak. A naive woman like her deserves to be used. Besides, if it wasn't me, someone else would have used her. So instead of helping someone else, ... why not help myself? She was like a ladder to the intersect. If I didn't use it, wouldn't that be a waste of heaven's gift? Ah ha ha. Qin Nan roared in fury. A beast like you will one day be abandoned by everyone. The man simply replied, it seems you're desperate to get justice for Hanbuku. Fine. Become my hunting dog, and I'll go to the outer sect and apologize to her. What do you think? The lackey clapped his hands at Qi Tian's words. That's a perfect plan. It lets Qin Nan become a proper dog. ... And gives that worthless woman an answer. Qin Nan, what are you waiting for? Agree, already. Qin Nan couldn't stand these two rabid dogs for another second. He launched himself towards them. HMPH. Qin Nan, today I will teach you how to be a dog. Qi Tian also raised his hand. You truly don't know your place. Since you're so eager for this, I'll grant your wish. Two streams of powerful spiritual energy clashed, but unfortunately, for Qi Tian, this scrub was no match for our main character. A fist slammed directly into his chest, and he screamed in agony. In an instant, this mutt was sent flying 10 meters away. Qin Nan calmly approached him. He pointed a finger in his face. I'll give you one chance. Bark like a dog twice, and I'll spare your life today. Qi Tian scowled. You... Don't get ahead of yourself. Qin Nan's anger flared. I'll ask one last time. Are you going to bark or not? No more words were exchanged. Qin Nan brought his foot down on the man's hand, adding a little extra pressure. Pain shot through Qi Tian's very marrow as he let out a terrible shriek. I'll bark. I'll bark. He trembled, clutching his bloody hand. Woof, 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 woof. Qin Nan leaned down close. See, so you do know how to bark like a dog. He grabbed him by the hair. Looking straight into his eyes with a gaze as sharp as a butcher's knife, he said, wouldn't it have been better if you had just obeyed, seeing how awesome Qin Nan was, the Eastern Institute disciples? ... erupted in applause. Qin Nan is amazing. Ha ha ha. So satisfying. At this moment, Wang Tu was completely stunned. Qin Nan. So when you broke the iron puppet, it wasn't a fluke. You were just trying to save face for me. I was far too naive. Yunfeng also thought to himself, Qin Nan's strength truly surpasses senior brother Wang Tu's. He's a shining example for me to follow. Qin Nan then shouted in Qi Tian's face. Killing you now would be letting you off too easy. Today, I'll spare your pathetic life. Scram! The lackey rushed to help Qi Tian up. Let's go. Boss! Let's go. But he still managed to scream, Qin Nan, I will definitely kill you. Qin Nan just crossed his arms. I'll be waiting. Yunfeng excitedly rushed over to him. Brother Nan, I'm truly in awe of you. It seems this young man had officially joined our main character's fan club. Qin Nan looked at him like he was from another planet as his eyes lit up. Brother Nan, please accept me as your little brother. Qin Nan scratched his head. This doesn't seem right. We're all disciples of the Eastern Institute. We don't use titles like that. Besides, I don't like forming cliques. The boy frowned, unhappy. Is Brother Nan looking down on me? Qin Nan quickly waved his hands. No. I just feel we don't need to divide ourselves into big brother and little brother. We can just be friends, as equals. I understand. I thought you were different, that you would respect me. But I was wrong. He shouted, You're just like them. You look down on me because I only come from a small sect. That's why you look down on me, isn't it? This guy's imagination was running wild. Qin Nan tried to explain, That's not what I meant. I already said we could be friends. We don't need. The boy didn't even listen. Enough. Say no more. Since you look down on me, ... Then I will prove myself to you. You won't accept me as your little brother today. But one day, you will definitely regret it. Qin Nan was left speechless by this guy. He stormed off in anger. It seems only true strength can earn the respect of others. Yunfan, one day I will become the #1 disciple of the inner sect. Qin Nan sighed. This Yunfang's pride is too great. He's bound to be used by others one day. Forget it. Everyone has their own path to walk. Let him be. As the drama ended, Wang Tu dismissed the class. Today's lesson is over. You are all dismissed. Qin Nan, stay behind for a moment. He then asked, Qin Nan, what was it you wanted to see me about? The young man held out his hand. Senior brother, take a look. In his hand was a single pill. Senior brother Wang, this is a wood healing pill that I refined. It might be able to treat your injury. Wang Tu was completely shocked. Qin Nan, you also know alchemy. Qin Nan smiled. I just know a few tricks. I can hardly be called an alchemist. Wang Tu pointed. Qin Nan, you're being too humble again. Tomorrow just so happens to be our Eastern Institute's alchemy conference, held in the main hall of the inner sect. Do you want to participate? I heard the prize for the winner ... is an extremely rare storage ring. On top of that, there's a top-grade treasure that hasn't been revealed yet. Qin Nan's interest was piqued. That sounds good. I happen to be in need of a new storage ring. I'll go test my skills tomorrow. The space in my current ring is limited. I've had to leave so many good things behind. There was no way to carry them. So, I had to discard them. If the prize tomorrow is a storage ring, then I might as well go test my luck. Wang Tu clapped his shoulder. All right, I'll see you tomorrow then. I'm looking forward to it. Qin Nan waved back. See you tomorrow, he thought to himself. Since the alchemy competition is tomorrow, I'll use the remaining time to find a quiet place and focus on cultivating this blazing underworld. Purple fire. It was said that behind the Great Flame Sect, there was a mountain. It should be quiet enough. I'll go there. The scenery behind the mountain was lush and green. Truly a serene and magnificent view. This place is perfectly secluded. Few people must come here, and the spiritual energy is abundant. I can cultivate the blazing underworld purple fire in peace. But, hold on. His curiosity flared when he heard the faint sound of flowing water. He tiptoed closer to check things out. Who would have thought that his eyes would fall upon the sight of a peerless beauty bathing in a lake? His jaw dropped, and his eyes went wide in utter shock, while the girl blissfully enjoyed her bath, completely unaware of any peeping toms. Our hero Qin Nan stood there with his jaw on the floor. A river of blood gushed from his nose. Oh, merciful heavens! What a strange coincidence this was. As luck would have it, the young man clumsily stepped on a dry twig. Qin Nan froze in his tracks. That's it. He was a dead man. Hearing the noise, the girl quickly covered herself and shouted, Who's there? Qin Nan's soul nearly leaped from his body. He'd been discovered. He had to get out of there. Time to run. The girl quickly got ashore and threw on her clothes. As Qin Nan was scrambling away, he saw her shadow stretch across the ground. Oh boy. He was in for it now. The girl's eyes burned with fury. With a cold snort and without a word of warning, she drew her sword and lunged. She was going to teach him a lesson he'd never forget. Qin Nan hastily used his heavens-defiing steps to evade the attack. Barely dodging the razor-sharp blade, he quickly tried to explain. My apologies. It wasn't intentional. I originally came here to cultivate, but I didn't expect to see you bathing here. Honestly, why would a young lady like you bathe in a place like this? Aren't you afraid of being seen? The girl didn't say another word, simply renewing her sword assault. Qin Nan dodged again with ease, thinking to himself, you're lucky you ran into a gentleman like me. If it were anyone else, something terrible might have happened. This enraged her even more. Pervert! After doing something so despicable. ... You still dare call yourself a gentleman? I'll rip out your tendons and skin you alive today. Qin Nan was utterly horrified. This was bad. This was really bad. How did he end up running into a complete demoness? Hearing this, the girl was stunned. You're dead today. I will make sure your soul is scattered to the winds. As Qin Nan dodged her deadly sword strikes, he relentlessly tried to clear his name. Young lady, I truly didn't mean to. I've already apologized to you. Save your breath and prepare to die. Qin Nan thought to himself that this girl was hopelessly stubborn, blinded by her anger. It was best to get away. ... Before things got any more complicated, he decided to use the second level of his mystic heaven steps to escape, leaving her with one last line. I don't fight women. Farewell. Perhaps we'll meet again if fate wills it. She pointed her sword at his fleeing figure and roared. Pervert! As long as you are in the Dayan sect, I swear I will hunt you down and skin you alive. Finally, he was free from that tigress. Qin Nan panted heavily. The Dayan sect was a truly dangerous place. From now on, he'd better not wander around. However, he heard there was a special cultivation chamber in the inner sect. He could ask senior brother Wang Tu about it tomorrow. He stretched, deciding to call it a day on training. He needed some rest before the alchemy conference tomorrow. The next day, the conference was indeed a grand event, attracting countless disciples. The atmosphere was absolutely electric. Qin Nan walked with senior brother Wang Tu to the venue. He couldn't help but exclaim, the streets in the Dan sect's inner court ... double quotes ... are several times larger than those in our Wenjian city. Wang Tu smiled. Of course. After all, the Dan sect is a major sect in the Daizhou kingdom. That's true. Otherwise, not so many people would want to join. Wang Tu then added, by the way, I heard ... that the prize for today's alchemy conference is provided by a mysterious person. I wonder who it could be. They say this person just arrived at the Dan sect not long ago. Qin Nan was curious. Just arrived. Could it be a new inner sect disciple? Wang Tu shook his head. That's impossible. New inner sect disciples can't just participate in affairs on the streets. It must be an elite disciple. Qin Nan then asked, well, senior brother Wang, aren't you an elite disciple of the East Courtyard? Shouldn't you be able to participate in street affairs? Wang Tu replied, you need money for everything on these streets. A broke disciple like me, with no backing, ... How could I possibly get involved? Even if I wanted to, you'd have to be someone on the level of the three prodigies of the inner sect. Qin Nan was a bit surprised. The three prodigies of the inner sect. That's right. Three incredibly powerful figures who are major players in the inner sect. Anyway, it looks like the conference is about to start. We should hurry over. Qin Nan nodded. All right, I'm curious to see what this alchemy conference is all about. As they walked, he suddenly froze. Oh, she's beautiful. Standing majestically before him was the girl from the lake. Qin Nan gasped. Why is she here? Wang Tu looked at him, confused. Qin Nan, what's wrong? That's the person in charge of our East Courtyard. Her name is Hua Hongyan. She's the one who organized today's alchemy conference. When the competition starts, she'll also be the judge. Qin Nan could only cry internally. It's over. So much for competing. I'll definitely never get that prize. Wang Tu laughed and patted his shoulder. Hey, ... Don't worry, Sister Hongyan just has a bit of a temper. But she'd never make things difficult for people from our own East Courtyard. You can relax and participate. Qin Nan bit his lip in frustration. It seems I was never destined to win that storage ring. Qin Nan put a hand to his forehead and sighed. Why on earth did I think of going to the back mountain to cultivate yesterday? Look where it got me. I regret it so much. Oh well, I'll just risk it. The two of them then stepped into the main hall. Wang Tu told him, we can just find any seat. I've already registered for you. So just go up to the stage when it's time. Qin Nan smiled and scratched his head. Thank you, Senior Brother Wang. Hua Hongyan stood on the high platform and announced loudly, ... The East Courtyard's annual alchemy conference officially begins today. This time, we have a total of 30 ALCH MISTS ... participating in the competition. The prize for the champion is a third-grade Huang rank storage ring. There is also a mysterious gift, and the winner will become the official alchemist of the East Courtyard. Immediately, the disciples below began to buzz with excitement. The most profitable items sold on the streets of the Dan sect were pills and other materials, like medicinal herbs, ... spirit stones, and so on. If one became the official alchemist of the East Courtyard, they could make a fortune. That's right. I heard the previous official alchemist of the East Courtyard already bought the best cultivation room in the entire Dan sect. Qin Nan's eyes lit up. A Huang rank storage ring. That was something he had never seen before. It had to be 100 times better than the 5th grade fan rank ring he currently owned. It could definitely hold a lot of treasures. Wang Zu added, if you can just win the championship and become an imperial alchemist, making money will be easy. Then, forget a Huang grade storage ring. You could even afford a Zhuan grade 1, a rank far above it. Qin Nan's face darkened as he sighed. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I bet even our sect masters barely have any Zhuan grade items. Hua Hongyan raised her hand. The competition begins. The first contestants, please take the stage. The first two alchemists walked up and sat down. They anxiously brought out their own alchemy cauldrons. Qin Nan turned to Wang Zu. Senior Brother Wang, what grade of alchemists do you think they are? He explained. Within our Great Flame sect, the highest rank we have is 10th grade alchemist. Anyone above the 10th grade is usually from the Great Zhou Nation. They recruit powerful alchemists to solidify their own authority. Qin Nan understood. No wonder when I was back in Wenjin City, I heard that a 9th grade alchemist could already take on disciples. Wang Zu continued, alchemists are exceptionally rare to begin with. A 9th grade is the rarest of the rare. If you have 10,000 7th grade alchemists, maybe only one of them has the talent to reach the 9th grade, or maybe even none at all. Hearing this, Qin Nan felt a pang of worry. 1 in 10,000. The odds were truly staggering, but he quickly clenched his fists in determination. No matter what, I will become a 9th grade alchemist, Hua Hongyan announced. Next match, Qin Nan versus Sikong Ti. Wang Zu cheered him on. You're up. Do your best. He just grinned. Don't worry. Just as our hero was about to step forward, Hua Hongyan's eyes widened. She shouted, It's you! Qin Nan froze, then feigned total innocence. I'm sorry, miss. I don't know what you're talking about. She was furious, but held back. HMPH. A dog can't spit out ivory. After this match is over, I'll deal with you. Your task is to refine the bronze wound pill. The time limit is 3 incense sticks. The match begins. Qin Nan clutched his head in despair. The bronze wound pill. I've never even refined one before. Still, it can't be that different from the wood wound pill. Looks like I'll have to rely on the alchemist ancestor's manuscript right here on the spot. His opponent, Sakong Tianba, sneered mockingly. My dear brother, You look completely lost. Could it be you've never refined a bronze wound pill before? He thought to himself. Qitian from the West Courtyard told me to crush this Qin Nan, but he doesn't seem nearly as strong as he was described. In fact, he looks like he barely knows alchemy at all. Qin Nan answered bluntly, "To be honest, I really haven't." Sakong Tiamba gloated. "In that case, call me Master, and I might just give you some pointers." The crowd below erupted into laughter, but Qin Nan just smiled back. "So, if I happen to win, will you call me Master?" His opponent was supremely confident. I've refined this bronze wound pill countless times. My victory is assured." Qin Nan gestured with his hand. "Then please, show me what you can do." "Humph. You arrogant brat. Just you. Wait and see." Qin Nan remained perfectly calm, observing his opponent's techniques. He thought, "There's still plenty of time. I just need to recall the alchemist ancestor's manuscript. How exactly is this pill made?" With that thought, he closed his eyes and began to concentrate. A moment later, a voice snapped him out of it. "Hey, wake up! Wake up!" I said. He blinked his eyes open. "Huh, what is it?" The spectators below were howling with laughter. This guy actually fell asleep. Ha ha ha. He definitely doesn't know alchemy. Yeah? Why even bother signing up? Get off the stage. Sakong Tiamba was seething. "You've got some nerve, brat. How dare you fall asleep during a match? Do you realize how disrespectful that is to me?" Qin Nan simply closed his eyes again, even covering his ears to block out the noise. Seeing this, Hua Hongyin had to intervene. "Contestant, there is half an incense stick of time remaining. I suggest you take this competition seriously." She thought to herself, he really is a worthless waste of space. No talent, just a big act. And he's a scumbag who dared to spy on someone bathing last night. Qin Nan let out a massive yawn. "My apologies. I accidentally dozed off. I'll get serious now." And with that, he immediately began the refining process. "I've figured out the method for the bronze wound pill. And with my nether flame purple fire, I should be able to finish in less than half an incense stick." After a period of intense focus, Qin Nan successfully refined the bronze wound pill. A wave of relief washed over him as the pill finally took form.